Hello and welcome to another episode of Quant Gang. We've got the whale who believes that math is too big to fail. And we've got Karim the Dream, super shark on the stream. My name is Maddie Allin, mental health and programmable money advocate. Welcome to Quant Gang. So there's one thing I want to get straight, like right off the bat. HEX will not make you as rich as you think it will. It will make you much richer than you think it will, right? And this is nothing in this stream is financial advice. These are financial commands. Ooh. Shout out Naga Tribe.
I like that.
My opening arguments.
That was good.
I love it.
Very good. Yeah.
Well, like Wells just said, it's math advice.
Hey, it's mathematical advice, baby.
That's awesome, man. What's up, everybody? Everybody, good to see y'all. Happy Tuesday again, man. Whew, exciting times, man. Exciting times.
I've really enjoyed listening to your guys' stream. It's blown up, of course. Like, it got 1.4, 1.5K views already just from the other night on a WhalesOnly channel. So look in the links below to find how to follow him and all of us there. Go ahead and hit the like and subscribe and the bell notification because you don't want to miss what we have to say tonight.
Absolutely.
Not at all.
How many people we have right now in the chat? Should we wait a little bit or should we just go in?
Well, we got thousands of people watching in the replay, so
nice. That is true. That is true.
Make it happen.
Amen. Well, again, I'm glad to see everybody as always. So, obviously, the main topic since last week was, talking more about those, tradable stakes and answering questions. And the reason why I ask who's in the chat is because if some people have some other, live question they want to ask, please, seriously, feel free to participate and ask questions because the more, brains we have on the topic, the better it will be. I like to want to start by saying we have a huge advantage because at the end of the day, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves. The thing is not even out yet. They haven't even done their audit yet. But again, we always preach education, right? The more people are educated, the more we can pull the resources, the better decisions everybody can make for their own on whether or not, they want to use the product or not. And again, understanding the blockchain, the one good thing is at least if it's coming from, some people already in the community, it's easily controllable than something that can be contentious. So that's the way I look at it. Again, focusing on solutions, no problems. And if it turns out to be not as expected, then make no mistake, we're going to, kick that to the curb, so to speak.
So, and I'm looking forward to summarizing what we've all learned about the idea of encapsulated stakes, what the different types of encapsulated stakes could be, and where kind of we stand as people who I think are trying to be responsible thought leaders in the area, right? And people who, are doing the work to get this streaming done and to consolidate all the ideas in the community and to listen to all the smart people here in HEX because everybody's been talking about it, right? So right before we get into that, I just want to give you all the opportunity. If you switch over to the community tab, you can fill out the surveys that I've been creating for the past week or two about HEX. And then we'll be able to go over the results here later once everybody who's watching this gets a chance to vote. I think we've had 160 votes on most of the questions. There's 5 or 6 that we'll be able to go over. So if you want to be counted and you want that to accurately reflect your vote, go ahead and vote now for the different polls on the YouTube community tab.
Cool, man. You're doing a whole lot. That's pretty cool, dude.
Like, I want to know, like, what, we'll get to the questions, but I want to know, like, how many people still own Bitcoin? Like, How many people ever owned Bitcoin? Like,
Right.
like is Hex your biggest bag? Are you winning in Hex? Like, what size fish are you? You know,
Right.
what's
I mean,
your
it
shoe
definitely
size?
helps address the crowd, right? And I think that's kind of important.
It really is. I mean, no, I know that, Maddie, I can answer those questions for you right now for me.
Right. I mean, it's easy for me, too. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Big bag, you know. Hey, winning definitely every day, you know, 7 p.m. past Eastern
Every
Standard.
day.
You know, we got paid.
Every day's a good day for me,
You
right?
don't have to call anybody, it just comes automatically. So definitely.
It's a beautiful thing.
Now is our time going to change next week? Because I think it might.
Yeah.
I've been trying to do the calculations, but I suspect that Hexologist will continue to stream whenever the rollover happens, which UTC does not follow daylight savings. So
yeah, it'll be 8 p.m. Eastern.
Okay.
Correct.
Because that's what we used to have. And then they
Yes.
changed, and then they went to 7 for the payout. So it'll be 8 p.m. our time here, Eastern.
So we'll go probably half an hour after the rollover like we normally do. And so that'll give people an extra hour to get out there and work and take care of yourself and your family and your responsibilities and still tune in to a long and quantitative stream that we'll hopefully be offering for Tuesdays to come.
That's right.
No, that's the key, you know, and we could definitely dive right into it. Oh, another fun fact, you know, they approved the stimulus.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Next week, so.
Oh wow!
Yeah. I don't know when this is supposed to be paying out, but yeah, they definitely approved it.
That's a good question, T Don. So again, just like we talked about briefly, Maddie, on the last stream towards the end, we're showing the correlation of, you know, the DXY, the dollar index strengthening. You know, versus, which is usually another top indicator. So again, this is at this point where people need to be very, very careful, because if this thing continue to rise, you know what I'm saying? It's like kind of how, you know, Bitcoin went the last bull run, you know, 15K, then 16K, and everybody thought you will never, and then 20K, and then reverse. So that is something that I constantly keep my eye on, and I've been telling people since last week. It's good that it's doing this thing with retracement, but if it fails to make a new high and continue, and this DXY continue to rise, just be ready. Be ready for that potential pullback. But again, that's bullish for Hex also, because it almost, well, it's funny, it almost looks like DXY is like, Hex is following DXY. So as it rise, our time is coming soon as well. So
yeah, we actually went over it a little bit.
Yep, we did.
On what was it, Saturday? We actually went over it a little bit on Saturday.
Exactly. And people need to understand, this is why you got to look at the chart for those things and be very careful of narrative, because the market could be pumping, narrative, this, that.
Yes.
So stimulus check. Yeah. You put it all in, and that's when they pull the rug. And then the freaking thing just drops on you, because again, they're printing more money, right? So, and they always like to do it after the fact. It's almost like learn how to be a contrarian. They tell you there's no inflation. That's when the thing destroy. And then when they tell you there is inflation, that's already kind of too late. So it's just always understand that you always 1 to 2 steps behind. So the comment T-Don said is really the key, because just keep an eye on those indicators, because again, we're near. Because another guy that I follow, which is pretty cool, his name is Steve, is like Bitcoin is mimicking potentially 2 types of bull run. You know, either kind of like the first one or the third one. So either the one where it went up a lot, then chill a little bit, and then went up a lot again, or it kind of went up a lot and then just kind of correct. So either or, it will just depend on what those narratives are, but just be ready. Like I tell my friends, right? If you're still trading, I'm not trading, but hey, make sure you got your stops out there, you know, stop loss.
For sure.
They all drop it when you're sleeping. It's when you expect it the least. It's when
you guys saw the Richard Hart stream the other day, right, with the nerdy guy.
Yeah.
And I don't know if anybody else was like yelling at the TV like I was whenever Richard was like trying to explain the top indicators, and the guy kept like interrupting him and changing the subject. I'm like, no, wait, like just tell us when the top, because Richard's so good at calling the top. It's just like,
that was just so epic. That's why I told people, like, don't worry about the dollar amount. Just look at the macro view. Understand. Again, another thing, you know, it's related to quick math, but just bigger picture. Number one, they're printing more money. Okay, that means this thing is artificial. So they can run that scenario, talking about stimulus, and then 2 weeks later, after you get your stimulus, drop. Number two, sadly to say, but eviction is going to start next month. People are not paying up their rent, this and that, because you're no longer in the winter. Some of this free period that were given to people, it's coming to run out. They might renew it, but that's something you have to worry about.
Yeah, as of now, it's definitely not going to be renewed because Biden and them don't care about that shit.
Exactly. Number three, when they tell you, oh, we opening this and that, because some of my friends that work in a restaurant business, stuff like that, I hear about it. Oh, next month we might go full regular way. But people need to understand it's counterintuitive. Full regular way means, oh, they're going to stop printing money because we're going back. And then reality hits, and reality reminds you that the economy's fucked. So what your thing is about, oh, back to normal or bullish? No, it's the opposite. It's literally kind of that buy the rumor, sell the news, right? Hype. And then when the product actually, quote unquote, comes by all those promise coins, or they get to the next stage, ta-da, the big reveal, no more hype. And then that's when they dump on you. So just regular
question.
That too. Yeah.
So like March 15th ish was like when the crypto market like plunged super hard, right? On the COVID news for like 2 days or whatever it was, right? That wick down to like 3,800 or whatever you want to call it, right? My question to you guys is there like is it a thing for institutional investors that may have been behind that wick down, like whenever they dumped and then like they bought back lower, right? And then rode it up as far as they could go. Do they end up selling? So do they end up selling at the year mark because they don't have to pay long-term capital gain, or they have preferred tax treatment because it's a long-term capital gain now?
Yes and no. This is the thing. This is another narrative thing. That's one way. Another narrative could be like, oh, they just need to sell before April 15 for tax payout that they have to pay from the previous year. All those are narrative. At the end of the day, this March of last year, the selling was so severe, mighty. Those were forced liquidation. They were not like, oh, I want to sell. It was so bad. It was just liquidation. So they're not going to try to do that again, because at the base layer, they own some of those shares. They would just never sell, because remember, those big hedge funds, they charge a percentage fee. It's all about capital under management. So the bigger the market cap, the more money they can siphon from the system. So it's a difference between the liquidation and that. And they pumped it a lot of trillion in that market. So even when we're talking about potential correction, that's just my humble opinion, I don't believe it's going to go back to the March lows of last year. It's just going to be like a rising wedge, as you can clearly see it on the big macro chart, S&P, and then maybe correct, 10, 15, 20%, make your pick, whatever. But just from that, because again, it's been a rising wedge, and it's going to show up by the time the economy is back to normal, as they say, because the market is literally on drugs, looking for stimulus. The moment they take away stimulus, the thing goes away. Like we had a little bit of attention because they thought the stimulus will be delayed, and then the shit gets approved. Boom, market pumps again, right? But again, it's pushing that can down the road. Constant stimulus. The moment that does not get approved or takes too long, it goes the other way. And then this is why my biggest indicator out of all, because there's a lot of topping indicators right now, is the DXY, which I watch like a hawk, because obviously it's beneficial for HEX, but because the stronger the dollar becomes, the more pressure it's going to add to the stock markets and the likes. And also, you can look at it in another way, like it's an incentives, because it's literally, like Wills was saying, it's literally risk-free. So the moment those people realize, oh, wait a minute, the treasury is paying us a higher yield. I mean, I know it's worthless, 1.52%, but remember, they're moving trillions of dollars. So
and they don't know it's worthless. To them, it's real. You gotta
exactly.
remember that. Yeah, it's very important.
So they're just going to kind of like rotate. In other words, kind of like in crypto, when you feel like the market is about to correct, right, you rotate to the asset that pays you yield. It's kind of the same thing, because I believe HEX is going to be the bond market.
It's just like this, Karim. It's just like when in crypto people go into stable coins. It's just like that.
Exactly, because the treasury is like you stable. It might sometimes you don't even realize, but they automatically buy that treasury for you. When you trade a stock, let's say you have Fidelity, you move money over there, and then you trade, buy and sell. When you're not into a position and you're just like sitting in cash, what they do is they buy treasury.
Yeah, that's what they do.
Okay,
automatic sweeps.
Exactly. So
automatic
it's
space.
automatic. So whether you like it or not, it's just there. So this is kind of how they bring capital from around the world. Because remember, 2% is shit, but when around the world you got negative interest rate over there, they're gonna
Yeah,
call
it's a
buying that
whole
shit.
lot.
Like it's like, oh my god, I need it like a drug because they're getting negative over there. So this is how they're raising capital, and this is why DXY is rising because they're pushing the yield up. But they can only do it to a certain extent. That's why I was telling Wells to watch that chart. Because if this thing really breaks out, it's going to create selling pressure. If it goes back down and becomes a dead cat, Wells, I don't know if you can pull up the chart. I think that would be easier for people to see. That's why I'm watching it like a hawk because it's pumping because he literally puked over the last like 2-3 months. This is why.
You mean the dollar chart?
Yeah, the
Yeah,
DXY.
yeah. I can pull it up. Yeah, give me a second.
Please.
I'm still working on
Maddie,
it.
to me, that's the big indicator because stimulus means more money printing, close to $1 trillion again to pay that $1,400 or whatever. Peanuts compared to what they already printed. But when they do that, it should push the DXY back down because it adds another money printing cycle. But if this thing constantly goes up, I'm going to be worried that we're very close. If it goes back down, hey, maybe we'll go to 100K and then whatever. But if it continues to go up, to me, that's a sign. Because, again, when it drops, it's the elevator, bro. It doesn't, it's like we're doing slow by slow.
Elevator's down.
You can be sitting here and then in the next 4-hour candle, the thing's down 5K. Like, it's just like, wait, what? And then the narrative shift. And then they're going to say, oh, that was the double top. Oh, we're going back down. Oh, Bitcoin failed to make a new high and blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. And then the whole narrative play. So this is why I say this is the time to be very, very careful. And one more indicator on top of that is gold is already being destroyed. And that's important because you see, people it's a double standard. They like to cherry pick. When the Bitcoiner says, oh, Bitcoin is just like gold, but better and blah, blah, blah. They use the narrative to justify that we're going to take over gold in valuation. But then when gold goes down like crazy, they say, oh, we're not like gold. Like, you know what I mean? Like, which is it? Right? So you can't have it both ways. So to me, that's also an indicator. Like, we're like, is this a delay? Meaning, okay, look at how gold is down like crazy. Because it's either gold is moving into Bitcoin, which could make sense, that justify, or it's really the dollar rising. Because again, that's common sense. DXY is the opposite of gold because they have also big $1 trillion market. So gold likes to go up when the dollar is collapsing.
I just want to show this really quick. This is the fear and greed index of Bitcoin. And you can see like yesterday it was categorized as extreme greed, 81. Mm-hmm. Last month it was in the 80s. Like this means that it's so this isn't a perfect indicator because we don't know when billionaires are going to buy. But it has historically indicated whenever at least retail investing gets too hot and a top might be in.
Yeah, we have kind of a way to see where the rich people comes in. This is where the crypto quant comes in because you can look at the grayscale premium and stuff like that. Another potential bullish news that's helping right now is that, I don't know if you guys knew, but Mike Novogratz ETF for Bitcoin got approved in Canada. I think it was today. It was their first day.
Really?
Yeah. So that helps as well because, again, the premium of Bitcoin right now is still negative, which is pretty insane. But then again, some of it is going to Canada. So there's a little bit of last buy coming in right now because I'm literally looking at a GPTC premium right now. It says negative 8%. So it's still very, very low. But, hey, maybe the buying is coming from outside the country. But my biggest worry is that chart right here. This is the leading indicator. Now, the good news is, in a funny way, you see, it's going back down. Wells, can you zoom in?
Yeah, sure.
Just a little bit. So it did the breakout, Maddie. But again, nothing goes up in a straight line, right? So is it really just, hey, it pumped like crazy, as you can see, and it's just cooling off, ready for another round? Because I don't know if you can see, even on the macro. Oh, wait, hold on. I'll wait for Wells to zoom in. Because you can see how the RSI.
This is a monthly chart right now. So right now, what you're looking at is a monthly chart.
Yeah. What a weekly
the dollar strength index.
Yeah, this is just a dollar index.
Dollar index, Maddie. This is the key. And just so you know, because you were on that stream last time, you see that fractal that's basically mimicking. This is exactly 2017. In the middle, short right here. Yeah, this right here was 2017 when Bitcoin went from 1K to 20K. When the dollar index went all the way down, and then when it started to go back up, This is when the bear markets started. And we're playing the same thing right now. It literally find the same support because at the top, that was the COVID shit, 3K. Then dollar got murdered because again, it becomes worthless by the day. We went all the way to 60K and now it's making a return. Now, because it's so massive, it doesn't mean that it's going to crash Bitcoin overnight, but you have to keep an eye on that. Because if this doesn't turn out to be a dead cat bounce, which I hope it is, literally, and make another low, if it constantly go back up, you got to start getting worried because now every other big bang asset manager, they're going to de-risk. They're going to be like, what, Treasury is going to give me 2%, 2.5%? Then yeah, why do I stay in very assets who are like very risky? Because people need to understand, sadly, cryptocurrency is still in the risky bucket, right? For those big institutions. They're only there because the narrative was dollars getting worthless. We got to go play risky so we can get some yield out of it. But if the yields are coming back, that's a problem because they're going to stop investing the other way. The same way there is already no premium, which means nobody's buying, maybe outside the country because Crypto Quant doesn't show the ETF out of Canada. So there's a little bit of that. And the gold sell-off went towards Bitcoin. That I know also for a fact because I watch a lot of podcasts and a lot of people like the Peter Ships and were shitting in their pants because you could see the transfer because it makes sense. Some people have been holding gold for a while. Gold went up like a crazy wily and now they want to buy Bitcoin because the properties are better. And again, the asymmetrical risk reward. If you own gold and gold's in a trillion, like multiple trillion, 10 plus to 15, and Bitcoin is barely at a trillion right now by itself, that's an indicator. So this is what we need to see. Is this the yield or is this gold? That's gold.
This is gold.
So gold to me is a leading indicator, Matty. So if gold is being destroyed like that, that could tell me that Bitcoin is next. Matter of days, weeks, who knows? But the key is that, again, you wait for the parabola to break, right? I tell people all the time, let your winner run. It's running right now. It almost broke the parabola when it was around 47K. Buyer stepped in. Now we're back to what? What are we? We're at 53, 54. The parabola is still intact. You see, on Wells chart, that little yellow thing is important because when it breaks that, that's when it becomes a problem. But you can already see something that I don't like, right? Well, zoom out a little bit. You can see already a bearish divergent, right? Price is potentially about to do a new higher high, but the RSI is losing ground. You see how it's like, poof, it's losing steam. It went up a lot, went back down, went up, didn't make a new high. Yeah, go to the right side. Yeah, look at that. So price is going up, but RSI is trending down. That's a bearish divergent.
All right, so let's talk about that for a little bit so I can explain to the crowd exactly how it works.
Yeah, please.
Because I spent a long time getting faked out by thinking that just because it was. So here's the thing. You can see going back to May 2017, where my cursor is on the chart, June, May 2017, we have the RSI hitting a peak here, right?
Yep.
But what happens? What happens is that price stops. It pauses. It goes sideways for a little bit, but it goes sideways in basically $1,000 range, right? So it looks like it's a dangerous move because essentially it's almost a 50% move, right? From this point to that point is like a 30-40% move, right? But it's just a little squiggle in the big edifice of time that's always ongoing, right? So it's important to understand.
Bitcoin cash fork, right? That happened.
I don't know, man. But when all those forks were going on, I didn't pay attention to none of that shit because all that shit was irrelevant. Yeah. And I can tell you from my point of view why it was irrelevant then, as a person on the outside looking in. Anybody that was around from the beginning could see that was like infighting. Like, I don't know how Richard views it, but this is my opinion. I've never talked about this, but from my point of view, back then, it just seemed stupid. It seemed childish. It seemed pointless. So I never really gave a damn about any of the forks. I never followed any of them. I don't know any of them.
That was at 6K. It was the following year. It's that big drop when we were flat for a while.
Is this one?
Distribution? Yeah, no, there was a bearish distribution and then the big drop flat.
Is this one? No.
No, more to the right. No, it's more. A year later.
This is 2018. I don't know when the forks happened, so I don't know.
It was 2017. It was in May or June?
Oh, I'm sorry. Talk about Bitcoin Cash. I think talk about SV. I'm sorry. That was
There's so many.
Yeah,
like I wouldn't. Yeah. Good luck.
But without even the narrative, Matty, look. The RSI went bearish, stayed for a while, barely, and then went below the gray area and then trapdoor, and then the thing just sold off. You don't even need the narrative. You just look at the chart; it tells you.
And so, Whales, sorry for interrupting. You were saying that you got faked out.
Oh, right. So let me explain how this works. So, just like Karim was saying, you have price going up, and then you have momentum kind of going sideways, right? But notice how price doesn't really stop going up until momentum really subdues, and it really starts weakening, right? Like you see there's a major lapse in momentum, right? One moment we're reading a 92 RSI. If you look at the bottom left side of my screen where the RSI panel is, literally parallel to the left, or there you go. You go right parallel to the left. You just go literally perpendicular to where the cursor is. You'll see 92.96, right? So important thing to note is the immediate next candle after that extremely high reading is 65.73. That's almost a 25 to 30% difference, right? Yep. From one candle to the next in closing and momentum. Now, that's not the important thing. The important thing to note is what happens immediately after that drop and how momentum breaks this, what you could consider level of momentum support at 64.28. Once it breaks, now I'm going to zoom in here because it's a little important that we look at what price is doing, because this is what lets us know that the market is very weak. Like right now, the market was looking very weak, but now the market is looking a little more constructive, and I'll explain why a little shortly. Let me just zoom in here, because everything everything that Karim is saying is right. But the thing to note, right, is exactly what price is doing once it starts going sideways, because that's what gives us bear traps. Oh, sorry. That's what gives us bear traps. And this is how people get suckered into shorting things that they shouldn't be shorting because of one reason or another, right? And that reason is typically momentum. And the thing about momentum is that it doesn't care about anything. It's just price doing what it wants to do, right? So if you're looking at what we have here is that RSI that you have it at the 92.26 level, right? And then you have the momentum drop, but price is going sideways this whole time, right? And then you guys know I have these volatility lines that kind of box price in, give us a market structure. And then price is looking very weak this whole time because, again, what you have to remember is that it's about momentum, right? And what we have here is we have price holding this whole time, right? And I'm picking a random level. There's no science to this. There's really a lot of art to it. And it's just understanding how markets work, how people work, you know, what the market's objective is, which is always to cause maximum pain. And that's a very important thing. The market's objective is to always cause maximum pain. And the reason for that is because it's easy to just go with the trend, right? It's too easy to just go with the trend. So the objective of the market is to always sucker people in right when it looks the best, but it really doesn't look the best at that point in time. That's when it's actually the worst to get in, right?
And this is why price is not the only thing, or that doesn't tell you the full story. You gotta look at the momentum, because it tells you the ratio between the buyer and the seller. And what I like to do is, again, I like to keep it simple and look at it like fractal, because again, I'm not a trader. Wells, can you zoom out again the big picture?
Let me finish, because I know where you're going. I know where you're going. And that's all I want to finish. Let me finish real quick. So when you're looking at going sideways here, right, the only thing that really causes this to break lower is the fact that there's nobody buying any longer. So because there's nobody buying any longer, price can only go one direction, and that's lower. So when price breaks lower, you're going to look that the RSI is now breaking lower into the support bound, right? And that's that support range for the RSI. And once it breaks that and it starts going sideways there and it can't get back up, that's it. You're done. That's when you know, that's when you know it's game over. So when we scroll over this way, we're going to see the same thing here, right? It's the same thing here. is literally, hold on, let me get this chart right.
No more gas.
It's literally the same thing here. And then we finally break lower, but it was a different type of market, right? But then you have price boxed in here, right? So then the question now becomes is how high are we going to continue to go before we hit this type of area, this type of momentum speed, right? Because once we hit this level, because that's the thing, right now it's looking good, right? It looks real good, just like Karim was saying. It looks super good. But that's when you have to be very careful, and that's why we've been talking about this 3 weeks almost already at this point.
And this is what, Matty, this is why it's called a bearish diversion, because the price is heading back up, almost about to do a new all-time high, but the momentum, the buy pressure is getting lower and lower, meaning the amount of money that was needed to push the price versus the amount of money that's needed now to get back there is much less. And that's dangerous because remember, price can be easily faked out. I can buy $10 worth of Bitcoin. If I just buy it at a certain price, the ticker symbol, the price will just tick up, right? That doesn't mean it's a real buy. That's how you spot the fake out, because it needs to be backed by volume. So now to invalidate this, momentum needs to really come back in force, and RSI needs to break that. It's doing lower low right now. It needs to break that pattern and head back up. Just like in 2017 when he was doing things, coming back down and then hitting back up. If he fails to break that and continue to go down and enter that gray area, it's a trap door, which is the same thing that you're seeing in 2019, right after the Ponzi. You can see the same thing. It was one, right here. You see the RSI, same pattern. Look, it's a fractal. Winding down, failed to make a new high, enter the gray area, and then just sold off. So it's you see the same thing over and over. The bull run of 2017, you could see how every time it was going down, it was pushing back up and then made a new high in the RSI to say strength is back in the market. So that's all I need to see. I don't even care about the price per se, because the moment this momentum is broken and we're going down, that's it. Yeah. It's a wrap. So that's why I say people to be very careful. And it's not just that. It's an addition with, hey, gold is selling off. Hey, EXY.
There's a lot of things going on right now that are weird.
Treasuries going up. That's weird. NFT. People are talking about buying $1 million JPEG. Like, it's a combination of
let's do a little macro session. Let's do a little macro session. Why not? Yeah. We're already doing it. Let's do it. Why not? All right. I usually don't try to talk macro, but since it's, clearly topical, let's do it. Why not?
That was on my list of things.
Well, there you go. So it's just like
we're not traders,
right? But that's the thing, right? We're not traders. We don't have to be. But as investors, right, which we are, we all are investors. It's important to understand the big picture, where we're at and where we're going. So just like Karim was saying, look at how price. I mean, Bitcoin literally rode the middle band of the RSI for 4 years straight.
Yes, sir.
Literally from 2015 to 3 years straight, 2015 to 2018, nonstop, and it just went up. So you think of this middle band as support for price. That's really what it is, because this is momentum saying, okay, this is when it's time to buy the dip. Literally, that's what that's saying. Literally. So what you're looking at right now is when you're buying at these price levels, right? You're hoping that market structure is providing support that from then on forward, because you're not buying at a good price level, right? It doesn't mean there's no value there, but the price you're getting is not a good one. And that's the important thing to understand. That's why the time to buy is when it's scariest, right? Because ultimately you're going to be good regardless after that point. But it's the hardest thing to do mentally, because humans are not built for that psychologically, and that's why investing and trading is so difficult for a lot of people.
Yeah, and you can even see the MACD already crossed, and it's going down, and it's about to cross that neutral zone. You can even zoom out. You can see it's about to cross the neutral zone, and then look at that. That's disgusting.
Yeah. I mean, so let's look at this, right? This is the area here of the topping action, right? This is that area where price went parabolic. I don't even have to look at the chart to know. I just know, given the shape of the RSI and how it's just going one direction, right? And the reason is because of the rate of change. When something's going in one direction, the rate of change is going to decrease over time unless it's literally going vertical. That's the only way, because then the rate of change is going to have to decrease because it's going across time, right? So in order for it to maintain that momentum, it has to literally be one. It has to be equivalent. The rate of change has to be equivalent across every period of time, right? Otherwise, it's going to be, it has to slow down because you're not going to stay at that constant velocity, right? It's like when you're throwing a ball and you throw it up in the air. It doesn't just go up. It ultimately comes back down. It's the same exact thing, right? When we're looking at price, even though we know Bitcoin is going vertically this way, or not vertically, but horizontal to up, right? Rise over run. The decrease, the momentum is going to have to decrease over time by default because price isn't going vertical. So it has to fall back, right? So when we zoom out, that's exactly what we see. You see? I mean, and it's, again, it's about understanding how the world works. You don't have to know anything about markets to understand how to make money in this thing, because I just explained this without looking at the chart. And if you understand a little physics, it may complete sense to you, right? But that's only if. There's a million different ways to explain it. That's just one of the many ways.
Yep. And Manny, here's the funny part, right? Is like I really hope that I'm wrong here. But again, if this RSI does not go back up and break that trend line downsize and enter the gray area, shit, people better be ready. Because that's the thing about, right, tops, so to speak, right? He just shows up out of the blue, right? So again, he can try to go touch 60K again, and then, because again, the F2 pools and the people dumping and all this other stuff, this is how you get to see on the weekly and the big chart, because that's why I changed that RSI, because you need a massive amount of Bitcoin to change that thing, because a massive amount of Bitcoin was bought to push the price up this high. So again, and this is what we usually call a distribution, right? Like the big smart money is kind of exiting, selling without, showing it too much into the price, so to speak. So that's why you have to use RSI and MACD to kind of see what's going on, because the price is not really helping you. The price is going, we're going up, but they're unloading right now.
And that's why we talk about sentiment check, right? That's exactly why we talk about sentiment check, because what they're doing is suckering people in so that they can sell. That's how it works. That's how they did it in 2007. That's how they did it in 2000, in 1999 to 2000. That's how they did it in 98. That's just how they do it, right? Like every time there's a top, they sucker the retail in.
2017 too, when they say, you heard, right? Goldman Sachs is reopening the trading desk. When I heard that,
oh
my God. Every time those dudes shows up, it's always bearish.
Yeah, you always want to go the opposite way. You always want to go the opposite way of Goldman Sachs. Pro tip, for sure. Exactly. From the quant gang.
Just like in 2017, ETF, and then the next day that was the top.
Right? I have friends that work there. I would always fuck with them because it was, it's a well-known thing. It's not even uncommon. It's well-known. You always fade them.
So the Mayer multiple is another thing that you may be familiar with that could be an indicator whether the market is overbought, and it's based on the 200-day moving average of Bitcoin. And here we can see that since the creation of Bitcoin, the average Mayer multiple is 1.38, and at 55K today we stand at a Mayer multiple of 2.31, and so that means that the Mayer multiple has historically been higher than today's value only 10% of the time. So 90% of the time you could buy Bitcoin cheaper.
That's crazy.
There you go.
Than today.
That's another pro tip again, because Trace, man, and it makes sense the way you explain. And again, we're not saying it's going to zero. We're just saying this is something to be on the lookout. Be careful. You know what I mean? Switch and load up your T-share if you haven't already. I tweeted, we crossed 17,000 already. So it's just be aware. Don't be naive. Know what's going on. Because the problem is when Bitcoin gets hit, all those other shit coins are going to get hit too. So it's just make sure you get ready for that. Now, obviously, good news for Ethereum. Ethereum is bullish because it's quote unquote major news coming in. But again, that doesn't mean you can't have a correction for a little bit, and then the price pump for the June, update and the burning of the fee and all this other stuff. But what's amazing also, Maddie, is that typically when Bitcoin signal is top, I mean, again, historically, right? No expectation or anything, but usually that's when Ethereum goes on his run too.
Yeah.
So
That's what I've been thinking.
That's when Bitcoin dominance subsides, I think, is what they call it, right? Bitcoin dominance.
A lot of the Bitcoin whales are also Ethereum whales. They forget that. So they're watching, and the same thing we're watching. Make no mistake. They've been in rodeo since way back when. They know
crypto's a small market, man. I'm not the only guy out here. You're not the only guy out here.
Yeah, they could be sitting with their Bitcoin just waiting. Okay, is this the top? Is this the top? So I can just upload and then just switch to Ethereum, right? So it's like it would be perfect because let's say it shows up by the end of the month or whatever, right? Because traditional market is going to do some shit or whatever. Then perfect. They exit, they rotate, and then Ethereum pumps, and then again narrative kicks in. Deflationary again. The YouTubers are talking about it again. Oh, Ethereum! Like literally last week they were talking about Cardano, right? Cardano made his little mini top. now they're back in Ethereum.
Perfect timing, huh?
The fees going down, and It's just so fucking hilarious. And then
that's a good. So let's talk about that. That's sentiment check right there, right? I don't watch any YouTube furu, so I really didn't know that. So that's good to know. So that gives me a reason to look at them. So there's a little tip for the crowd, right? Because I really didn't even think of that because I don't look at YouTube furus at all. So there you go.
So it's almost like you guys are saying that it would be like a more transparent market and it would be like better for price. You know, if people could somehow like lock their Bitcoin or lock their Ethereum and then like publish those results or make them open, right? So you don't know who's locking the coins, but you know that the coins are locked. And even, you know, like here's a crazy idea. If you like said like how long you were locking the coins, right? That'd be pretty cool.
Exactly.
Yeah, that'd be kind of crazy. I wonder how that would work.
That's a great cool shirt. For sure. Yeah, so that was kind of like, you know, micro environment, whatever. But again, no matter what, I'm excited for the you know what's to come. They're gonna send the stimulus check or whatever, but then you just watch the market and just be ready. That's all this means. Just something can happen very shortly. Just be ready. Look at the chart, stop loss, and if you don't want to waste time, then just lock up your t-shirt. That's all you gotta do. So
now the other top indicators that Richard had mentioned, which are continuing to play out, is the whole NFT market, which he likens to the ICO and the NFT craze that happened right before the bubble burst, or really the normal correction that happens in Bitcoin that happened in 2017, right? And started the bear market, which we all can't wait for. You know, we are the only people here in crypto who are not short crypto, who are so excited for the bear market. We just can't wait, you know? And so part of these, so I mean, that's the thing about, you know, it's not Tulip Mania, that's like fake news, but the thing about like natural tops of markets is that it's really hard to say, like, so you've got the guy from Tron, right? Who kept like shutting people down, like the Joker on DLive, like he owns that platform. And Justin Sun, like he keeps like changing the terms and conditions of like his own streaming platform to like make himself more rich. And like, you know, I joined, and then like 3 days later they changed like their promise that they said that they would always keep. So I can attest to that. But like, you know, then he makes Tron. I don't think Tron's doing very well compared to like probably when he sold
falling
it.
Off the top 20.
And you know, of course, he's like always paying $100,000 per byte whenever he gets together with Warren Buffett, and tries to do like a big media like blitz there and try to get free marketing, you know, for only so many millions of dollars to eat with Warren Buffett. And
it's at a
I haven't heard Warren Buffett say he's going to buy Bitcoin, so that lunch really didn't go the way I wanted it to.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. Before you continue with that, he wouldn't say it either. Just so you know, he wouldn't tell you either. So don't ever look for him to tell you. He'll shit talk it and buy it all day, but he'll never tell you he's buying it.
Yeah, he'll just take your money. That's it.
Yeah, because then you're going to make it more expensive for him.
And again, this is the sad part because Justin kind of doesn't care because it's not his money. It's the people that he gets wrecked to. And then, he can just go waste that. Because Manny, this is the crazy part. He creates the hype, pays the Warren Buffett thing, right? But guess what? The hype gets his money back plus more.
Yeah, that's a little marketing. That's a little marketing budget for him, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's a little marketing budget for him.
It's a major loss for the people. Again, not a promise BS coin type thing. You know what I mean? And then even when he does, we're gonna buy so and so company and this and that sort of stuff. Same thing. Hype, more money comes in. He buys the thing, but he gets all the money back plus more. And then the coin is, of course, useless because, again, there's no token economics. You already have Tron. You're supposed to do the integration. Now you got Tron. Now you got BTT. There's too many coins. So you don't catch that synergy you need to create price appreciation because there's too many fucking coins. And then the whole thing just dies. And then you're on the next drug, the next hype. And when there's no more hype, which there is none because all the stuff, bull market comes in, Bitcoin is still on top of the news. And now you just get washed by the wayside. I mean, it's just sad because people get wrecked
all the time. So let me talk about that. Go ahead, Manny. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. Okay. So Justin, he's added again. He bid $2 million to buy Jack Dorsey's first tweet, which now you can buy tweets supposedly as NFTs on a certain website. Guess what? Sorry, bro. You got outbid by some Chinese investor who paid $2.5 million in a bid. Of course, this is all being paid in Ethereum, not in Bitcoin, because let's be honest, Ethereum can actually be used for things like auctioning. I myself did drop like $3 here and there on some of Elon's tweets when they first came out. So then I'll always be marketed as in the history of the people who bid. Now, I don't have to worry that I'm going to win the bid because I don't think Elon's going to sell any tweets to me for like in between $3 and $30. But I did get to see how the system works. And if they do an airdrop, I'm going to be rich and I'm going to buy more HEX.
Right. Which is what matters.
But the thing is, like, again, it's another top indicator, and it's kind of sad to some degree because
it is.
If we go to the philosophical way, let's just say, hey, it's your money, do whatever you want to be for it. But what that tells me in a scary way is like, wait a minute. So does that mean that? Because technically, right now we tweet, right, or whatever. Twitter owns that; they own the platform. Now, when you do something like that, does that mean my tweet is no longer my tweet? Does that mean somebody can buy you out, sort of sway your tweet, and then censors you? You know what I mean? Like, this is kind of scary because the moment you start doing like that, people can be just right off like that. So I'm just saying that's a slippery slope. I mean, there's certain things that just, that's just my 2 cents. It's just I think
we're already there.
It's literally almost bribery to the point where
talking about
hey, I'm gonna buy
top indicators.
Yeah, like
people are paying for tweets.
In a funny way, listen.
I mean, that's what I think that is. Yeah, I think that's the top indicator.
In a funny way, right? This is actually what McAfee went to prison for. People don't realize he was selling fucking tweets for the ICOs and stuff, and tweeting about this, tweeting about that. They were literally paying him $100,000 per tweet, whatever. Yes, he was promoting those security, but if you go back to the core function, it's basically that. It's like, hey, do this for me, and then put a tweet. I'm gonna buy that tweet, which basically is indirect funding, kind of like bribery.
Yeah, that's like advertising, right?
It's now everybody that's an influencer. This is why they're all jumping into fucking NFT garbage. Even the people don't understand. Some rich people like to stay rich and they will still be greedy, right? Mark Cuban, he's like, wait a minute, those idiots gonna buy whatever I say because I have a whatever and I can charge $10,000. That's the easiest money they ever fucking made. So they're gonna do that,
and they're not afraid to make it.
Either. Of course, Gary V, same thing, because they have a brand, so they can play the whole.
And they know they can play the game,
and then the other people are gonna get wrecked, and they're gonna make money regardless because they remember that they are the influencer, they are the one that have the eyeballs, so they're gonna play some type of promotion behind it. So to me, it's just disgusting for that.
I think McAfee got paid. Don't quote me on this, but the impression that I got was that he got paid in the coins, and then he sold them as he was promoting it. So he was dumping on people's heads who he was trying to buy.
But you see the essence? You are getting money for tweets, which is indirectly what this door. I mean, and again, listen, I don't think Jack Dorsey needs the money. If anything, maybe he's going to donate it to charity or whatever. But that's a can of worm that ideally I wouldn't like to see open because there's people out there motivated. I mean, again, what do you think Justin is doing? Start a fucking PR campaign. Oh, 2 million. It's basically say, hey, I'm still relevant. Hey, talk about Trump. Hey, I still got money from other people that I wrecked. And then he's just trying to create a buzz. Then he's going to pump the coin. Then the idiots and the writers are going to be like, oh, narrative. Wait a minute. He did this. Price went up. So therefore, that must be because of Trump. When it's literally just a pump and dump move. Let me be in the news, be something outlandish, create a pump, get people in, dump on their heads, get all that money back plus more. And guess what? Like you said, guy gets outbid, which means he gets his 2 mil back.
Yeah, but he made the news.
Like, it's just people need to understand. Like,
celebrities are FOMOing into this. Like Obama, like, is selling his tweet that says like 4 more years, and he's like hugging his wife. Like,
some dumbass will buy that bullshit too. Fucking retards, man.
So it's like, yeah, it's crazy, and like it's almost like, you know, it'd be cool if there was something invented on the blockchain that like was fungible. And so then, like, it wasn't only the people who cared about that one tweet that would buy it, but it'd be like anybody who, let's say, like, wanted something of value, like being able to transport their money through time to their future self.
Right.
Almost like, you know, that'd be cool.
Let's talk about that, right? Because there's something that people that are new to crypto and maybe not really even new, but just new compared to me, that you guys just need to understand. The shit that you're seeing now is what's called a psychological operation, psychological warfare operation. Okay. What does that mean? That means you're going to have the media making things look like what they're not. That's essentially what that means. So when that happens, you need to understand that everything that's being sold to you as a good bill of sale is actually a whole pile of shit. And that's a fact. That's how it works. Okay, this is why Warren Buffett and whoever the fuck else is going to sell you whatever crypto, whatever sounds good right now. This is why NFTs are hot. This is why you have all these people talking about crypto that you never heard talking about crypto before. This is what happens in every market top. This is where distribution comes from. This is why it looks like Bitcoin is going back to the moon. This is why it looks like Ethereum is going back to 2000. This is how it works. Take notes, believe what you want, but be well advised, because these are the facts.
And be ready. That's the key. Exactly, T-Don. Facts.
There's no I in Coinbase.
Ooh, that's deep. That is deep. And this is the sad part, because again, those people, first of all, they came late to the party because buying Bitcoin at 3K was the move.
I mean, hold on. Yeah. Let's highlight something important.
Yeah,
because this is important. People are out here following people that haven't been even through a bear market in crypto.
Exactly.
Yes.
Okay. So you got to understand, you got to know the market.
Yep. Celebrity doesn't mean shit when you never been to a
it doesn't mean a motherfucking thing when you don't know anything.
And they're acting like they know stuff. And they're doing
that's dangerous.
I mean, we want them for the eyeball, but like they should be letting the other pros really teaching, or worse, they know about it because they have their advisors, but they're like, hey, let me cash out on this thing real quick. Let me ride the hype. Let me use my clout, right? That's the sad part. Leading their followers, because guess what? Their followers for them, and I know it sounds painful, but people need to understand, their followers becomes their liquidity. I mean, shit. Yep. How many times we see even that in crypto right now?
That's how it works.
Big influencer, so to speak. That's
how it works. That's why Ripple got in trouble, right? Because they were dumping on holders' heads.
Oh, by the way, and guess what? Fucking MoneyGram just fucking bounced and escaped good motherfuckers. Oh, we out. Yeah, we never liked Ripple.
Oh, yeah.
It fucking showed up. Bro, it's so fucking hilarious. They're like, no, we're not involved. We always knew that was shit. Because when shit hit the fans, you see.
Yeah, nobody wants to be associated. Exactly.
They exposed that they were selling coins the whole time.
Yeah.
Wow.
So they got free money, and then they fucking shit, and they dissociate themselves. Oh my god.
They didn't even like it in the beginning.
Incredible.
Disgusting.
Incredible.
But again, what Karim say all the time, it's all about personal responsibility. At the end of the day, you make the choice. At the end of the day, especially if you've been in crypto for a while, if you're new, I hope you watch this video, this stream. I understand. It's not just about just hopes and dream. Nothing goes up in a straight line. Like Bitcoin could correct right now to like 40,000, 30,000, and
it's still bullish.
Exactly, it's still the bull market. That's how far up it went. So all I'm saying is be ready for that and look at the indicators. I really hope I'm wrong and this RSI makes a new high and then break the bearish diversion and then we just go about our day. Because guess what? Sooner or later, because HEX is so perfectly like a ratio, Bitcoin goes up, Ethereum goes up, we go up. I don't care who it is. Whoever's dumping the price just exiting, we're just going to leave you behind. The beach ball is about to explode. So I'm not even worried about that. I'm just doing a public service announcement for those who still have a lot of whatever Bitcoin out there think, oh yeah, greed's gonna kill you, especially if you own that thing since it was 4 or 5K and you went up to 55 and you're like, oh, I just need another 5,000 move, right? And then
that's when they get you.
I wish, blah, blah, blah. Meanwhile, you could have transferred that money else with more gains. Meanwhile, you could have bought more T-share at a lower price. Let's remind everybody, right? The 15 is just next week. Meanwhile, there's so many other things you could have done, prepare for the long run and not be stressed out, worried about what's going to happen this week, next week. But yeah, make no mistake. Jerome Powell already said inflation is here. That's his signal to say, be warned, I'm about to drop this thing. And then they're raising the yield. So unless I see the indicators go the other way, this is the time to exert caution. That's all. That's what we're talking about. We're not saying, hey.
Yeah. So Maddie, pull up my screen real quick so I can pull up some interest rates.
Please.
Perfect.
Let me know when you're.
Shit, that thing is still going up.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
that's a critical level right here.
It's been good. Yeah, we're at a critical point in time right now. It's been going up. Here? So what we're looking at right now is a 30-year U.S. government bond yield.
Yep.
And basically what I want to show is basically what Karim's been saying, but just in a different way. Yields have been going up essentially since the summertime. And what that does is that it puts stress on the financial markets, right? Because what happens is that just like in crypto, people use stable coins for funding of positions, right? But in Wall Street, it's more prevalent. It's not as, small potato as it is in crypto because Wall Street has been operating like this for at least 25 years, where short-term funding is how things are done. So when you're looking at a short-term rate, now we're going to go to the 2-year yield. What we're seeing is, and now what's funny, right? It doesn't look like much, right? Because you're looking at it, and here you're looking at 0.09%, right? But now we went all the way to 0.02%, basically. But right now we're at 0.16. So what's happened basically is that companies and entities' funding costs in general has gone up. What's that? 50, 60%, 40%, whatever the number is.
The craziest part is that the bond market, as you can see also, is kind of like what they usually call, the shadow, right? Shadow market, the real economy that tells you what is going on. And what's scary is that first, the 30-year yield goes up a lot, but technically speaking, you still have time, meaning it's a 30-year yield. So it's okay. It can cool off and come back. The problem is when 30-year goes up and then 10 years start to go up and then 5 years and then 3 years and then 2 years. This is when it gets scary and scary because those people, let's say I'm a company and I need money, I'm desperate and I'm already fucking lost, right? I want to borrow money as cheap as I can so I can borrow more money and then pay back the old loan, right? But when my interest rates start to go up on my loan and on the short-term loan as well,
it's a problem.
It's a big problem because if my loan is 30 years and it goes up, I don't care because I can go buy a 10-year loan and then just keep swapping it, right? So I can buy time. The problem is when the short-term ones start to rise as well, that's a problem because they also borrow the short-term. It's so over-leveraged. It's like I borrow the 30 years, I can't pay, so I borrow 10 years to pay 30 years. Then I borrow 5 years to pay 10 years. Then I borrow 2 years to pay 5. You know what I mean? It's a vicious cycle. So when the short term start to rise, the pressure increase. So because the bond market is fast and slow at the same time, meaning it's fast in terms of it moves trillions of dollars. So those little moves are like massive moves, but it's slow in terms of it start from a mile away before it comes. but know that it's coming. The boogeyman is coming.
Yeah, I got the chart that gives you the goodies too right here. I mean, this isn't a chart you're going to see anywhere. This is a very professional level chart. Very few people, even on Wall Street, even know this chart is something to look at. So I'm going to explain this chart. So please, stick with me. If you get lost, let me know. I'll pull up the chat just in case. But this chart here is essentially the chart that tells people that make billions of dollars, throughout their time trading. And this is where I learned this chart from. I learned it from Stanley Druckenmiller, and this is the U.S. 2-year yield versus the Fed funds spread. And essentially what we're looking at here is how far behind or how far ahead is the Federal Reserve in how they're controlling or trying to control the short-term interest rate part of the curve.
Yep.
And long story short, when the blue line is rolling over, like we're seeing here, as you guys can see, this is right before the crisis of 2005, 2006, 2007, right? The real estate crisis. And as we can see, this line really cracked in March 2006. But then the spread really broke in June 2006.
Yep, delay time.
Delaying time. It's giving you the signal. It's telling you, hey, there's a fire getting started here. And the interesting thing to note is how long it just went sideways. And the Fed did nothing this whole time. Literally nothing. Nothing. Until they finally had an emergency meeting, I think maybe March 2007 because of Bear Stearns. And I think that's why, I'm pretty sure that's why I went up here. But I mean, they really didn't do much of anything for this whole period of time, right? And this is why the curve still kept going down and down and down into this negative zone, because they had to begin cutting rates and they weren't doing that. So that's what that sign is, right? The Fed funds was lagging behind the 2-year yield, and that's why it was going negative, because again, this is the US 2-year yield versus the Fed funds rate. So if the value is negative, what that means is that that front interest rate is moving faster to the downside than the negative one, than the back one, than the back one. I'm sorry, in the back one. So in this instance, we have the longer dated yield in the front, and that one is running negative, meaning the yield further out is lower in value than the one closer to you, which is completely opposite of any financial norm.
Yes, this is what they call a yield curve inversion.
Correct.
And this is why it gets dangerous. And in simple words, guys, it means the cost of borrowing short term becomes more expensive than the cost of borrowing long term. Which technically doesn't make any fucking sense. But again, this is when you get a lot of problems, because those people are playing with borrowed money on borrowed money on borrowed money. So when the longer term is at a lower rate than the shorter term, you can still play that game. But when it's reversed, now you're different ball game. All that debt you've been accumulating all of a sudden collapse. Because understand something, this is so funny. There's not enough money right now, no matter what, if everybody pays to pay back the debt. The debt is always greater than all the money available. So let's be clear about that.
That's true. That is true. But that's the whole thing, right? When you're looking at this line rolling over, what this line is saying is that there's stress in the market. Look, we had stress in the market in mid-90s, right? This was I can't remember what it was. I think there was something in Asia in the mid-90s. But then you had the Asia, something else. Then you had Russia, and then Asia, or maybe it was Asia and then Russia. I can't remember which one, which was which. Then you had LTCM. Oh, maybe that was Asia, Russia, then LTCM, or maybe I can't remember. I can't remember the order anymore. It's been too long. But you had some serious global macroeconomic stressors on the system, and that's what this chart is showing you. This blue line is letting you know that when it rolls over, the Federal Reserve is behind the ball on what they're supposed to be doing to control the economy, right? And that gives you a signal that you can start looking for great trades to place in a myriad of fashions. I mean, I can do a video, I can do a 20-hour live stream just on this alone, because it's that serious. It's really that serious.
And we're getting close to that same inflection point.
Yeah,
the blue and
I was just getting there because we're hitting now these lines. You guys know these lines are to be respected.
You guys want to see a 20-hour live stream of whales?
No. That was just an exaggeration.
I do.
That was just an exaggeration. But look, the thing about this curve that's so great is that it really gives you all of the goodies. I mean, I've never showed this chart before. I don't even show this to my friends. But, wow. I mean, this thing is the real deal. Because it really, like, if you know your economic history, you're going to look back and you're going to be like, yeah, this chart really does capture everything. Because, again, it's capturing those economic stresses within how, right? Because this is what it's about. It's about the how this market functions. It's important to understand that because that is how you know, okay, if these companies can't borrow short term because it's too expensive, how the hell are they going to be able to operate to make cash flow to pay off their long-term expenses? You see? So it's this weird juggling act that these companies have to do that doesn't make any sense, but that's how things run nowadays. So what happened in 2008, right, back here, is that they literally put a pause on these companies doing this stupidity, right? And we're still seeing that today. And what happened last year in 2019 is, and this is when we had that vol. So I don't know if you guys know anything about this. This might be a little bit out of the scope of the conversation, but it is important to note. So February to March 2019, there was a volatility explosion in the legacy markets. I don't know what happened in crypto because I wasn't watching this shit, so I really can't speak to it.
And this was the beginning of the crash when they talk about the bond markets having the KO and the nonsense. And that was way before you saw it on the stock market, literally 6 months to 8 months before.
Yeah, because there's a thing that you guys might not know about the bond market. The bond market is the market with all the smart investors, period.
It's the real economy. The black market, they call it. If this thing blows, we're done.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
Like no, and you know what's funny, Karim? You joke, but here's something that people should know. This is kind of fucked up. This market could blow up, and the stock market could keep flying higher, and then eventually just collapse, like without notice, because this is the market that dominates that market.
And Maddie, this is when the idiot is gonna start talking about narrative and this and that. They have no fucking clue.
Because they got nothing else to hold on to.
Exactly. And then they're gonna say, somebody sneezed over there. And then that's his fault. Just like what? Hopefully
it's crazy, bro. But this is really like, you can look at gold, you can look at the dollar, you can look at whatever you want, but this is really the cookie in the cookie jar that's tucked away that people don't know is there.
Yeah.
And you're welcome.
And I want to touch on that too. So, and also in simple terms, I want people watching to visualize what this intersection where Wells is right now, the last part is going to be key because the yield are rising. Here's the problem.
Right.
They're not supposed to, and they can't rise too high. Because if there are more clash is going to happen, and you're going to see the red and the yellow start to tank even more, adding more stress, and then it's a cascade effect. Now the liquidation comes in, and now it gets disgusting. Now, basic example, let's say you borrow a lot of property, and let's say you have 10 houses. Okay, I'm going to use a house analogy so it's easier. And let's say, of course, you did it with a lot of borrowed money, right? Some houses you borrow at 5%, some you borrow at 3%, some you borrow at 1%, just to kind of give an idea. And of course, you still owe a bunch of money on those houses. But hey, when the market was so low and the interest rate was so low, you didn't care because you can afford to pay the monthly payment. So basically,
big mistake.
You bought the first three houses, and then you were just making the monthly payment because the interest rate was low. And then the equity of those houses went up. Equity of those houses went up. You borrowed the money from that equity and you went to buy the other houses. So again, creating that dynamic, that cascading. Now, what happened is when the yields start to go up a lot, in this example here, where you will just keep living on that borrowed money, and especially when not just the yield going up, but the short term, because you always borrow short term to pay the long term. But when the short term also start to go up a lot, it brings a lot of stress, and then you can't pay your bill no more. then you become delayed, then you become delinquent, which, by the way, wink, wink, half Americans, sadly, right now have missed at least their mortgage payments for the last, I'm talking about delinquent, which means you reach 90 days, you didn't pay the mortgage.
Greater than 90 days is when you're delinquent.
This is some serious fucking shit. They put that shit on pause because the whole system was about to collapse. But again, they're about to unwind some of that out. So what ended up happening is now you can't pay. Now what happened is you get liquidated on that first house because you can't pay. You have to repo. Well, guess what? You are using house number 1, 2, and 3 to pay the rest because you were borrowing that equity. Now that equity just got destroyed, right? Or let's say you were using your stock or whatever, collateral. It just got destroyed. Now you don't have enough money in equity to afford the payment of the other house. And you see what I'm saying? Now it becomes a cascading effect. It's like a forced liquidation, just like in DeFi, when people use their collateral, they go borrow the fucking money, but then the value of the collateral is going down when the market goes down, and then they just force liquidate you and you lose everything. This is how the cascading effect happened. And this is how, crisis of the subprime. So the yield going on the bond market is very dangerous because people underestimate how much borrowed money is out there. People just living on the premium and do all kinds of risky stuff. You know what I mean? Especially hedge fund and some other rich people, because guess what? They do it with your fucking money. They do it with your asset, not theirs. So worst case scenario, it's a perfect asymmetrical risk reward for them. They make money. It's billions of dollars. They lose money. They're going to tell you the market was bad. And then you lose your home. You lose your shit. And then they just say, hey, let's just close the position and let's just go home. Right? So this is where this blue is important, because if you cross and you stay up too high, too long, everything is just going to come down as a cascading effect, which is why I'm looking at that time, because the Fed doesn't have a choice right now. Wells, can you go back to that yield on the 10-year, please?
So the central banker gets to go home, but you don't get to go home because your house got liquidated because
exactly.
They gave you too much credit that they created.
Yes. And now it's even worse. This one is the scariest one, because this is what's happening now. The Fed has been playing this game for a while. They don't want the yield to go up too much. The same way they don't want gold to be too valuable, because that's going to stress on the dollar and whatever. So, but the problem is people are realizing every day and more that the dollar is fucking worthless. It's a junk. So nobody wants to buy it. Foreign entity don't want to buy it. So they have to raise the yield. Imagine it's kind of like, it's like OA has to push APY high to attract buyers. Because if OA doesn't do that, then it's like, what makes you better than the next guy, right? The government have to do that because the rest of the world is a fucking negative. So when you're at negative interest rate, 1 to 2% looks good. But the problem is they desperately need more and more money. They need more bag holder of fiat dollar. So they're going to keep rising the rate until they get enough funding. And since the government, how do they fund money? They print garbage, right? And they create those IOUs, and they need people to be bag holders. But the smart investors, they'll be like, listen, I'm not going to be a bag holder if you don't give me a yield. So that's why they have to push it up. And all that is happening with computers. It's all electronic, because it's, again, bid and ask. If you don't raise the yield, nobody buys. Nobody buys, you're in trouble because you need money, because they're broke. They got no money. But the problem is, as the yield rise, it adds stress on the other assets. So this is the tug of war right now. If you don't raise the yield, people lose faith more and more to the dollar. They flee, and it gets even more worthless. But if we also raise the yield, then the market starts to collapse because it's so fragile. So this is kind of the battle that we're seeing right now. We're at an inflection point right now. If
and
this
how does that
breaks out, sorry, Matty, go ahead.
How does that relate to what we just looked at earlier in the program, which was the strengthening dollar? Is that's because of the negative interest rates all around the rest of the world? People want to go into the dollar, and then they have to decide whether they want to get into the short-term treasury.
It's all connected. Look at it like this. I raise the yield to create attraction. Attraction comes. The way attraction comes, dollar index go up. Because it's all swapping. It's like me being on Bitcoin and I switch to Ethereum, right?
Okay,
it's the same thing. So the yen, the euro, and all the other worthless stuff who are doing negative, they're like, oh wow, dollar is rising yield. Let's go over there. So as they go over there, DXY goes up. So if 10-year and 30-year constantly goes up, I can already predict that DXY is going to constantly go up. Because it's a function. The more yield you give, the more trillion will come. Because for them, besides the shitty return, it's the safest thing on the planet. Again, backed up by guns, right? Biggest economy in the world, blah, 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 blah. So They only leave when the interest is shitty because they're like, yeah. You're the most certified, but you don't pay me shit. I'm gonna go away. It's the same way you tell people, hey, this is the best product over here, but they're gonna be like, yeah, but the shit coin over there has a more higher yield, so I'm gonna go to the shit coin, right? It's the same thing. It's incentives. So they have to raise the yield because they need the dollar to go back up. So everything is connected. That's why we're pointing those charts, because if 10-year yield constantly rise, because it's the most popular one, 30 years is a long time. Nobody cares about that. But it helps for the long-term curve. But 10-year is the most important one. 10-year rise, people buy that. People buy that, DXY goes up. Because to buy the treasury, just like in HEX, for you to stake, you need to go buy the asset. You need to go buy the HEX first, right? So for you to get the yield on the treasury, you need dollars. So you go buy the dollar, DXY goes up. DXY goes up, stock market start to go down. Everything is connected. So I just hope this thing comes down because it's on a parabolic rise. But again, what did Jerome Powell said last week? He said there's a little bit too much inflation. That's the signal to say, hey, the Fed's trying to pump the brakes. So we're going to allow some yield here so that you guys can come buy the dollar, which is going to collapse the market a little bit because we can't let the dollar be too worthless, especially when we're about to print so much money again to pay the stimulus and all the other stuff. So we need more bag holder because we're about to print more coin. It's literally the same shit.
Yep, pretty much.
So you can just literally turn off the TV, just look at this chart. If this guy don't come down, the higher it goes, the more worry I get. Now, as you can see throughout the years, there's a lot of dead cat bounce. So let's hope for the sake of everybody, because I'm not wishing any ill on anybody, but if this thing decides to go south, be prepared.
Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen.
How does the printing of money, like, how does that influence, like, the strength of the dollar and this chart?
It makes it more worth it. Imagine that you're just printing more coin in the circulation. So circulation supply goes up, right? So it has to kind of rebase to the downside because people are realizing that you're printing more coin. So I'm going to sell off your shit to go to the other shit because there's more coin. It's like inflation, just like in crypto.
Which decreases, like, the trade,
the value.
Like the
the unit
balance,
increase,
right?
But the value goes lower. It's like you heard about this project, you like it a lot, and then you hear about like there's an inflation bug, or you hear about they're about to print so much more money. What do? You exit because you're like, fuck that. The same way you hear about deflationary, about them destroying more money or whatever, which indirectly that's what the Fed is doing by raising interest rate. They know it's going to create some little mini cracks and crash and liquidate some people. That's a way to destroy debt too. It's
exactly.
It's like a token burn. They're doing a token burn right now. Every time goes up.
So I'm getting confused, even though I'm understanding more and more. So like, does the Fed want the dollar? The Fed doesn't want the dollar to be too strong because then the debt
doesn't want it to be too weak too,
right?
Because we don't want to be like Venezuela. You got to be very, very important. The moment you hit hyperinflation too hard and you lose control, because right now they're playing ninja right now. It's like you're holding a big ball of fire in your hand and you think you're going to juggle it. It's a very dangerous thing. But again, I got to give them some credit. They've been doing it for a while. They act like they're pro. But again, that's what we got in 2008. That's what we got a lot of this other stuff because there's repercussion. But they don't care about you and me. They only care about the system. And they got to keep printing money because it's a debt-based system. Because guess what? That dollar goes around the world and they can control more things. Because the only way the Ponzi works is they got to keep printing more money because the system is flawed by default. There's always going to be more debt than the amount paid back. So if you owe $100, there's only maybe $80 in the system. Even if you print, you create more debt. That money needs to go back. So there's never going to be more. There's always going to be more debt than what you can pay back. Even though everything goes well and you return all the money you borrowed, you still can't pay because there's always more debt than real money. So they have to keep printing to stay ahead of the charade. That's why it's a yield curve. As long as you 5, 10, 20 years ahead from the boogeyman, he can never catch up to you. Even though he runs behind you, but you just run faster. It's like somebody's chasing you at 80 miles an hour. As long as you're doing 100, you're ahead. But the moment you start to slow down or start to go lower, he catch up to you. So they can't let it keep.
They could keep the interest rates low for longer, but then that would not bring other countries' GDP to us.
It's all fake. They sell fake numbers.
It's all fake.
They print the money and then they create fake growth. It's just the same. If you look at this chart, this is literally like 30, 40 years. I mean, it's a long-term downtrend. That's what they want, because that's the only way the debt system can work.
Yes.
But the problem is this: you can play all this shit for many, many years, but the moment you lose control and this thing goes, there's nothing you can do.
This is realistically when they lost control right here. This dip, that's the great financial crisis. Because if you look at the slope, right? The slope is really the key, because the slope is the rate of change. Okay, and we have to remember that this is, like Karim's been saying, a debt-based economy, and in order to have a debt-based economy function a certain way, it has to. What the hell is going on? It has to work. It has to be a slow process, right? It can't just be an automatic debasement, because then everything is just gonna collapse, right? So that's what. Oh, I know why.
And Maddie, as you print more, you need more bag holder, because if you don't get more bag holder, you're gonna go Venezuela overnight. The only reason why we're better than Venezuela, and funny joke, we print trillion more money than them, is because our bag holder is the rest of the world.
Yeah, that's the only reason.
Print more people and you can print more money, but what you're showing,
70% of global trade is US dollar. That's the only fucking reason why this charade has continued the way it's continued.
Yeah.
But the value of the dollar is still down 97%. It's just to tell you. But now there's a shift starting to happen where people are saying, okay, we're done with this. Unless you pay us yield, we're not going to buy this worthless thing anymore, because now we got other options. Now we got Bitcoin. Now we got X, Y, and Z coin. And this is the only reason why the gold bugs are scratching their head, because they should be winning. Gold should be at, $5,000, $10,000. But it's not, because it's being suppressed, because they control the currency. They control the money printing. And again, they slow the velocity of money. They can print 10 trillion with a keystroke. But if it's stuck in the stock market or on their balance sheet and never hits circulation, it's like the money never hit. It's like OA got all the coin, but it's not hitting circulation.
Is Whales going to show us that the debt-based system lost control when it went below 3.69% inflation?
Yep, something like that. So if you guys look at my chart, basically what I'm showing. All right, so let me start from the top. So this is essentially the entire credit-based cycle that we've been living in since 1981. It really went prevalent with Greenspan in 86, which is what we're seeing in this nice little collapse of interest rates here, right? But the interesting thing is that at first, when he first came in, he actually bumped them up because he had the crash of 87 to contend with and whatnot, blah, 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 useless history. We're going to keep going. The main thing I want you guys to focus on is this blue channel. Okay? Because this is physics. This is physics, okay? So it's a controlled motion all the way down, right? Up until this point in time. This is when we now have the lab experiment lose control, and it starts going off the rails, so to speak. And that's what we're seeing here. Every time we see the yield leave this parallel path. So what's happening now is that things are just getting more and more out of control every time rates go down. So what I'm thinking, and I think this is exactly what Karim is saying, but in not so many words, is that we're reaching resistance here at this point in time, right? And we've hit a crux where it's either rates are about to fucking collapse and go negative here, which is going to make us all filthy, or rates are going to go, I mean, we're good either way. So like crypto's unaffected. Just to be clear.
In the long run.
Not even in the long run. Not really even in the long run, because the thing about it is we're at a precipice point, right? Because the dollar has been debased for 100 years. It's important to remember that. It's been 100 years plus already. The dollar's been constantly debased.
Well, so we're at a point. For crypto people, 6 months is a long time, so that's why.
Yeah, right.
But I agree with you. I just want to plug that real quick.
I forget that one. I've heard that one before. Yeah, I've heard that one before, man. I keep forgetting that one, and that's a good one because it's true. Right? It's so true because for crypto people, A few hours is a long time. And that's not anything in a market, man. You put a trade in, that shit won't go anywhere for fucking 3 weeks. You know what I'm saying? Easily. And that's just how that shit works. So if you're looking at the parallel path, which is these blue lines, right? This blue channel, right? The rates are just keep poking out lower and lower each and every time in a more successive fashion, right? So yeah, exactly. So what that's telling you is that they're losing. They've already lost control of the system. This is what this is telling you.
Wow.
And remember, Matty, that's the most important chart because that's the 10-year yield, the most popular, the one that really tells you what the economy is. Not 3 months, just that, but
the 10-year is what prices a lot of products, a lot of leasing arrangements, a lot of credit deals, a lot of things.
Loans,
the 5 and the 10 year. Loans, everything. Mortgages, all kinds of stuff. So that's why the 10 and the 5 year are really the two most important tenors on the yield curve.
Yep. So they've been trying to do this control structure. And by the way, Wells, again, beautiful drawing as always. So
Thank you, bro.
You get to see the manipulation because it's so textbook. You see the perfect channel control structure.
It really is textbook.
And this is why I was telling you way back when, Matty, it's a controlled demolition. They do all this other stuff. So
that's
once
right.
you understand this, you don't worry about narrative and this and COVID and blah, blah. No, they're trying to rebuild the system elsewhere and make us go all digital currency because they lost control. And this is why in 2019, when you heard about the bond market losing control, that was that. That was the channel.
Quick interruption. Ethereum is trading 1811 when the high was at 1870 plus when we first started the show.
There you go. Well,
there you go.
Hey, could be there again. We'll see. Well, and Matt is funny, right?
It's 1809. Like, it's going down. 1806. It's going down right now, brother.
Tell me what it is in 10 years.
Well, maybe they're watching the stream. But my point is, which I find kind of fascinating in the stock market, the major moves are always happening on a Tuesday or on a Wednesday.
On a random day. On a random day when you don't expect nothing to happen.
Not like a Monday, whatever. And then it's perfect because by the time people realize, and it's Friday, because it's like T+2 for the settlement.
Karim, you remember what's the name of that? When the flash crash in 2010, that was like a Thursday or something. It was like a May 6th. Let me see. It was like a Thursday or something. It was like the most randomest day of the week.
Yep.
It was the weirdest thing. Because it's not something you ever expect to happen, but it happens.
And this is also the demolition works, Matty. So we lost the channel. They lost control. They're trying to do damage control, but now it gets very risky because they have to do more volatile move. It's almost like what margin trading does. They're like, we have to lower the rate all the way to 0, and then they print too much, and then we have to raise the rate, and then they raise too fast. So now they're losing control. So now it creates those severe oscillation, like you saw the COVID dip liquidation, and now it's going back up like a beach ball. But because it dipped so hard, it could literally pump up so high. But the problem is if it goes up, this is where it gets insane, because now it becomes the biggest freaking like not short squeeze because it's going up, but let's say just like the biggest short squeeze in a way, because what's going to happen is it keeps going up, liquidates people, which makes it go up even more because people panic, they want to buy the dollar more, interest rate goes up even higher, so it becomes a spin ball, and then it just keeps ripping. And Wells, what was it in the Great Depression, or what was it, the highest? That was like 20%. What was the interest rate? What's the name? Way back when, like 50 years ago? At some point, you had that chart, I forgot. That can show how high interest rate can go. Because people forget, just 5-10 years ago, 20 years ago, you used to get like low-key, 4%, 5%, 6%. Matty, right now, the system is so fragile. If we go to 4% on interest for 10 years, which is really not that much. That's just like 10 years ago. The whole thing collapsed. Because it's so fragile, because this is the illusion the Fed thought they had. That's why they were raising rate casually, like they didn't care. We're going to add another basis point and this and that. And then the whole thing collapsed, and they were shocked because they thought they had more room. But they didn't realize that the problem just got bigger. And when the problem gets bigger, even if you move 10 basis points, 50 basis points, that is huge. This is the reason why from the bottom of that COVID dip, literally, all the way to where the candle is right now, that's like 150% rise. which means, like I was saying before,
it is 150%, right?
It really is. So
it is.
In practical term, for people watching, it's like, let's say I can afford $3,000-$4,000 a month for a nice house, whatever.
That's like your rent going up 5 times.
Exactly, because what happened is when the rate is low, and then you can afford $1 million house with $3,000 monthly payment mortgage, you can't. When the rate goes up the way it goes up, now with the same amount of money, you can only afford a $600,000 house. And the reason why that's bad is because it adds stress onto the market. So valuations start to go crazy down because they go up and they're very bubbly because the rates are low. When the rates go high, it goes the other way because a lot of those homes are fucking worthless. They worth maybe, nice, $100,000 to $150,000 house, but they're trading at $350,000, $400,000. The $1 million house are probably worth $450,000. Because I remember seeing them 2-3 years ago. Nothing really changed. Some of them are just fucking old. I mean, I'm sure, for our European viewers out there, you know what I'm talking about. You've seen London. You've seen other places where, like, it makes no sense. San Francisco, same. But when the rate goes up, it's going to equalize all that bullshit. And guess what? People are going to have fire sales because you're going to see who's swimming naked, who can't afford houses. Repo is going to start kicking in. So, again, I don't want to be dooms and gloom, but I just want this baby to calm down. Because if it goes, again, that's what I tell people. I'm not here to tell you at this price sale. No. Just watch this guy over here. This guy is the key because they're all connected. If interest rate constantly to go up, more money will flow in here. Period, full stop. And the Fed is not stupid. They're not going to let a hyperinflation kick in. Because remember, like in HEX, the most important value is not the money. It's the money printer. They need to keep the money printer. They don't care about you, me, or anybody fucking else. When shit really hit the fan like it's doing right now, they're going to start looking like we're the beacon of the light. So everybody's negative yield, okay, we give 4%. Everybody's going to go buy dollar. And when that happens, DXY goes up. DXY goes up, dollar strengthen. Dollar strengthen, stock market gets hit. Because why would you want to be in a risky? Imagine overnight they start paying you 5%, 8% interest. I know it's still garbage, but when you got millions of dollars and you can just be de-risked U.S. Treasury and get 5% on your $1 million, you're chilling. You're not going to take a necessary risk anymore. You're not going to say, hey, let's buy a $1,000 Tesla. No, I'm going to sit on the sideline. Let's not buy whatever, all the stuff that I think is overpriced. And that's what the bankers would do because that's what they will need to do. So again, this is the chart to watch that will give you the big indication because it's time delayed. It happens here first, then it rolls over on the other ones. And when the short-term yield is rising also faster, it just accelerates the thing. So
so should people be wanting T-bills or T-shares?
Exactly, T-shares.
T-shares.
Because we need a way. You know why?
That's a crazy ass question, hilarious? Man. What's wrong with you?
I'm kidding.
I know, but you know what's hilarious? If you actually chart, this is the most epic thing. If you chart correlation of the DXY or even this, but mainly DXY and HEX, it's literally like correlated. It's amazing. Because we're the bond market.
You know what? I gotta make the chart, bro, because we can't put we gotta do V1.
Oh,
because it's gonna be too short of a time stream because it's not gonna look right. It would look better. Yeah, it would look better on the whole thing, but we can try it. It's not
because the previous stream we did 2 days ago when you overlapped them, I saw it, and then T Don saw it too. It's like
we didn't get to do. We got to do the. I don't remember doing because it wasn't long enough. Remember?
Yeah, but we could see a little bit of it on the weekly chart. We saw HEX versus Bitcoin and versus.
Yeah, because I can do that again.
Oh yeah, do it again. Yeah, please. So and then
because it's such a short time frame, the lines just in the way. Hold on.
Yeah, that was.
I can definitely throw DXY on there. It just isn't gonna look as good. That's all.
That's fine. Because HEX to me is the next bond market. Which again, breaking news if you didn't know, bond market is the biggest market in the world. So when Bitcoin talks to you about use case 7 trillion,
that's nothing.
Try hundreds and hundreds of trillions.
Yeah, that's really nothing. I mean, at least 50. At least 50, really.
And that to me, that's what's epic. This is why when Wells says either way we're set, because if this thing goes up, we go up. Yep. If the crash comes in and liquidates stuff and then everybody fly to safety, it's the same thing in crypto. When the big dog are going down, you fly to safety. Well, guess what? The safety is the one that pays you the highest yield. It's the same thing because we're the stock market of the future.
Digitally scarce bonds are worth more than digitally scarce gold.
A fact. Because gold does not pay a yield, sir. Simple as that. I mean, that's truth.
Yeah.
It's really true.
Man. And they put the Bitcoin chart too.
I mean, Bitcoin's gonna throw it all off because it's it's long. So,
okay. But yeah, because I wanted to also show what we showed last time, the correlation about how when the DXY.
I gotta take HEX off. It's not gonna look right because then you got three scales.
Leave it like that just for people to see. And by the way, what Whales is showing is just literally the recent bull run that we have now.
So Bitcoin is this blue line. If I make it a candle, it's gonna be really hard to see. Let me try to make the line thicker, maybe. Yeah. I don't know. It's just
really like that for people to see when I was talking about correlation.
Look, if I make it a candle, it's like in here somewhere. It's really hard to see.
So forget Bitcoin for a second. Just want to show people something. Okay. So DXY started to tank since basically when the bull run started of after the COVID dip, dollar got murdered because they printed like crazy, as you can see. And guess what? Obviously, we kind of launched, again, this couple months delay, but again, we were kind of doing that. And then when DXY kind of like did a little bounce up midway, again, small delay, that's when HEX had his pump. And then he found the bottom, and then it's starting to curve up, and then we're following it. There's just a little bit of a delay, but we're mimicking that motion because it just makes sense. It's something that we do. Because DXY goes down, stock market goes up because everything is cheap. DXY goes up, stock market goes down. Same thing kind of like in terms of HEX, where if all the market bull run, everything pumps like crazy, shit coins, you're going to be like, yeah, why should I be in HEX? Let me go chase the pump. But when they dump, everybody's like, oh, man, I wish I was state, right? It's the same kind of psychology that I wanted to show people to understand. And that's why we are now. So by this motion happening, it's a very, very big deal. You know what I mean? So now, can you just pull up GXY just by itself on the weekly chart? Because I want to show people again the breakout and the similarity that it did in 2017. It's literally the same thing. Perfect. So you can see the motion, man. That's what I was showing. You can see 2017 formed the same type of shape, and then broke out and then got stronger and stronger. And that was the beginning of the bear market. And then that's why Whale's going to pull out the Bitcoin chart.
Oh, what did I just do? Thank God. All right. So what you want me to pull up now? Bitcoin chart?
Yeah, please. To overlay on top.
Hold on. Let me get it on another scale. Boom. And boom. And we're good. Oh, but hold on. Let me get this to freaking... logarithmic.
Okay, perfect. So you get to see how dollar gets destroyed, Bitcoin pump.
Yep.
And then when dollar bottom, literally like 2017, when dollar bottom and start to go back up, that's when Bitcoin bear market starts. So again, it's always kind of like delayed a little bit. So look at the same motion 2017. What I'm saying is that's what we're playing out right now. Dollar has bottom clearly from literally courtesy of Whales. He charted it. You can see the clear breakout. You can see the RSI started to go up. Again,
you got a divergence too.
Yeah, you can. This is weekly chart. It's not going to happen tomorrow, but just be warned. Right. Be aware.
So let's talk about how it's going to happen because I can break that down.
And when we say distribution correction, we're not saying Bitcoin is going to zero. We're saying it's going to do careful. Like it did the ping pong in 2017, maybe flirt between where it is now and then 40K up and down and whatever. And maybe trapdoor after that to 20. But just know we're very close to the top because of that, because dollar index is what you got to worry about. If this baby doesn't calm down and do what it did in 2017, literally do that, expect the thing to, Wells, go ahead, sorry.
No, you good, brother. So basically, I mean, it was just explaining the RSI like you were earlier, right? I mean, it once RSI, look, it's already peaked up above 50. Right now, we're at 57.63. So ultimately, RSI is either going to reverse here because we got 2 days left, according to this is for the week, right? So you got a few days left of the week, 3 days. So once this week is over, what we're going to want to see is did this candle close up or down from here?
Yep.
Because if it closes up or down from here, literally, that means that the value has to change from where it's currently at 57.3. Well, it's not going to show that, but at 57.63, we're going to need to see whether it broke up or broke down from this value, because that's going to give us a direction moving forward from this point on for the coming weeks ahead, because this is what we would consider an inflection point. And it's either going to go sideways or up or down, literally. Like, it's not just going to go sideways.
Yeah.
And that's an important difference to understand, because markets do like to go sideways a lot of the time. But this is one of those times where you need to be ready to actually take action if you were to make a trade with respect to this. Yep. Because this is an inflection point. It's kind of like this point in time here, right? So you have to take a position now. You can't really wait. You have to be ready to move, because the market's going to pick a direction and you have to be ready to go with it. And what Karim is saying is that it looks like it's going to reverse, but if it doesn't, be ready.
Exactly. And then again, one very important point, friendly reminder, this is DXY. Real money, real traders over there. They don't do daily, hourly. They're looking at weekly candles. It's a big deal. That candle was fat. That one from that previous week. So the simple fact that it's not even reversing, even if it does sideways, DXY sideways for too long is no good. It's going to start cracking stuff. It needs to go down. Look at even like the couple pullbacks when we were doing bull run Bitcoin 2017, or even now. Every time it kind of slows down, it don't go down. That's when Bitcoin does its little retracement, 15%. Look at it. You see how, like in look at was that September or November when we had that first little 15%? Yeah, right around here. No, next one. Yep. The middle of that. Yep, right around here. When he did that little fake out reversal, you see how like Bitcoin got hit right away. And it was like, what you guys are seeing, that little candle that you're showing, that red candle, that's a 15-20% dump. I know it doesn't look like it because, that was around, 15K or whatever. But understand the motion. So even when DXY is sideways, it affects markets because it's a big daddy. He swing his D out there. You know what I'm saying? He's just letting you know he's running the show. So now the candle is red, which is a good thing. Better go down. Because if it does not, and just even chill for a little bit and do again, just like it did in 2017, chill a little bit. Because again, that was a big green candle. That was like a 150% move. Just like in 2017, it did two big green candle. Look, and then it did a little sideways, but sideways just consolidation phase. That doesn't mean it's a reversal. And then the next week, it was a big candle, right? Well, let's go back to previous in 2017 during the bear market time when dollar bottom. It bottomed right here, and then no zoom in. Yep, and then when he went in, the two big candle from the bottom right was green, and then it was like red, but it was just like an indecision candle, right?
Yeah, I got it highlighted right now.
Exactly. So what I'm saying to people is that even sideways is no good. DXY needs to go back down fast, because if it does not, then just be ready. Just be ready. And the worst part is, once he crossed that little, I don't know what moving average well has, but it's really nice. When you go touch that yellow thing and cross that, oh, bro, you better run. You better run.
Pretty much, because what's going to happen is this.
That's a change of trend. When this thing crosses, you better run.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy, right? Because if this does continue, because look at how it went up here, right? Look at the RSI. It was kind of similar. It looked kind of weak. But we're like at this point in time right now, only over here, except we're way further away. So it kind of looks weaker, but you just never know.
Exactly. But this is where RSI helps, because I want people to understand. This is a weekly chart. Those were multi-months. The RSI was bearish for multi-months.
Yeah.
And the fact that it's crossing the 60, the gray area, that means it's going to the bullish zone, which means there's a high probability that DXY is about to do what it did after 2017, which means the moment it goes bullish, just like a regular chart, that's the time where all the buyer comes in. That's the time where everybody just pile back in. But, oh, we're safe. Let's exit the market. It's too hot. And guess what? Perfect timing. Narrative bullshit. Oh, we're not printing money anymore. Oh, we reopened. Oh, the weather is nice. Oh, COVID vaccine. Oh, all this bullshit. Bullshit. Listen to me loud and clear. That's bullshit. That's all narrative. Look at this fucking chart. Protect yourself. before the shit happened. And you guys are lucky because some of you in crypto, because you understand the mechanism in crypto. It's the same thing. We're just using the terminology that you use in crypto. The same way people flee to stablecoin, this is for the big institution, their DXY is their stablecoin. And they're like, oh, we're about to get a yield? Yeah, we're going to run over there. So just watch that thing like a hawk, because when the weekly close, it's going to be a big deal. And if that RSI continues to do what it's doing, you don't even need to wait for the top. Because think about it this way, right? 55K, 56K, 60K, who cares? If Bitcoin goes back to 30K, you're going to be pissed that you didn't cash out. So again, just put your stop. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just saying, be warned, put your stop, be ready, because it's a fractal. I like to put in chart because you can just see it. This is a movie we saw before. This is the 2017 movie. Major bull run, which we had. And then when the breaks start to come in and the parabola breaks, run.
But I went on Clubhouse into the Bitcoin room and they said Bitcoin only goes up. They said it never had any inflation bugs. They said that the price never went down ever. And seriously though, like I went in there and I felt so smart because they're talking complete nonsense with like hundreds of viewers, just complete nonsense. Like I started having to make a list of all the stuff that they're saying that isn't true. And like everybody's like, yeah. And they're all saying it in like really smart ways. But the problem is what they're saying is false.
Yeah. You know what I noticed, Manny? Just sorry to cut you off, but I just wanted to tell you this was pretty ingenious. I saw that you were running a room the other day, and I missed it because I happened to be knocked out or something. I don't know what it was, but I noticed you had run a room, and you named it Bitcoin something or another, which I thought was smart because I know you weren't talking about Bitcoin.
Yeah.
So it's a great way to rope a dope, right? You sucker people in to learn about something good.
I really confuse some people because there's somebody that I used to listen to in 2017 named Thomas Hunt, and he does the World Crypto Network, and he also does Mad Bitcoins, and he's like the one guy in all of Bitcoin that doesn't shill you like to exchanges and doesn't lead you to the slaughterhouse. And so I've got like a medium amount of respect for him, and like it's interesting that like he's been going like Hexa like every day for like 5 years or something, and like he doesn't like, he has, I don't know, 13K, 30K, somewhere in there followers. And, but he was doing a Twitter Spaces. So I got on there and nobody could like decide what I was doing because I only said the word hex once the entire time. But I made like 10 super good points about Bitcoin, and they were just so like confused. And like one of them tried to call me out as like, you're working for Richard, like you're a shill, blah, blah, blah. And I just like didn't take the bait. I'm just like, all right, wait till they move on to the next topic. Talk more about Bitcoin. And I'm not saying like buy Bitcoin. I'm just saying like, oh, this is what it was like to run a full node. Oh, this is what it was like to, like to realize that there's a time lock function in Bitcoin, but nobody uses it. Like, there's so many things like just as a, like, I don't know, just as a community, like we could be, there are so many games we can play, right? To like, because now all of their brains are exploding because I taught them a few things about Bitcoin and about psychology and about the prefrontal cortex, ADHD, attention economy, like all this stuff, right? And then they heard me mention Hex once, and they're like waiting for me to just like bomb out and just like go so hard into explaining Hex, and then I don't do it.
Yeah.
Right.
It's so typical because they do the same thing for their other shit coins because they don't have anything else to talk about. And that's the sad part. They don't understand that we're talking about something that actually can change lives. People need to be educated because once you're educated, guess what? We arrive at the same conclusion. That's the beauty about math, right? Whether you like me or you don't like me, 2 + 2 = 4. That
doesn't even matter, man. Doesn't even matter.
Yeah. And that's why I like to show fractal patterns. Hey, don't take my word for it. Look at the chart. Look at what you see. I'm just pointing out, me and Will, that's all we're doing. And the problem is when there's a change of trend, a lot of the time it's too late. And this is when people tell you narrative and this and that, like just for fun, right? Well, if this thing just go, because you see how I did like a double top, double bottom. If the DXY for where it is now, can you just chart major move all the way to that top, which is again a range zone? Because just like Will was talking about earlier about the 10-year yield being in the range, guess what? They do the same fucking thing with the DXY. Okay, Fed is not stupid. They know that they can't let the dollar go worthless too fast because they're gonna lose control. And then when they lose control, people just flee. So if you were to do a major move, right, from where it is now to the DXY, where it is now, all the way to that top, how big of a move is that? The percentage, because I know we're kind of already up like 150%.
Here, right?
Do it from bottom to top, so the percentage is better. Yeah, from the where it is now. Sorry, where it is now, and then up. How much more is left?
So get up here, 12%.
12%. So again, that, and by the way, that's in the DXY term. That's massive.
Yeah,
so
that's a whole lot. I know it doesn't sound like it, but
that's like. Yeah. And now again, we're not saying it happens overnight.
No, that's the point. It doesn't happen overnight.
Exactly. Remember,
12% a lot. It's not crypto, guys.
Remember that the trend is your friend, and especially when it's a change of trend, when you go touch that yellow line, switch. Just be ready for the narrative. Be ready for this is no. Just go over here. If you literally, this is why this is the only time I like to talk about charts for those, because it's perfect for the investor, because it tells you where to kind of pile in, so you can literally just place your bet wisely. Go to bed, forget about it. Just let it play out. So by the time you hear the news and the narrative, you're like, yeah, whatever. I already placed my bet. That's the key. Major moves. Only look for major moves.
The echo chamber in Bitcoin is so great. I'm not making this up. They're talking in Bitcoin rooms about how Bitcoin outperformed ETH.
Oh my God.
Like recently, not like
sense.
All time, like recently.
That doesn't even make sense. That doesn't even make sense. Even this bull run, this recent one, it doesn't even make
let's
sense.
just move on from that one. Oh my God.
So people here in HEX are attracted to facts that are true. People who are getting into Bitcoin now, or who are listening to hours, I mean, they do hours and hours of streams, but they don't even know what they're talking about. They're presenting what they think is reality, and they're in for a rude awakening, because there's only so long you can go believing something that's like easy to see.
The problem is, again, too much biases. They can't even see for themselves because because of their back. They don't understand that sometimes you got to just see the writing on the wall and understand. We're not saying one thing is bad versus the other one, but you can't be factually incorrect just because you have biases. That doesn't make any sense.
Pretty much.
You know what I mean? At the very least, you can make a play saying, okay, it did not outperform, but let me tell you why I believe over time you can do X, Y, and Z. That's a better argument instead of just straight up lying, because it just makes you look stupid. That doesn't make sense.
If they believe in Bitcoin, or if they wanted to use the optimum strategy, they would use the time lock function of Bitcoin, even though it does not pay interest to do so. But look at the chart. Anytime, if you ever did a time lock in Bitcoin, you'd be doing way better than you did, because I talked to a bunch of OG Bitcoiners and none of them held their coins from when they bought them. I mean, they're slow to admit it, but I mean, some people do tell the truth. And
they don't want to feel stupid, man. That's just the reality. And the worst part is, imagine shilling something just because you're OG that you don't even have. That's where it gets even more sad. Because like you said, Maddie, they don't have it as a child and they can't talk about it, but they got to still pretend. So they have to keep saying X, Y, and Z instead of just looking at the truth. So, but again, this is the reason why eventually, whether you like it or not, truth eventually comes out. So, and I just can't wait, just for that sake, again, macro, when Ethereum does the token burn, especially beyond the scaling, because again, we already addressed that many times. We're the hottest club. Doesn't matter how much improvement we do over time as we continue to grow. Mark my word, the fee stuff is going to be solved. And then as the new wave of adoption comes in, I don't care if it's 2-3 years from now, we're going to be like, oh man, the blocks are full again, right? But now maybe we're doing like 20,000 transactions per second, you know what I mean? But again, it gets full again. So again, it's technology, but we're going to keep moving forward. But the token burn function is going to be so G. And I've heard Vitalik just joking about, which might become serious, about maximum cap for Ethereum, just for fun. They want to do like 120 million, but we kind of already passed that. So like 144 million as a hard cap. But again, if token burn kicks in, just based on the old rough math of like the miners are making like $18 million a day or some stupid number like that. Just that portion being burned will go deflationary the day this thing turns on. And then the FOMO that's going to kick in, plus the narrative follower idiots showing up, this thing is going to fly. Because no matter what, Bitcoin is not deflationary, people. Let me remind everybody, it's not deflationary. It still inflates every day, but at a lower pace. So if Ethereum successfully does this, it will make it deflationary. And since it burns, it just adds more value back into the coin, which is being used like crazy, because I think it already more than double the volume that Bitcoin blockchain does in terms of value of the network transacted. It's a joke, literally.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It turns out people will pay for utility.
Right? How surprising.
Crazy thing.
A crazy thing. So yeah, no, this was a good talk. So again, looking at all the indicators, just be careful out there, guys. This was the bigger one, but keep watching this. Again, premium is still negative. Bitcoin premium, we're still negative. Even if right now the premium is negative, and I'm just literally looking at it, it's less negative than Bitcoin, but let alone still negative. So just understand that what that means is the big buyers are like, hey, we might still want to buy Ether, but no premium means that we're okay waiting. And especially if DXY goes up, they have all the time in the world to wait because they're going to just get that yield over there. So that's why it's important to keep that in mind. Because if this thing retrace, we're going to be on for a party.
So let's say I've gotten an airdrop recently, or I've got an altcoin that's pumped, that I keep trying to like dollar cost average into HEX, and like then the altcoin keeps going up, right? So like what am I wanting to do, I guess theoretically, based on like what we're uncovering about the market? Like, do I want to be in USDT? Do I want to be in ETH? I mean, obviously I want to be staked in HEX, but like, if I want to keep like some dry powder, like where do I keep it, in ETH or USDT? Well, USDC.
The general advice, right, so to speak, again, no financial advice, but the general thought is that no matter what, when you enter a position or whatever, you should always have a plan. Because like they always said, right, not planning is planning to fail. As simple as that. Everybody has a profit, especially when you're not in something awesome like HEX that pays you interest every day, because you're literally just waiting for price appreciation to capture. So if you don't have targets, be like, hey, when the price hit X, I'm going to take 25% off the table. When the price hits this, I'm going to take 50% off the table. If you don't have that pre-planned targets, you already literally sell up for failure, because the greed will always get you. You can say, oh, yeah, Bitcoin 52K, it gets to 50. No, you know what? No, 55. No, let's see how high it goes, 58. You know what? I watched this new YouTube. The guy's talking about it's going to be at 70 next week, right? So you keep playing this game, but you're never taking profit. You only have those paper gains, so to speak. And then when you retrace on your heart, then it's too late. Now you're kicking yourself. And then worse, you think, oh, it's going to come back. It's going to come back. And you might do that once or twice, but then at some point, it never comes back. And then it keeps going down. You keep waiting that hope. It keeps going down and down and down. And now you have no choice but to hold, because the price is so low, so to speak, compared to what you expected, that you just become just a long-term holder. It just, again, you got to set a plan, execute the plan. You will never lose getting something that can pay you a yield, again, effortlessly, trustlessly, like HEX. So it's just like, set up your target. It gets to target, take it off the pocket. As simple as that. And be prepared for the reversal too. So put some stop loss just in case. Simple as that. Know where you are. Cool. Set your boundaries. That's epic. So yeah.
I want to make sure everybody knows, because I know we've got a huge audience watching today, and I want everybody to know that there was a crazy new airdrop that you would only qualify for if you held an NFT that you bought or sold the day before Big Payday. So then you would go to merle.art and you would claim your paint tokens that I heard the hexologist cashed in for $3,600 just for holding a $20 NFT back in the day. So I'll put the link here, because we always
more money for the Hexicans. Yay.
We always like getting more money to put into HEX. At least I do. I did not qualify for that one because I didn't start selling $20 HEX badges to pay for the smart contract that it cost to launch on Ethereum. I didn't start doing that until after the big payday, of course, because I was focused so much on the first HEX conference and everything else. And but the other one that you should be aware of is if you bought one of those on Rarible, then you may have gotten a Rarible token that they're doing like an ongoing airdrop. So I think I got, so like one Rarible token that you would get like per transaction used to be worth $3. Now it's worth like 35 or something, or 30. So like, you know, I sold that myself because again, I like HEX. I like having a little bit of ETH, like, and I don't like holding coins that don't make any sense to me. So,
Amen. Well, I mean, something I don't have that.
I don't know anything about that. So,
yep. Focusing on T-share is what I know about. I think if people finally get this part, maybe we can just move to the next topic, I guess, and talk about the tradable shares that everybody's wanting.
Talk about what?
The trade, and I'm making a joke. The tradable shares. People had questions about that, so we can kind of run that down again. Keep educating for HEX and everything. So, but again, since we're talking about HEX, first good news is we crossed that 17,000 HEX per T-share, which is amazing, right?
Sure did.
Share rate doing its thing, which is awesome. Very stable, getting paid every day. I onboarded another about 15 people just last week.
Wow.
So pretty awesome. Again, people are coming in. So, but what's amazing is, again, just the camaraderie, the excitement, the little screen share, and then they love the Staker app, of course, because it's just really cool. My friend was just like, dude, I can onboard my mom, I can onboard my sisters. Yeah, send them over. Let's do it. It's very easy, slick, and again, people are actually using the product, realizing how awesome it is. And also HEX, and not having to, again, trade anything like that, because they're just straight up no coiners, like straight up, go about your day, boom, boom. It's so amazing how you tell them the APY and then the eyes just pop like, wait, what? It never gets old. It never, wait, how much?
Exactly.
It never gets old to see, which is great.
It's self, man. It's too easy.
Exactly. And I'm working with other, bigger account, which is great. So again, all this time is key to load. And I'm obviously loading myself too. Friday is coming, which is great, payday. And because again, not March 15 is going to be a big deal. It's going to be a big deal regardless, because share rate may or may not go super high because of some of those coins were post big payday, but it doesn't matter, because the sooner you enter the pool, the sooner you start to collect interest. And the sooner those T-share exit the pool, that's going to be a mini pump for those who are already in the pool. And I know a lot of good friends, and people will be like, listen, when the time is due, they're going to freaking good account that thing so fast. Just to be like, hey, whatever you decide to do, just get out of the pool first. So it's just, load that in, load that dip. And again, it could easily also go up another 10%. That's also important. So again.
Yeah, to talk numbers, Kyle was on the Crypto Sparbock stream, and there was a discussion with Patrick Hexline about how high this could increase the T-share price. And I think the numbers that they were throwing around was somewhere in between 5 to 10%.
Perfect. And remember, very important,
force multiplier.
Yeah, for all my Dream account representative out there, right? Hear me loud and clean, right? Dream account. So you got to take that increase and multiply by 3, because we're 555 people. And remember, you are getting 3x because you're getting bonus T-shirts. So when you hear 5% or 10% increase, whatever you hear, you got to take that and multiply by 3. So if share rate goes up 10%, that means for us, it went up 30%. So you need to constantly remember that. So it's important that if you are planning on locking up some T-share for the long run, right, and preserve that share rate, of course, as long as possible. For us, because again, I'm in that category, right, Manny? So for us,
me too.
It's a serious deal. So lock up some T-shares if that was your plan this week before the 15th, because that's going to be a key factor for you in terms of how many bonus T-share you're going to be able to get, because it's all a function of that. And you will enter the pool right away. So if there's some shenanigans around that day, other people panicking, we'll be getting some sweet penalties the last 2 days too. So, you know what I'm saying? You'll be in the pool collecting all of that. So again, buying the dip where you stake, right? Calling that on this stream before. So remember that. That's what we're doing.
And then you can multiply the whatever 5 or 10% times the 3, and then what else do you multiply it by?
Well,
the USD price.
Yeah, but technically you need to buy HEX in order to do the stake. So I was thinking about if you had, let's say you have a certain amount of HEX and then you were getting 100 T-shares for that, times 3 would have been 300. So let's say you lose 10% and you only get 90 T-share because share rate went up. Your opportunity cost is that 30%, because now instead of 100 T-share, you only get 90 T-share. And then with the 3x multiplier, instead of getting 300 T-share, you only get 270. So technically you lost 30 T-shares for the same amount of money, irrespective of what the price is. That's important. That's the math. This is the reason why I don't waste my time trading. People don't understand. It looks funny right now, but people already see the big difference. During the launch phase, you get that crazy volatility. You are acting tough, like, oh my God, I can swing trade this, right? Well, it's not so much. I mean, when the bull run comes in again and everything, another wave, yes, but remember, the game is on. We launch. Wells already told you. The real launch is after big payday. That's the real chart. Up and to the right. We're going to be volatile, but most likely upwards, which means when you sell and the price goes up against you 20%, that means when you buy back higher. So you will have to expect the price to go even higher for you to even start getting gains. So understand that. Lock in your T-share if you haven't already, because at any time, this thing can go. So, and again, it all ties up to everything we've been talking about, the macro and all this other stuff, because again, we are the perfect flight to safety, so to speak, in the crypto market as well, because that's basically how we acting as, kind of like the bond market does. So that's why it's very, very important that people remember that. And it's going to be exciting, man. Next week. Can't wait.
Flight to prosperity. Flight to Puerto Rico.
Exactly, right? And then it's so perfectly done that time is on our side. You win no matter what. Whether share rate goes up or not, it will go up. But whether it goes up or not, the simple fact that you're in the pool and the thing exits the pool, those massive amount of T-shares, like what is it, money? What is it? 1.4, 1.5? How much billions coming out? After on March 15th, it's like something around like 1.4, 1.5, something like that. So that's a massive amount of T-shares. So that's gonna help ratio for everything. So we've been getting those sixes, right, Wells? Those nice sixes payday per T-shares. So that's
they're coming real soon. I can't wait.
Amen. So,
real soon, because before we were trailing 5.7, 5.8. Now we're constantly above 5.8.
Yep. And then when they do their crazy emergency end state, we go about the sixes. So again, I'm thinking next month we should be solid in the sixes.
Probably.
Because no more inflation. Also, rebase of the 3.69 is trending upward too. So that helps as well, which is a good thing. So, and I think this could be a good transition, Maddie, to talk about, like the tradable stake thing, just for people to be aware if they haven't already. And then ask if anybody has any question in the comment.
Sure. Do you guys mind if we go through the survey questions real quick here?
Oh yeah, sure.
And I can just get your guys' reactions. I don't put too much weight into this, but it's fun and like
158 votes.
I think it's good for the community, like to just see kind of amongst viewers, at least of this channel, right? We're seeing like, so is HEX your biggest bag in crypto? Of the people who responded on this channel, 158 votes, nice. And 82% said yes, it's your biggest bag in crypto.
Solid, makes sense. With all the pumps, first. Makes
Absolutely.
Sense.
What percentage of Bitcoin needs to be centralized, held by billionaires, exchanges, and corporations before you realized it morphed into FedCoin? Greater than 51% centralized or greater than 1% centralized? So obviously... I'm super biasing this to like make a point.
Yeah, right. And, what are they? I mean, the few people, 2,000 wallets, right? It's like 40%.
Yeah, the point is already made. It's under the main.
Anyway,
Maddie, here's a cool thing mathematically, right? At the end of the day, we already passed 1%. So whatever it is, one of that already means that. Like,
exactly. Yeah.
Epic.
Yeah, it's a 51% attack of like, now all of a sudden Bitcoin's centralized. Like, oops, like we
technically if you merge all the mining
it was centralized before people realized it was centralized.
Yeah, it was centralized when Satoshi created it, and it had a high inflation that had cheap coins. And then there was no mechanism like in HEX to keep old money from becoming a whale as well. So old whales becoming whales still in Bitcoin, right? There was no filter. There was no low liquidity period where people were like being told, well, I guess Bitcoin people were told it was a scam, just like HEX. And maybe that kept some people out of it so that some new whales could be created. But the missing part was the time locking. Nobody time locked their coins who was a brand new whale. And so they sold, and now they're not whales anymore, maybe in Bitcoin, right? Like not as many as would have been created if the time locking was an option and incentivized from the beginning. And so Bitcoin went from being centralized to more decentralized, and now it's getting more centralized again. But there's no coming back from that at that point, because then people already know about digital scarcity. It's already proven itself in the wild. And so the fact that HEX is different than this in the sense that it's got the time lock as it's being launched as a quote unquote scam that anybody who looks into is going to see as not a scam, is actually economic genius. Like that's really cool. Like Bitcoin proved something, but like now it's working against itself, and HEX is picking up like the baton and carrying it across the finish line, as far as I'm concerned. Okay, this was just to create awareness about the MetaMask airdrop. How many accounts do you have with separate seed words that have at least one MetaMask swap transaction available only on desktop? And Motley and I are the only ones who had 50 plus 2%. Right. There were a lot of votes on this one, 175 votes. 10 to 49 people created MetaMask accounts, 6% of people did 10 to 49 accounts. 12% did 4 to 9 accounts. 74% are in between 1 and 3 accounts, and 0 MetaMask swap accounts is 7%. Those are large numbers.
Yeah,
of accounts.
But another thing that's important to mind is for people to be careful, because I've had people reporting that when they're trying to use the MetaMask in a swap thing, whatever, so their coin, like some people got fished. So just be very careful. I don't recommend using that function so much, but just be very, very careful, because again, sites and stuff. So
yeah, go watch the videos that Motley and I created on the topic so that you can understand really what's required, and then don't be playing around with all your money. Like, on Friday night, right, I saw low gas fees and I made a swap on MetaMask to buy HEX. And it cost me about $10 in gas fees. And then I staked the HEX. That cost me about $15. Okay, so it happens where there's low gas, like here and there. What league do you represent in HEX?
Nice.
So this is kind of funny because I classified the shy shrimps and the prosperous Poseidons together.
I was about to say, I was like, where's Poseidon? Give me his number. and then I read the or. I was like, oh, okay. Man, I'm a trainer. I need some advice. I'm going to call him and be like, yo, where you at? It's so funny. No, but I like
wow, this is up to 197 votes. So a lot of people at the beginning of the program went to the community tab here and voted. And so the numbers now are looking like if you're a dabbing dolphin or above, a super shark or a winning whale, that's 36% of the respondents that are watching this channel. So we got a lot of people who have a lot of value in HEX. That's amazing. Yeah. Even the swift squid and the tinkering turtle, are sitting really well when it comes to their T-shares.
Yep.
And the swift squid, 44% of the respondents, and the tinkering turtle, 15%. Cool crab is only 4% of the viewers. So the viewers that are responding to this, they are really believing in HEX enough to stake and to get lots of t-shirts.
Mexicans are ballers.
Yes. Wow.
Sure.
We'll save that one.
Oh, wow.
Promotion.
Oh, yeah. I saw your live stream that you did with everybody. That was pretty cool.
Yeah. And it looks like Nerd Girl, since she wasn't able to make it, she's going to come on Hex Therapy on Thursday. So that'll be in a couple days from today. And getting on with Blaze and the Joker was amazing. I like to say that I had 5 strokes because I learned so much from talking to them.
That's epic, Maddie.
And or seizures, something like that. You know, I'm like,
hey, you're learning, right? You're getting better.
I should get it straight which one I was having, but
yeah, you guys have topics too. That's amazing. Yeah.
Let's see. So this was the first one I did. Are your crypto holdings still worth more than when you bought them?
Nice.
Of the people responding, 93% in the money. Wow.
And the 7% out there, don't worry. Hopefully you'll be there soon.
That was 2 weeks ago. And okay, then I was like, I was like saying what the results were so that people could see them. But then the next poll said, how many people have you ever onboarded onto HEX? And then I made up like fake categories, like minnow of onboarding is like onboarding 1 to 5 people, pro hexakin. So that was 56% was onboarding 1 to 5 people. Only 12% have onboarded 0 people. Wow. Then 17% has onboarded 6 to 10 people, 8% 11 to 20 people, and Karim is in the 6% of people who have onboarded over 20 people.
Last week
only. Yes. Yeah, Karim was filling this out based on only every week how many people he onboards. Everybody else was like all time.
Right. Oh man, that's pretty interesting. Actually, it's interesting.
Whatever it takes, men of action. That's all we need to do.
Then the next one was, and this was I thought really interesting. If you currently own HEX, did you ever own Bitcoin? And then I broke it into 4 categories. I own HEX and ever owned Bitcoin. So what I'm calling an OG coiner, and that's 78%. Next category, I own HEX and never owned Bitcoin, which is a HEX coiner, is 18%. That's interesting. It's that high. I own Bitcoin and never bought HEX, is an old coiner, 2% of people watching the channel. And I never owned Bitcoin or HEX, a no coiner, also 2%.
Interesting.
Nice. I think the ever could be a little tricky because you can literally be like, oh yeah, I bought Bitcoin just to do like a swap. So I can just try, because I've done that way back when.
Yeah, me too. And I never even owned it. I consider that I never owned it.
Yeah, the moment Ethereum became valuable and you can onboard fiat from Ethereum and it's faster, my day with Bitcoin we were done. Because I've been buying Ethereum ever since it was like $90 and stuff. Because again, long term. So that's why it's really tricky. The ever is like, okay, you could have only temporarily just to do a swap,
So you guys would say that you prefer proof of weight over proof of waste.
Sure thing.
And then there's the last one that leads us to our next topic, which I've completely asked the most biased question I could. How do you like encapsulated T-shares where middlemen break the truth engine in HEX by creating derivative max length stakes to steal value from honest stakers? That way Wall Street and Uncle Sam create an emergency. We can make sure to have a mechanism for them
Maddie, that's a long paragraph.
That's a long ass.
For them to steal value.
Read
and
more.
Then 16% love fake HEX shares and 84% hate fake HEX shares. But this was 5 days ago before we heard really the differentiation between the different types.
Oh my God, Maddie.
And so right now, so just to clarify, like right now in the community, I'm hearing 3 or 4 different kinds of encapsulated stakes. One kind,
let's talk about it.
So one kind is where they're the Karim ones where it's very much like related to the type that Richard Hart is talking about. And let me see if I have this anywhere correct, but this is the type where it's kind of like a grayscale type thing where literally you can buy in, but you can't sell. And all the buying pressure is going into HEX, which is again, like going into being locked up. And so it's basically just creating like a larger entity. And then Karim has like added some details to his version of it where even the entity such as himself or his smart contract would be buying the HEX like ahead of time even. And so I just want to, and I know like Karim will clarify and like go deeper into like summarizing exactly what this is. And this is a different version than basically a kind that would be created by HexBay, which I lovingly call the Bay of Pigs, because you're being greedy and it's going to be a complete disaster. And basically what this is saying is that, we can just create a smart contract that like is kind of audited by Coin for Break, but like, what does that even mean? Right? Because like auditing companies, they only audit what you ask them to audit, right?
It's the same company that audited HEX before, at least. And then they haven't been audited yet because it's a queue, but they obviously doing the due diligence. So I just want to clarify that real quick. It's the same company that did the work. So it makes sense.
The HEX
because
one.
They know the ins and outs of HEX because they audited it before. So.
And so, but basically you are paying a premium in order to be able to accidentally sell when you get fudded out. And I would argue that that's no different than Bitcoin, really, because you're not using the time lock feature in HEX and you're giving yourself maximum opportunities to accidentally sell when the price moons a little bit so that you won't still be holding when the price moons a lot. And the whole ethos.
Let's talk about that actually. So, and I think that will be the key, because at the end of the day, to make something clear, that's going to be the first one to show up anyway. Because, my version and stuff like that, those things doesn't happen overnight. And in HEX, we like finish stuff first anyway. So the reason why it's smart to focus on what the HexBay thing is doing, because that's the first one that's going to show up. So the sooner people are educated about that, the better. Everything else, honestly, it doesn't even make sense to talk about it now. It will just show up when it show up. So I want people to understand and focus on that. So we're gonna be opening this conversation. Anybody in the comment, ask question if you need be. But I want to kind of set the preface so we can do this the right way, because again, we are a community. Those devs are OG Hexican. They want the best for HEX. The intent is in the right way. That doesn't mean we're not going to do due diligence, but I want to make that very clear. We're not talking about some random people that we don't know about that just show up and blah, blah, blah. No, they was here since day one, some of them pre-day one. So that's important to point out. They want the best for HEX too. So just want to clarify that. Now, the way it works is in terms of encapsulated stakes, right? First thing first. They are real stakes, real L1, not some fake stuff, rehypothecation, this, that. It's like, you know what I mean? Real stuff. None of you have to go buy the physical HEX, and only HEX is taken. It's kind of like the joke with talk about Bitcoin ETF and then they do paper settle bullshit. No, you're buying the real thing. So
Question.
Go ahead.
So when you're buying the real HEX, like on one side of the trade is somebody paying in dollars and the other side of the trade is somebody getting HEX, right?
No. In this example, no. Look, let's go step by step. So let's say you individual A, you want to create an encapsulated stake. It's literally like you with your account creating a stake. That's basically what you're doing. But you're going to do it in the HexBay platform, kind of like via Gnosis Save function, smart contract, kind of like how you use Staker app. You're kind of in control, but it's...
So that's if I already have HEX.
Yes, you have to already have it. The platform only takes HEX, no USD.
But to bring new people in, because like anybody who has HEX either is holding it liquid, right?
Yeah.
Or they are staking it. Those are the two options. And so like if you're holding it liquid, then like you could do this. But if you have a stake that's already locked, like
you can't. That's the first rule. All the grandfather old stake will never get it. Never.
But also, if you have USD, then you could.
No,
you could buy HEX, and then
you have to go buy HEX first, which is the key. You cannot take USD and go buy encapsulate. No. You have to go buy HEX first because the platform only accept HEX. Imagine kind of like, for lack of a better word, but imagine like BitMEX only taking Bitcoin. They're not taking USD. So once you go to the platform, it only takes HEX. That's the first thing.
Let me give you an example to help me try to understand this. So like, let's say that like you create an encapsulated.
Let me walk you through the process. I'm gonna give you an example right now. Make it simple. Okay. So person A went and bought HEX or already had HEX, but anyway, he has to buy HEX. Then creates an encapsulated stake, 5555 stakes via the platform, blah, 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 and then lock it up. And then kind of has control over that stake because he's the one that's encapsulated. Now, fast forward years in the future, because again, in the beginning, those things are basically worthless. And I'm going to be preaching that every single week to remind people, because we're still protected by the truth engine. Because the truth engine tells you that if this guy wants to bounce early, technically his stake is worthless right now because he will be emergency end stake and getting wiped out. Because a 15-year stake, the first 3 years, if you're emergency end stake, you get 0. Let that sink in. That is very clear. So if somebody's trying to sell that too early, I'll be the first one to say, hey, just give him a 5% premium and literally pay 5%, and that's it. Because you know, as the buyer, you're always in control because you're controlling what's potentially being done. Because the seller of the encapsulated stake, all he does is he signals the market, hey, I'm willing to sell this thing. Here's my price. 48 hours later, this is when buyers can come in and buy. It's literally like, hey, I want to sell my house. I put it onto the market. The brokers comes in, and then they get their founder's fee or whatever. And then buyer comes in. We do the showroom. Hey, look at this. You like the price? Boom. And then when you buy, that's when the transaction happens. And then the buyer then acquire the stake in terms of ownership, which means the stake is still the stake, just the ownership is being switched. And then 90% of the HEX the buyer was willing to pay for is what ended up being given to the seller as liquid HEX to go do whatever he wants in the market. So in other words, to break it down again slowly, somebody bought HEX first, good for price, encapsulated it through the platform, waited X amount of time, whatever, sets a price is in HEX, of course. And let's say buyers say, hey, this is my price, what I'm willing to pay. Buyer goes onto the market, buys HEX because he needs to buy HEX because the platform only takes HEX, goes onto the platform to pay for it. And then only 90% of what he's willing to pay for it is going to the seller. And inside the 10%, this is where it gets really cool, very important. For those complaining about fees, they don't realize they're about to get paid because that's why it's called small payday. 10% of the transaction, half goes to OA, half goes to the staker class. It's literally being set like a emergency end stake. So they're going to take it, they're going to stake it for one day and then emergency end stake the next day, just so it goes. So in other words, as crazy as it sounds, it's like the broker comes in, finds the buyer and the seller, make them together. He gets something, and then the community gets something too in the form of an emergency end stake because we're all getting a cut. Founder's fee gets his cut. OA gets a cut. We, as the whole staker class, gets a cut too. We, those who are staked. That's how this works. And the net buying is always positive. That's the key. Yeah, well, so that's why it's important. Because now, as another example, let's say somebody encapsulated, I use this example all the time. Somebody encapsulated Matty 10 million HEX. Time goes by, he wants to sell it for whatever reason, but buyer is like, nah, I know you're going to get emergency end stake. I know where the value of that stake is. I'm only willing to give you 5 million HEX for this 10 million stake. Take it or leave it. Let's say the seller is desperate enough because the USD price went up. He say, you know what? I'll give you this 10 million stake for 5 mil, no problem. And then buyer say, okay, no problem. Now buyer goes to the market, buys the HEX because he needs the HEX. So price pool goes up because he buys it. Then he goes into the platform. And then once he's about to pay, 10% of the 5 million, right, gets taken away, which is basically 500,000 HEX gets taken away. Only 4.5 million is given to the seller, and then 500,000 HEX is kept into the system, and 97% of that gets emergency end stake, and only 3% of that gets paid to the team. So the team, their contract, their fee is only 0.3%. That's it. So inside that 10% fee, 9.7 goes to OA and staker class, and only 0.3 goes to the team, so to speak. Ongoing. So now what ended up happening, which is important, is buyer had to buy 5 million HEX from the market, and seller only ended up with 4.5. So no matter what the price is, there's always going to be a net buy of 10%, because the transaction is only made in HEX, which means buyer has to go buy HEX, and the seller, whatever the price is, seller only gets 90%. So no matter what, if again, automatic market maker, right? If I pump the price 20% because I bought this many HEX, and then literally the next day, the next minute, the guy sells the 90%, we're still going back to where the price was plus 10%. Make sense? So it's a net positive. And
it still doesn't make sense, because I've still got my question that I'm trying to keep track of.
Okay, I'm sorry. Ask your question first.
So then one is always more valuable than the other one, liquid HEX or liquid shares?
No, because you're playing a gamble game. Because I'm going to get to that point. That's a little bit more complex. I'm going to get to that, but I wanted to explain the basic function first, because
I'm trying to understand about, because the number one assumption that I hear everybody say is it only creates positive price pressure. But I'm also hearing that there's a difference between having an entity like Grayscale that you can't sell because they've created something that exists that they control, versus something where it's just the free market operating. And so my question is Richard's favorite sandwich is an Arby's sandwich, right? Mm-hmm. So let's say that you say, or let's say I copy this whole contract and I'm I only accept Arby's sandwiches for my encapsulated T-shares, right? So you have to go buy Arby's sandwiches, but you're still buying in dollars because Arby's only accepts dollars. So
not in this case, because the platform only takes HEX. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It doesn't take USD.
But for every person who buys HEX, there's somebody selling it for dollars.
I understand. But again, we're talking about the mechanics related to the stake. Somebody had to, you got to go the motion the way it's supposed to be done. Somebody had to buy HEX first to create that stake, period. At that moment, price went up or did something. You know what I mean? And then when he's offering to sell, somebody else also has to buy HEX, which is basically, in the best case scenario, double the amount. So let's say somebody buy 10 million HEX, and for some crazy reason, somebody else is willing to pay 10 million HEX. That's still 20 million HEX being purchased. That's what people need to understand. The stake is still the stake. It's not
20 million of HEX that's getting interest, but isn't really locked because somebody's really cashing out with USD. Because when they get the HEX, then the next person who comes along is buying the HEX with USD.
They're not getting the old HEX that was used to create the stake. They're getting the new HEX that the buyer just purchased to make the transaction. That's what I want you to understand.
The new HEX?
Yes. Let me do it again slow. Person A has to buy 10 million HEX first. Then once he buys the 10 million HEX, he creates the encapsulated stake.
Who does he buy the 10 million HEX from?
From the market. Go to hex.com. I'm sorry. Uniswap, Oneish, whatever. You need to go buy HEX first.
So somebody's selling HEX so that person can buy in. So there's a USD to HEX.
You're not selling HEX. The seller only sells a stake. But before he can sell the stake, he needs to create the stakes first. I said it earlier, and I'm going to say it again. All the preview stake, the OG stakes, they are not eligible. They're not. The day this thing comes out,
exactly. Yeah, I got that.
So we gotta make that clear. So person A, which is gonna be the seller in the future, person A buys HEX or already have HEX, but whatever, buys HEX, creates the encapsulated stake. Person B shows up, buys HEX also, and then he's going to give 90% of that to person A, and then transfers of ownership. So the stake is always a stake. It doesn't move. What's being transferred is ownership. So in the most ideal scenario for the seller is he bought 10 million HEX, he staked it, encapsulated, and then the seller is willing, the buyer is willing to also pay 10 million HEX. But for the marketplace, 20 million HEX was purchased. 10 to create the encapsulated, and 10 that the buyer will then give to the seller. And then the buyer buys the 10 million HEX, goes into the platform, say, hey, I want to buy this encapsulated stake. Here's my 10 million HEX. 10% gets removed for fee and whatever. And then when the ownership transfer happens, person B gets ownership of the encapsulated stake from person A, and person A receive 4.5 million HEX that he can do whatever he wants with a liquid. But remember,
and would sell on the market, would jump because they're trying to get out, because why would you get out into HEX whenever you're holding a money generator? The only reason you get out is because you want to get your economic energy out and like spend it.
But remember what I just said. He only got the money after buyer purchase from the market. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's why it's a net positive 10%.
But that's the same reason why Richard says that HEX doesn't want to be a payment network, because it's the amount of time that you lock. So it's only a
payment network issue if you trade USD. You're not trading USD, Maddie. Again, it's only.
But you're cashing out the encapsulated stake for USD in the end, because why would you hold HEX after you?
But before, I understand the mechanism. I get that. But before you're cashing out, somebody has to buy it first. Again, it's automatic market making. It's not like the shitty exchange and the spoofing and whatever. 5 million in, 4.5 million out. Okay. It's just math. It's a net positive 10%. I don't need to like the idea, but I got to be respectful to math. Math is math. If 5 million buys in and 4.5 maximum can come out, that's a positive 10% buy. Period. We can't change that mathematical fact. That's what I want you to understand. Why are they selling? I don't know. Why would they want to say? I don't know. But mathematically, when I look at the logic, it's a net 10%. Because the fee, if the fee,
so why don't we make it a net 50%? So 50% of the economic energy stays in.
Well, let me continue, because I'm just getting started. And by the way, it's not my contract. I don't like it, but I need people to understand how it works, because it's coming. So that's one. Now, every time this stake is being traded, so to speak, there's a 10% fee every time. To your point now. So if this thing gets traded 5 times, there's a chance that he could lose more than 50% of his value. Now, the reason why there's a chance is because some idiot somebody can just put an astronomical price, and some idiot is willing to pay for it. But guess what? He still needs to go buy the HEX first. So let's say the stake, after many swapping, the stake is only worth 5 million HEX. But for some crazy reason, somebody convinced somebody else to spend 10 million HEX for something that's only 5 million HEX for some crazy reason. Because again, it's like an auction. You choose your price.
Yeah. And then the USD price of HEX goes up 10%, and that covers that, right?
For whatever the reason, for whatever the reason. Let's just say there's only 5 million in there, but somebody convinced somebody else to pay 10 million for it, which doesn't make sense to me. But let's say they do that. Well, guess what? The buyer still needs to go buy the 10 million HEX first from the market, push the price up, and then the seller only get 9 million HEX back. So as this rotation keeps happening, kind of like trading, we're actually becoming like a mini exchange, getting the liquidity in the form of emergency end state, because we're getting that 9.7%. Every transaction is net positive for the staker class and the OA, because it creates a net 10% value transfer in HEX. So we don't have to worry about whatever the USD price is. That is the whole point. That's the only reason why this thing makes some sense. If those two things wasn't there, meaning the 10% fee and the fact that it only takes HEX, I would have burned this thing a long time ago and not even waste my time. That's the only reason why it creates a price positive. Now, let's talk about the risk, so people understand why the legacy way is still the better way for all the other people out there or whatever. The big risk is that when the price is going up in the bull market, so to speak, then it's easy for the seller to put a premium because you can say, buy my thing now because 6 months from now it's going to be worth so much more. Look at the price chart, blah, blah, blah. Whatever schematics or sales tactics or pitch they say, whatever, premium goes up. It's kind of like the bond market. But then when the market starts to go down, if you overpaid for something and now you're trying to get out because the market's going down, well, smart buyers are going to be like, well, you're trying to get out, so why would I give you premium? I'm going to give you negative premium. I'm going to give you, you want to get out? Okay, you got 5 million HEX? Okay, I'm only giving you 2 million HEX. Take it or leave it. This is why I'm here to educate, to say.
So you have to buy less HEX on the market in that scenario.
That is true, but guess what? Again, you can't have it both ways. That also means less HEX is being dumped. No matter what, it's a 10% mechanism.
So HEX is being dumped.
No.
You're missing the point, Matty.
No, it's okay. Wells, I got it.
Well,
Matty, follow me.
I'm not sure because I'm doing a lot of listening. So
that's fine. I got you. Let's say that scenario, bear market comes in, the stake is worth 5 million, but the buyer is smart enough to say, hey, you're desperate. I'm only giving you 2. Take it or leave it. Let's say you accept. Okay, I go buy 2 million HEX. Okay, I show up. Remember, you only get 90%. Because the 10% gets removed as the fee. So the seller actually only get, once again, 1.9 because the 10% fee. Because it's a 10% fee on the transaction. So no matter what it is, and it's actually even better because now the new buyer is now having the ownership of the stake, which is worth 5 million HEX, but it's still a stake. It's not moving. They're just swapping ownership. I'm swapping ownership from person A to person B, and person B gives 90% of what it agreed to pay. So when person A exit, this is actually the best case scenario. Person A used to have 5 million HEX, sold it for only 2 million HEX, and got 90% of that. So only 1.9. And since 2 million had to be purchased first, the seller only get 1.9. So it's still a net 10% buy, no matter what. And that is a mathematical fact. I don't need to like it, but I got to be real. And that's what that is. So the warning that I bring to people is, especially if you're new or if you're OG Hexagon, you don't want to be in that random scenario where, because we pump a lot and then we'll go sideways a while. If you ended up buying something that's overpriced, and then you get desperate and then you start to sell it for a lower price, that's how you kind of get liquidated in a way because you're not selling for what its really value is. So you have to be very cognizant that the moment you play this encapsulated game, you're no longer in control of the value of that stake. You can pretend all you want, but you're no longer. I'm in sales. I do this for a living. Okay. Buyers are always in control. You can tell me a story about how much you want to ask, how many HEX you want to ask. I still get to decide how much I'm willing to pay. Which is why it's also a protection mechanism for the community. Because guess what, Matty? This is the joke. All you OG Hexagon, hear me loud and clear. A lot of you guys, obviously mine is the OA, a lot of you guys are the one with all the fucking HEX. So you are the potential future buyers. So you need to understand that what you're willing to pay for the stake is also what end up getting dumped. So you need to make sure that you understand to not pay over value. Example, again, I use that example all the time. Matty, the trick is this. You literally pull this stake, download Staker app if you haven't, talk to me, I'll help you, I'll get you turned on, no problem. Get the Staker app, pull out that encapsulated stake because it's a real stake on L1. Based on the duration, Staker app does the math for you. It literally tells you, hey, if this thing gets nuked, if this progress report, right? So let's say you're 5% in. It literally tells you what happened if emergency end state happened. And then whatever that's left over, that's what you add the premium on. So for example, if the stake is at a stage where we're barely at 50% completion, and then you will lose all the interest and just keep the principal. As a buyer, if you want to buy that stake, just know where that percentage is. And then you can say to the seller, this is what I'm willing to pay. Whatever Staker app says, plus maybe 5%, I give you a premium. Or if it's in a bear market, I'll say whatever Staker app says, minus 10%. It's all about making sure you're not overpaying for a stake because you already understand that the seller doesn't have any other option. It's either he sells to you or he deals with the consequence of the truth engine because guess what? All those things still apply. It's a layer one stake. Make no mistake, the system is still alive and well. the seller that creates the encapsulated stake corner himself because he has no other choice. He either emergency end stake, which is just the regular system doing his thing, or he accepts whatever the buyer is willing to give him. And what I'm going to keep doing over and over with Whales, I'm going to keep educating all the buyers so they're making sure when they venture to buy those old T-shares, so to speak, that they understand where fair market value is so they don't end up overpaying, because it's in my best interest to make sure they're educated, because if they overpay, then over time, it's just more HEX moving around. But even though there's a net 10% anyway. So it's just, I want people not getting wrecked in terms of the long term, because your safest route is just to continue to use the contract the regular way, create your own stake. Now, if Maddie, to be fair, if I had a certain amount of money and I can only buy maybe 200 T-shares based on current T-share price, and some other older encapsulated person is very desperate, and I can buy the same stake for 30% less or 50% less, then it's actually good for the new person. And I have to talk about that too, because some people will come, they're new, and they're trying to accumulate T-shares, and their money is limited. So they're like, well, my money can only buy me 200 T-shares on the regular way. But because this guy over there on the encapsulated stake is desperate enough to give me more T-share for the same amount of money that I have now. So in that case, the trade is actually net positive for the new person, because the new person will bring in the new money, pay the fee, whatever, but then become also a long-term holder too. So again, we just need people educated, because this
they'll get paid like a long-term holder, but they will have the option to sell anytime.
Yes, but again, option or sell anytime is one thing. The value of what you're selling at, I get to decide that. I, the buyer. So my job is very simple. I just educate people on what the fair market value of the stake is. And then the very simple truth is this. If the price being asked gives me less T-share, again, breaking news, Hex clip, this is for you right now. If the price being asked by the seller is higher than me doing my own stake by myself for the same amount of T-share, it's a no fucking brainer. I'm just going to do my own stake, and I'm not going to take the bid from the seller. Because again, the seller can signal the market all he wants. If no buyer shows up, nobody's buying that shit, period. And actually, technically, the first 6 months, even years, there's a lot of chances that a lot of those encapsulated stakes don't get any buyers. Again, unless there's, again, crazy bull run. But the point of the matter is, buyers are always in control. Don't be in fear. Learn about this thing. Always buyers are in control. And we still haven't seen anything. The thing got to come out, be audited, whatever. I'm still going to make sure you only text HEX and all this other stuff that we talked about, because that's what protects the game theory. And that's the only thing we will tolerate. Anything else, we're not even going to waste our time. So,
when the price goes up, people will want to buy liquid HEX or want to buy encapsulated.
It depends on who it is. An investor, price goes up, he buys the old stake because he's getting the value of a printer, right? Quoting Wells over here, that prints something at a higher clip. When you were printing let's say you were making $100 a day. That stake was doing $100 a day in HEX term and in USD. And then the price went up 5x. Now it's doing $500 a day. For an investor, it's a smart move to buy the stake because the money printer generated at a higher clip, so it's more valuable. Therefore, he wants to buy that old stake. Okay. Now, for a trader,
which one's the old stake?
The old stake is the guy that encapsulated it, because he encapsulated. Let's say he encapsulated before the price went up. So let's say year one, encapsulated stake showed up by person A. 3 years later, price is up 50%, and then it's printing at a higher clip. An investor that shows zip, that sees, oh wow, HEX, look at the chart, beautiful, yeah, Karim, well, awesome. I can see where this thing can go 15 years from now. But oh man, I wish I was here day one, but I'm not, man. The liquidity is so low, I'm gonna wreck myself, but I want to buy big. It's like an OTC almost, literally. It's like OTC. So it's like, oh wow, somebody is willing to sell me the money printed at a lower value. So let's say the whole stake is worth maybe 50 grand. This is just an example. And somebody is willing to sell it to me for 40 grand. Well, guess what? What ended up happening is now I am incentivized to spend the 40 grand to own something that's worth 50 grand. So the seller has to create that discounted, because if he doesn't create that, the buyer doesn't have any incentive to go buy the stake. So what ends up happening is something that's at 50, that's just a basic example, by the way. So something that's worth $50,000, seller say, hey, I'm willing to sell it to you at 40, because again, he's exiting early. So you always have to create an appealing reason. And then when the buyer comes in with a 40, remember, again, we remove the 10% and the seller only get 36,000 if we had to talk in US dollar. Again, everything is done in HEX. So that way, no matter what, it's always a net 10% positive. And we're the one getting the majority of the 10%. We're getting 9.7%. Half to the OA, half to the staker class.
At the expense of like the price not being able to go higher, because all that liquid, all the liquid stakes are essentially like liquidity. It's essentially creating liquidity, but getting paid like you're staking. And wasn't the price mechanism in HEX to like to be incentivized to lock your coins so that they become scarce because they can't be sold, and then the price goes up more?
That still happened. Remember, who are the staker class? It's us. And guess what? Those who own most of the share, who stake the longer, are the one getting most of the coin. That's how emergency end stake goes. It's a percentage. So always not selling, and the long stakeholder like myself, we're not selling. So it goes into stronger hands. It actually makes it more scarce, faster, because at the end of the day, it just accelerates the mechanism. Let me make something very crazy. If somebody's stupid enough to pay an insane price for something that's not worth what it is, actually we get paid even more, because that.
Let's say that the market fairly values it, because let's use the efficient market hypothesis.
Yep.
Right. Then all that's happening really is there's more
10% pump every trade, 10% pump. Because you have to go buy the HEX first, and then you lose 10%. So on the way in, 100%.
But all those people are going to end up selling right early.
Who? No, they're not.
The people with the
Matty,
fixed
remember, only the ownership of the stake is being traded. The stake is not moving. The only mechanism that's happening is, hey, 10 million HEX got encapsulated, and if somebody wants to buy it, they have to go buy some new HEX. And then when the new HEX comes in, only 90% comes out.
Yes.
And then only ownership change. That's what you keep missing. The original stake is just staying stake. Only ownership is being transferred. And then when the new money comes in to buy the stake, only 90% comes out. So no matter what, it's a positive 10%.
But right now it's 100%. 100% goes in, right?
Right now, you need 100%.
And it gets time locked. That's the difference. The time lock is key to the value, because of the velocity of money is the slower the velocity of money that creates the value of money.
But remember what I said on the very beginning. I said this thing is basically only for like a very, very small percent of people. The main thing is still the main thing. The main product is still the main product.
You don't think people are going to like getting insane APY and having the option to sell for only 10%?
Whatever they want to do.
When the USD price 100x's, what does that make that 10% that you're paying as a penalty? Nothing. So you're just going to keep dumping.
No. It multiplies too. Matty, that's what you don't understand. It's 10% of the transaction. Again, I'm going to say it slow. Let's say the stake was 10K and then the price went up 100x. Now the stake is worth $1 million fucking dollars. Okay. Guess what? If somebody say, hey, I'm willing to sell for 500K, you still need to go buy HEX for 500K to then get the ownership, because that's how it works. And when you bring that new 500K, you're only getting back 450 to the seller, because 10% is being holded.
And then so 2 days later, that 450 is dumped on the market.
I'm sorry, what?
2 days later, the 450 is dumped on the market.
The 500,000 came in, Matty. You can't have it. You can't have it. That's double standard.
But what about all the what about the 3x interest that you're getting because you're not holding liquid HEX? So you're getting
what? No, because remember the penalty
getting higher interest
only goes to the staker class. So you actually have an incentive to be staked, because now you're going to get weekly big small payday. So it's actually an incentive for you to be staked, because you're going to keep getting those emergency end stake penalties as people continue to trade.
So I get 300% more for doing a 15-year stake.
Yes. But
and I
all
get
that.
10% less for doing an encapsulated stake.
No. Remember, the encapsulated stake for the most part, all going to be, for the most part in the beginning, they're all going to be 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. So don't even worry about the trade.
But compared to liquid HEX that I could sell, that's the difference. Like I can sell the encapsulated T-share and I can sell the liquid HEX whenever I want.
Yeah, but again, you can't have it both ways. We're talking about the encapsulated state. First, you need HEX to encapsulate, and then they get locked. The moment they get locked, all you can do is signal the market that you're willing to sell. And then you wait the 2 days, and then the buyer shows up with new HEX in order to buy that stake from you. And when he buys it, it's just a transfer of ownership. We remove the 10% from the new money that he came in with, and then you only get the rest. That's how it works. So there's always a positive 10%. It's like you bought a house for $100,000. 5 years later, the house is worth $500,000, and then you're saying, "Hey, I want to sell it for $450," and I'm in the plus. I'll say $400,000. Sorry, you want to say for $400,000, and then guess what? The buyer shows up with $400,000, which he had to buy the HEX first. We take our 10% fee as the so-called middleman or whatever, and then the seller only gets the $360. And this is the key. This is the reason why it's always a net positive 10, because to even interact as a buyer, you need to go buy HEX first. That's the safety. That's the mechanism. The moment this wasn't there, that would have been a systemic risk.
But then everybody else who has, like, part of the reason why HEX has gone up so much and will continue to go up so much, is because like people don't realize how high it can go when they time lock their money.
Yeah, but Maddie, that doesn't stop. That's what you don't understand. Understand something.
It does stop when people buy something where they have the option to sell and then they sell.
They buy it with HEX. They're not selling again. They're only selling
for USD
of what the buyer's willing to buy. It's all in HEX. So imagine this: if this thing trade for like $1 billion,
10% is in HEX.
Everything is in HEX. It's 10% charging HEX.
But then you dump 90% on the market because that person's getting out.
Okay.
Early.
This is the part you keep missing. Let's just say the in and out happened literally the next minute. Just make it simple.
Okay.
100% buy, price goes up. 90% sell, price stay up 10%. That doesn't change. If I buy $1 million HEX and I automatically sell 900,000 HEX, I'm still up 10%. This is what automatic market maker does.
That's if it's 100% of the volume of the market, but most of it is not going to be on this system
for the first
probably
time now,
to begin with. So it's really only going to be up like a fraction.
No, but what you don't understand is that for the first time, the staker class is actually, and the OA is actually getting paid for that volume, because we're charging a 10% fee on the volume of a tradable stake. That's a big fucking money. If we do 1 billion HEX a month, that's 10% of 1 billion HEX. If we do 50 billion HEX per month, that's 10% of that. That's serious. That's going to create a FOMO stake, because everybody now wants to get a piece, because degen's going to degen and we're going to leave on the 10% and the price will go up. That's the ideal scenario. And that's
so right now, so let's say we had tradable stakes from the beginning.
Yeah.
And so I'm getting paid 40% a year.
Yeah.
In interest. And so that's how much more my stake is worth now than when I started it.
Yeah.
So if I wanted to
pick a number, let's do an example. Pick a number.
$10,000 is used in investing a lot.
Do it in HEX. Make it simple so people don't get confused. Keep it all in HEX. How many HEX you started with? Pick your number of years and how many HEX is there with the interest and everything. Go ahead. Arbitrary example, whatever you want.
I want to talk about the USD as well, though.
Well, we'll get to that, but I need you to understand the mechanics first, because that's the key. Because everything else doesn't make
1 million
sense.
HEX.
Okay, 10 million HEX you started with. Okay, how many years goes by, and then so I can calculate for you APY, all that stuff.
With 1 million HEX, let's say 1 year goes by.
Okay, so let's just say basically that 1 year goes by, 40% APY, right? You now have 1.4 million HEX in that state, right?
Okay.
You follow me?
Yes.
Now here, guess what? Now here's the magic. It's still locked. It's a fire or whatever. Now you say to the market, I want to sell. What's your price? You tell me. And remember, it's all in HEX, and I'm gonna be your buyer. Go ahead. What's your price? Tell me.
Okay.
And let's say I'm gonna be ski cat, blank check, whatever Maddie wants. It's gonna be fun. All right. Best way to learn. You get to do it.
So
how much you want? How much you want, baby? Blank check. Daddy got you.
Well, so it's worth more than liquid HEX would be right now because it's going to pay more for longer.
How much you want, baby? How much you want? Let's say you're my friend. You convince me. You talk nice. I want you to win.
I want 1.7.
You want 1.7. I said, okay, Maddie, deals. 1.7. I waited 2 days. I have to go on market and buy 1.7 million HEX, irrespective of the fucking price in dollar, because you only get paid in HEX. So I have to go figure out, kind of like buying a house, I got to go figure out my financing, escrow, all that stuff. So I go on market, I buy the 1.7 million HEX. I show up to the platform. I say, hey, I want to buy this stake. I already talked with the buyer, with the seller. Sorry, we're already good. Platform guy says, okay, no problem. Thank you very much. Okay, we take the 1.7. We remove our 10%, which is about 170,000 HEX. So, so the seller only end up with 1.1. We have 1.5, 1.53. Yeah, yeah, exactly 1.53. So 1,530,000. So I bought 1.7 million. You only getting 1.53. And let's say you automatically dump the next day or the next minute because it's all going to be done via smart contract, all automatic. It doesn't fucking matter because guess what? I pumped the price for 1.7. You're only dumping the price for 1.53, irrespective of what the stake is. And I get ownership of the stake. And I continue to accumulate trustlessly inside the thing because it's locked. So make no mistake, we're going to get paid. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to help the new guy not get overly wrecked. So it's going to be like, oh, the stakers are getting paid and then the new guy is getting wrecked and then they're going to start to give us a bad brand name. So I want to be here to just educate people about fair market value.
I was allowed to sell, right?
Yeah.
Even though I got 50% return or whatever we came up with, right? So what's the other situation where I did a 15-year stake and I didn't have that option?
Well, it's very simple.
Then you would have had to buy 1.7 or 1.5 on the market.
No,
and then
no.
Let me finish my thought.
Here's why.
And then you would have bought it, and 100% of it would have gone into USD price appreciation.
Remember, that's a good example. Let's talk about that. What would have happened the other way is just what you already did, which is as simple as that. You bought that stake years in the past, so last year, based on your example, the year prior, and all you did was you only bought 1 million HEX. Because at the end of the day, it's only 1 million that you bought. The interest is what got it to make value at 1.4. And then you ask for 1.7. So technically speaking, you brought money from the future. You asked for something you haven't even earned in interest. So using your own example, this will actually accelerate price appreciation for HEX. Because at the end of the day, the other way around, you would have only bought 1 million HEX, sit on you, whatever, and then just let the interest run.
And I can't sell it to you at this point.
That's fine, but you were talking about the effect
of
buying.
If you wanted to buy, you would have to buy the full amount that you wanted from the liquid HEX, not from the staked HEX.
No matter what it is, the thing is that this thing can generate money coming from the future. In other words, person A only bought 1 million HEX, interest accrued, even asked for more, so that the buyer had to, if he agreed, of course, had to go to the market, not only buy what you started with, buy the amount of interest you have accrued, plus buy the future valuation that you wanted to sell it for. All of that in HEX. So actually, it's literally borrowing from the future in a way.
Yeah.
Bring it here, lose 10%, because everybody gets paid, OA gets a cut, sticker class gets a cut, so that you get your 1.53, which you're happy about because it's still more than the 1.4 that you had sitting there that you couldn't access. So even if you dump the 1.53 the next day, the price still is unaffected by a factor of 10% because the buyer had to buy HEX first for the amount of money that you ask. That is the secret. That is the glue.
Instead of having to buy and like my HEX is staked and so they can't buy mine. So there's less HEX to buy and you have to buy 1.7 million coins.
Stake. It's a transfer of ownership. That's what encapsulated is. They're getting your stake in return. They're not going to just pay the 1.7 for free. No, they're getting your stake.
But if there are no tradable stakes, then they would have to buy that from the liquid HEX.
Yeah, but
instead of being able to buy it from the liquid stakes.
You got to look again. I'm in sales. You got to look at it the other way around too. And again, I onboard people every day. Okay, so that's a fact. People need to understand. We need to attract more buyers. It's not because you have the best product in the world that things just happens overnight. Your number one enemy is obscurity. If nobody knows you, they can't transact with you. There's people sitting on the side with a lot of money that said, listen, I want to get into this, but I need a good deal. I need a good price. Rich people never overpay. That's a fact. You don't need to like it.
We don't want rich people. We want medium people.
Somebody that wants to come in, that's your chart, that's whatever. If you can get a better deal, they will always try to get a better deal. So what I'm saying
we don't want to get people better deals. We want them to pay what HEX is worth.
I get it. But remember, the seller also choose how much he's willing to sell it for. What I'm trying to tell you is that...
But not if it's locked. If it's locked, he doesn't choose because you have to ride the rocket all the way till the end instead of getting off early. And people will get off early if they have the option, especially if they're getting paid other people's interests that they deserved. Like the people who are staking on the alternate system, they're getting paid out money that would otherwise only be given to the people who are using the actual honesty function of keeping their word for how long they stake.
No, Matty, that's not how it works. And by the way, when they do that, you get a cut too, because you get that other half that the OA gets. So
yeah, I get a 10% cut, but then I get all these people dumping whenever HEX goes up just a little bit.
Dump what doesn't already been pumped. That's what you don't understand, and it becomes easier. And
they can dump 90%.
And by the way, just so you know, the 48-hour delay is a big deal. We're gonna have a chart in no time. We're gonna have a chart that literally signal who is asking to sell and whether or not transaction has been made. There's going to be so much delay. We're going to have plenty of time to see what's going on. And remember, it's still a blockchain transaction. When you decide to say, hey, I want to sell for X, you still use Ethereum. You still do a transaction, and then you sit there and then you wait for buyer to come. And if no buyer comes, it just sits there and it doesn't do anything. So it actually slows the velocity of HEX because we get to signal. Because your argument doesn't make sense. It's like me saying March 15, the big stake and stake. Okay, they got all the HEX. They got all the big payday. They could also dump too. So it doesn't make sense. I'm just telling you, I keep it in HEX because it's about the mechanics. The mechanics, no matter how we slice it, is positive 10%. Because the person buying has to buy HEX first to then give to the seller, and the seller lose 10%. So no matter how we slice it, there's always a net.
Instead of having to buy 100%. You're only having to buy 10%.
No, that's what you're missing. The buyer is buying 100%. He's only giving 90% to the seller. We're getting the energy of 100%.
Instead of in the system now where you have to buy 100% because you can't get such good interest if you aren't locking and keeping your lock.
But that's what I'm trying to say. It is technically staying locked because it's a transfer of ownership. The 15-year stake is still a 15-year stake. But it's
the economic energy that matters, not.
But the economic energy that came in was 100%. The guy had to go buy 1.7 to then give to the system.
Economic energy that came in is 10%.
Beyond that, again, if you do multiple tradable stake, it's like complaining about an exchange having a 3% or 4% fee. With the volume that it does, a lot of money. 10% is a lot. You don't realize, and that's good that it's 10% because I did some other math where it creates a situation where the tradable stake only becomes really valuable like 5 years later and more because of the penalty. It eats into the interest rate, so it makes it almost economically not smart to sell it too early because it's worthless too early. And
it's like creating more liquid HEX and giving interest to the people who have liquid HEX.
You're not giving any interest. You're just transferring ownership, and we're getting 10% of.
But it's accruing value, which then 90% or like then 90% can be dumped.
Yes.
So 90% of that interest on the 15-year stake is growing and growing and growing to where that can be dumped. Whereas in the current system, you can't do that.
I get what you're saying, but you can't have it both ways. For 90% to be dumped, 100% needs to get in. Again, I'm using very simple words. I don't understand why it's complicated. I say it's a net positive 10%. I didn't say it was the most unbelievable thing in the world. I just said.
But it's at the expense of the entire USD price because it's creating more liquid. It's creating liquid interest, basically.
No, it's actually lowering the liquid HEX by 10% every time. Again, what did I say? 1.7 liquid got purchased. Only 1.353 was dumped. That means 10%, 170,000 HEX never left the system. It only went to who? It went to staker class, OA, and then 0.3% to the team. That's it, which again is long-term because they have.
But otherwise that wouldn't have been sold for 15 years.
But it's not being sold because it goes into the OA and the long-term staker class, which are
90% of the USD value is leaving. Like,
no,
it's being sold.
But the 90% that you're talking about is for the new money. The original stake that created this is still in the system. Only ownership is being traded. And now we have a net entrance value of 10% more because you had to buy the encapsulated stake first, spend your money, 1 million HEX, encapsulate that. And then another 1.7 million came in and only 1.53 came out.
Instead of 100% coming in, 10% is coming in.
But 10% is only coming in after the first stake was actually encapsulated and created. It's going to create a demand for people to buy HEX to then do the encapsulation. That you need to counter that too. It's a double buy. We have 2 buy and 1 sell. First person buy, encapsulate. Second person buy to buy the encapsulated and then lose 10%. So it's actually net positive every time.
But in the current system, there's a buy, and then a buy, and then a wait.
Yeah.
Right? And it's a lock. It's a locked wait. And so
the buy on the other stuff will be stronger because you're not just buying the stake. You're buying the stake plus future valuation of the stake and the interest. So that creates a bigger buy. That's the reason why you're able to get, because let's do a quick math here. You stake 1 million HEX for 1 year. It's only worth 1.4 million because of the 40% APY, but you're asking for 1.7. So technically, you actually, by that speculation, draw more money in, 300 more thousand, because you.
No, I exit more out of I exit earlier than I would have if I was accruing that interest with a locked stake.
You didn't exit earlier. What you did is you transfer ownership, and then you took some of the buying that the new guy was coming in, and then you only got 90%. So
I exited. Yeah, I exited.
Yes, but
somebody else entered, and they didn't have to go through the liquid pool and then go into the locked pool.
They did. They had to go buy the 1.7 million HEX to give to you. Where do you think they're going to get it? At the liquid pool, at the Uniswap. That's what I've been saying. They have to go buy the HEX first. You cannot go into the platform without.
That's how the system already works. You have to buy the HEX first, and then you have to lock it, and then you can't get it out. And the interest that you get stays locked too, instead of being able to take 90% out whenever you want, whenever the price goes up, and then everybody gets out of their stakes.
They're not getting out of the stake. The stake is just being transferred. All I'm saying is it's a.
They're getting their economic value out early. Yes or no?
No, it's not like that.
They're not getting their economic. They're pulling economic energy in, and they're getting their economic energy out.
They're only getting this is the factual answer. Since you want to be factually correct every time, they're only getting economic out. They're only getting 90% of whatever the seller is willing to buy. The buyer is willing to pay. Sorry,
but I could get 0% out if I'm actually locked.
Well, no, because you still own your stake.
If I have a 15-year lock, then I can get 5% out or whatever my emergency end stake would be.
But what I'm saying is that those original coins are still doing the same thing. They're not moving because again, the transfer of the ownership still allowed those same original person A token to stay locked.
It creates a bigger pool of liquid hex or liquid stakes for people to buy. So there's not as much competition just for the liquid and then locking it.
They're not, again, this is the wrong terminology. Maybe that's why you're having problem understanding. They're not liquid stake. That's a wrong term. Whoever told you that, erase that. They're not. They are tradable stake. They are actual stake. They're not liquid. People are using liquid hex to buy the stake that's already solid. So they're not liquid stake. The stake is the stake. Ownership only is being transferred. That's it. And then what ends up happening is the back and forth of the tradable is creating the 10% fee. It's like literally the staker class and the OA now are basically like liquidity provider. That's the easiest analogy I can give you.
I don't like being a liquidity provider because then the price moves without me.
No.
I've provided liquidity recently, and it was a really bad deal.
I only use it as an analogy. The price is moving. I told you there's a positive 10%. No matter what, it's imbalance. 100% comes in, only 90 comes out. Up
Instead
and to the
of
right,
100% going in to earn the interest.
And by the way, just so we can be fun and hilarious, when the 100% comes in and the person gets paid, they can keep the hex, just so you freaking know. You see, people don't even look at all the scenario. They can literally just be like, oh, wow, so smart.
That's what we were talking about earlier. Yeah, why would somebody give up their T-shares to keep liquid hex?
So hold on. If they're smart enough, and then they don't talk to me because I'll shut that down, but if they're smart enough to convince somebody to pay more hex than what the fair market value of the stake is, it's like it's 5 million in there, and then I was able to sold it for 7 million or 8 million or whatever it may be. Now I'm back with more. And then what do? I can just encapsulate another one and then rinse and repeat. And then just keep sucking more hex like that. So for those who know how to be, it's like selling houses and flipping houses. It's the same thing. Those who are good at it will keep flipping, create encapsulated stakes, and then getting more hex every time they flip, even though they pay a 10% fee. So my point is, the doom and gloom scenario, even when you think about that, is still a positive 10%. The best case scenario is people just keep creating encapsulated stakes, sell out a premium, make money, and then never sell the hex. Just keep encapsulating and then flipping every time they just make more hex.
And if that's the best deal, then eventually there will be no hex that is staked. That's locked.
They're all staked. They're all going to be staked because, again, it's an encapsulated stake. It has to be a real stake. And then the bond math.
Okay, but think about 100% of hex stakes being tradable.
If people want, I mean, that's not going to happen.
If it's a better deal, then it would.
No, because number one, OA has more than 80% of the coin. So, okay, that boogie theory invalid right there. First thing first.
I'm talking about the actual not owned by the OA.
Okay, but just want to make sure because people are watching, so I got to make sure. So overall pool, 80+%, never going to happen. And then there is already 9 point something, almost 10% that's actually staked. And again, like we said earlier, the old stakes are ineligible, period. It's only going to be for the new stuff. That's it. And then no matter what, we get a positive 10% paid to us in hex, which is huge. Because our bags is growing even faster. And that's going to make hex more scarce because the stronger hands and the OG hands are holding the price. And we're going to keep holding that plus the interest. So it's like we won't be needing to use that product. It's going to make it more scarce and price will go up higher, faster because of bond math.
On the other side of that, though, then like when my real stakes do mature, then like... then I have to compete with like the encapsulated hex system to like sell my liquid hex now that the game's over.
Yes and then no. It depends on the market because guess what? You will always be able to sell because when your stuff comes ended, you literally just go to Uniswap. There's always going to be a market. The other guy is actually at a disadvantage because he's bounded. Unless the buyer come, he cannot sell. You're always at an advantage. Your stuff ends. Because remember, it's automatic market making. You're not asking for permission to sell. You just go to Uniswap and then you sell. That's it. So that doesn't make sense. There's no competition. You will always have market ability to sell at any time when your stake ends. The other person is actually running the risk because he's stuck. I don't care how much you're willing to sell it for. If no buyer shows up, you're not going to be able to get anything. Period. Full stop. So there is always going to be a negative premium compared to the regular stake because the regular way is less risky. Now, sometimes, depending on the cycle, if we're in a bull market and HEX is going up and the new buyer that want to buy T-shirt cannot buy it because the price is going up so fast and he's not able to buy enough T-shirt, it's in his best interest to buy an encapsulated stake because he's going to be able to buy more to enter his position and become a strong hand compared to the market because maybe the price went up so high that he cannot afford to buy 100 T-shirts because it's too expensive. So he's going to go to the stake market to buy that. Okay.
I think Patrick sees what I was trying to say. I don't know if I said it clearly because the comments are indicating that, but that's what I'm visualizing. It's the interest which has the possibility to get sold earlier.
Yeah, and regardless, there's always going to be a net 10%. There's always going to be a net 10%, and the transaction is only in HEX. That's it. This is the only reason why we even entertain this thing. If not, we would have been against it.
The thing I like about math, which I think we can agree on, is that like this all can be modeled just like we started to do today verbally, but it can be modeled and like, you know, we can both like, you know, I'll show you my numbers if you show me yours. And,
I literally just,
you know, then we'll understand what each other is talking about. Cause I don't think that there's any doubt that like you and I are both like, and Whales, like we're all like people who think a lot and probably both have good points. And so, you know,
and again, I'm just doing the math. Again, I don't need to like it, but I'm just saying I'm looking at what could be a potential systemic risk, and that was the only thing that I was worried about. And it seems like it could be addressed that way. Now, again, the code hasn't come out yet. The audit hasn't been done yet. Between what's being said and what the truth is, we will have to wait and see. But if this thing is as the way it's advertised, no matter what it is, it's a net 10%. That's a fact. Because again, 100% gets buy in HEX, only 90% comes out. Irrespective.
Do you want to get on the test net with me?
Sure. I don't know how to do that, but because we got to wait for the contract. How are you going to do the test net of the? Okay, when the thing comes out,
they're already testing it. I think.
Oh, they are. Okay. Well, I didn't know that. Again.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. All right.
So
we could. It's not my. Let's all play the game next week. Next week we'll go over how everybody in the audience can get their encapsulated T-shirts on the test network. You go to a faucet, you generate your HEX, I think is how they have it set up. You know, you get your million HEX, I think is like the example that they use. So everybody can have a million HEX to play with. And then we'll do a live economics experiment and see what happens.
See, I like that.
What could be more exciting?
That would be cool. Yeah. I mean, I like progress. Again, playing the ostrich, putting your head in the sand doesn't solve anything. This thing is coming. The sooner we understand it, the better. Again, I kind of modeled in my head already, but the main thing is for protecting the new people is making sure they understand what the fair market value is. Because I
love that you say that. Yes.
And this is me because I care. Because I already know if this thing takes off, just because, like I said, like a liquidity, we're getting the 10% regardless. I'm a 555 guy. I'm just going to sit back, get my cut. I just want to make sure people don't get wrecked because then they're going to feel stupid realizing that they should have just do the regular way, which they should have done. But understanding how the market works, understand what the fair market value is, because in some cases, this can actually be good for the new person. Again, example, very simple. When the tradable stake is so discounted that it makes more sense for you, the new person, to buy that because the market is so illiquid that you won't be able to generate the same amount of T-shirt, then it makes sense for you to use that. Only then, because you will be able to get more for your money. That's it. But on the flip side,
I love getting more for my money.
Exactly. But on the flip side, if you don't understand and some wizard come and just like, hey, this is worth blah, give me X amount of HEX, and then you pay that stuff, then you're going to be feeling kind of stupid when you realize that you overpay. Because remember, it's like an auction. The person literally dictate how much they're willing to sell the stake for. That's important. Yeah.
Maddie,
that's a good point. If we get that thing, let me know. I'd love to to play with it just for fun. And then again, that gives enough time for people to get familiar and whatever. So
yeah, cool.
But yeah, good time.
Whales?
Yeah, hey, bro.
You good, bro?
Yeah, I'm just listening to y'all talk about these. I don't care about this stuff, bro. Like, I really don't care. For me, it's not worth my time to talk about this shit.
We believe you.
I have no interest in it. I'm not going to ever use it, so it's not really worth my time to spit and discuss. I mean, it's great to talk about it theoretically.
Educator, that's all.
Yeah. No, I'm just gonna, I'm just giving my plain point of view. You know what I mean? Like, it's cool to talk about. If you use it, good for you. But again, you need to understand how finance works. If you're selling your stakes, you just don't understand what the name of the game is. And again, Crypto's $5. It was actually good. Thanks for catching that. The nap was very good. But again, you guys got to understand how the financial system works. If we're right about what we see in HEX, and there's never a reason to sell it, period.
Yeah.
And a discussion. And if you don't really grasp what that means, I highly suggest you sit down, do your research, and understand what it is wealthy people do. There's a reason the term old money exists. That's all I'll say about that. You guys have fun with your tradable stakes.
Yeah, man. And then one more, again, just to play devil's advocate, but Matty, another use case too people don't realize is that one of the function of the tradable stake, that change of ownership is key in a way where if you're an older person or whatever, and you're about to pass or whatever legacy, you can
That's a good point.
transfer. So again, you see, I get it. The whole, hey, negative, no, like see the words first. I get it. Listen, I got hundreds of thousands of dollars invested too. Make no fucking mistake. I'm going to be out there watching that shit like a hawk. Make no mistake. But that doesn't mean that we need to be illogical and the demonized stuff that we don't even fully investigate for. That is the wrong way. That's like, imagine the founding fathers, right? We're talking about HEX for like how they would, go over the country, whatever. Like, oh my God, no. We need to stay cool, calm, collected, study the data, not be emotional. Money's on the line. I got a lot of money on the line too. So understand, because this can be turned into something positive. The intent of the people is good. So then by collaborating, by making sure all the brains are focusing on the thing to make sure we look at all the angles, so that can turn to something positive. If you want to give away like a transfer of will or something like that, older person to a new person, that's huge. And guess what? For somebody like me, that's something you can market. That's something you can market to older folks too, because what if they're afraid, Maddie, they want to put 100K, but then they're afraid they're going to lose their key. And what if something happened? And they're going to be like, I'm not going to risk that money. Doesn't matter how high the interest rate is. So people need to see that too. This could be, they're still going to pay the 10% fee no matter what. But it could be something that's useful for those who do it, like a transfer of deed, transfer ownership, or something like that. So it's also important to keep that in mind.
Can I tell you about the fourth kind of encapsulated stakes that the community has come up with?
Well, go ahead.
So here's my idea. I want to program mental health into money. And so instead of just doing a time lock, I want to create an encapsulated stake that is a behavior lock. So if you don't go to the gym and you promise that you're going to do it, you don't get your money out until you're done going to the gym.
Oh, wow.
And if you want to quit smoking, then, you got to wait until you quit smoking to get your money out. You're getting interest the whole time. And that really, I think, adds a ton of value to the system because it's creating more use cases for HEX. So
what's the penalty incentive? Is the fact that you just don't get your money that day? I'm trying to understand your game theory. What's the penalty?
Yeah, that's the cool thing is like the idea is that it's not absolute because we run into the problem of oracles. So like the problem is, let's say like in order for me to verify for myself that I quit smoking, then like the system sends a token to my doctor in his email. And then my doctor, he's like,
so your doctor's the one holding the private key pretty much to decide whether or not to release the funds. Is that what you're saying?
Well, maybe I could do something like the social recovery with Staker. So like my family gets a copy and then like if they all vote that like, you know, I can break it, then I get my money back. Just in case my doctor is going to run away with the money, right? Like there's balances here.
That's
right?
true, but that can be game too. Like, let's say they're like, oh, Matty tried hard, he failed me, but let's just give him his money, and then they just decide to.
Well, yeah. So if HEX 10x's, then I can pay off my family and the doctor to let me out of the contract because I don't want to quit smoking tobacco cigarettes. But the point isn't to be immutable. It's to just make it more effort than it would be otherwise, because I'm the one who's making the behavior change for myself. And so as long as I can make it inconvenient to get my money if I don't do the behavior, then like it's actually better that way, that it's not immutable. Because what if I pick something like I'm going to run 1,000,000 miles? Oops. I like fat thumb.
Well, like, you know, you see, this is how my brain works, right? You just mentioned it, my brain's already running, right? So I'm just trying to poke to see what's the, you know, pros.
Karim doesn't sleep for 2 days.
My brain just rolls like that, you know what I'm saying? So
you could program yourself to like be more productive at work, and then you give yourself a bonus that otherwise you'd have to wait like a year for, but like now you can get it tomorrow. And like,
because at the end of the day, it's a real stake, and it has to be end stake at some point when it's due, whether you achieve the goal or not. And then, you know, you don't want that thing to get penalty because it's stuck. So that's why I'm saying eventually, like you said, Oracle, but some guy is going to be some type of trustee, because if it can't be you and then somebody else or a group of people, they got to make sure they end the stake on time, all this other stuff, irrespective of whether or not you hit the target or not. So that's also
well, yeah. I mean, if you have a layer 2, like we're already talking about, then you could have it. So like, the
problem is you have to trust those people, and that was tricky.
Well, no. It doesn't have to be other people, I don't think, because like you could say like, if I complete the behavior and wait a week, then I get the money. But if I don't complete the behavior by then the money gets locked in extra year. And then somehow that's a punishment to me, or like it's a reward to like unlock it.
Okay, so
whatever.
If that penalty happened, what happened? The coin just get restaked for another year?
Yeah. The layer 2, like the Gnosis safe like knows that like it has to restake it on layer 1 if
but who does that? Because
behavior
somebody
isn't
who has
completed.
to physically access the blockchain. So who does that? Who has the key?
The Gnosis. So it's the smart contract that you create.
Somebody has to action that. Example, let's say the staker app, right? Gnosis and all that stuff is all great, but I have the key. So I
can have it just like in HEX. You can have a time lock for something to end. You could have a time lock. So the safe itself is locked until the keys that create the signature is time locked from doing anything.
Well, yeah, no, I get that. I'm just saying when the time comes, because remember it's blockchain. Okay. Somebody has to physically action the blockchain and do the stake or end stake. Who is that person when technically you're not supposed to touch it? Because
you could have a smart contract handle it for you. Because like I could write a smart contract that says like stake my HEX for a week and then stake it for 50 more times for a week.
Okay, so they're doing the staking and the end staking automatically.
Yeah.
Okay. But you get what I'm saying, right? Because again, the difference with like Sticker app, which is great, is that I'm always in control because I have the key. But if technically I'm the one not behaving correctly, then I shouldn't be able to have access, because if I do, then it's like I can just say F this, I'm not restaking, I'm taking the money out.
It's just like social recovery. Like you can program any rules you want.
You have to trust those people, because that's what social recovery is. You trust those other 2-3 people.
But you could. So Steph said the way you could do it is like, if I don't do a trade on my account for a year, then give the permission to my family.
Okay, fair enough.
So
I just want to make sure for mechanics, I'm just trying to help.
Thank you. Yeah. No, and this is awesome because like you are helping me a lot, and like I hope that this helps the community, because this is something that I really want to happen, like eventually, to the point where people are able to program themselves to have better mental health. And they're able to motivate themselves with their own money. So you can not only pay yourself for creating a savings plan into the future that you have to stick with, but you could also pay yourself to have a behavior change contract going forward that you would also want to be truthful about. Otherwise, you'd have to pay whatever costs or forego and whatever incentives that you created for yourself.
Nice. No, I like that fact that, again, for the health part and benefits. So that's why if I can help in any way, I'll try my best. But the
Cool,
mechanics
thank you.
we used to make, because again, there's what we want, right? And there's still dealing with blockchain and stuff like that. I mean, the reason why they call it trilemma for a while is because it's a tough problem, right? But right now, honestly, I want people to focus on the encapsulated things simply because to be knowledgeable, because that's realistically the first thing coming. Because again,
let's test it out.
Huh?
Yeah, we'll test it out. Like that'll be fun.
Amazing. No, because again, in a funny way, again, it's not my contract, but in a funny way, if the behavior is done right based on what I see and what's not, and then obviously it's gonna be a lot of education, not letting people wreck, it can turn out to be something very, very good. But again,
awesome.
If it's used as designed, it's like funny way. People didn't used to really think about it. Apply HEX the way it should be. And then we start really to start talking about, hey, T-share, long-term stake. Next thing you know, boom, staking average length start to rise up. People start to listen. You go to the HEX.vision, you see the chart. More tokens are going on the 555 zone. So again, it's just a matter of just being educated and then testing and making sure the quote unquote code does what it says it's going to do, right? That's important. That's why to me, I'm not even stressing until the audit is done, because before that is to me, it just doesn't even exist. But yeah, we can test.
You know, one of the things I like about the HEX contract that I didn't think about in this context until now is I didn't see one line of code in the entire HEX contract that says Richard anything. And so like, I really think like that Richard, that maybe he's like not weighing in on this because he wants the community to have leaders who figure it out. He wants us to do it ourselves. Like, you know, if something gets way off track, like, you know, he has a vested interest, I believe. He doesn't say that he owns HEX, but he also says like, why wouldn't I own something that I founded?
Mighty, forget even all that. I have this.
He's incentivized
I'm gonna be watching that shit. Period. Full stop. And if it's falsely advertised, I'll be the first one to shut that down. Make no
mistake. Exactly.
What's my name? I gotta
Super
protect
Shark. Whale training.
That's it.
Yes.
So
so this is part of the decentralization of HEX is the community having discussions about this instead of just following whatever Richard says, because we love having a genius who gives us answers all the time, like on the math test, but like sometimes you have to stop giving people answers so they do the work themselves, and then you can tell them if they're right or not, right?
Yeah. And then what's important too in terms of mindset, which I want to remind people, is that it's all good and all to be very skeptical. That's normal. I totally agree. That's why I say people ask questions, even me, because like I don't even wait. Like, again, you just mentioned some new way. Automatically, I was questioning it right away because my brain is working. So I do this regardless, because even if it's the best thing in the fucking world, doesn't matter. The same way I did my research with HEX. I'm like, oh, yeah, it looks good. But let me look at the detail. Okay, let me try to see the game theory. Let me try to see if I can poke this whole thing, see what happens. And then when I can and when it's solid, boom, invest. It's the same exact thing. And we also need to look at the other side where big if it turns out to be good and well thought out and advertised as what we think it's going to do, this is going to be able to bring a new clientele, more money. And I know that for a fact, nobody's going to be upset if their bat gets pumped. So again, we're still at the early phase. Let's not throw a stone at something that we haven't even finished investigating. That's it. That doesn't mean we're going to accept it. We can still say no. I want to make it very clear. But at least let's investigate, play with it, see what happens. And we'll still be telling the people to go the regular way, because that's mainly the main product anyway. I'm
pretty sure like we've got hundreds of people in the audience who are probably going to be interested in like playing around with this thing and testing it.
And by the way, here's the logical explanation. The number one people are going to be interested about this are the one, I don't need to say names, are the one who have a lot of HEX. Because guess what?
Oh,
you need some fucking HEX to do it. That's all you need to say, Manny. That's all you need to say. This is logic. Because it's like you want to ball to the club. If you got no joint, you can't go to the club. You just can't.
Yeah.
So,
and that's the game theory in action, is incentivizing people to not have a tragedy of the commons, but have an abundance of the commons. And so you're more invested and staked in the community if if you do hold a significant amount of HEX to you, and that's the cool thing about this test net, because you can literally get like HEX on the test network that you don't have in the regular network, and you can see what it does, right?
Because Maddie, this is my point, right? This is funny. If you have a bunch of HEX and you're sitting liquid and then you're not staking, first of all, I'm like, duh, what the hell are you doing? But then on top of that, if you end up using that HEX to go over there and then over speculate and get wrecked, no offense, I'm not going to be that sad, because you knew what to do and you decided to go over there, even though we warned you many, many times. So if you want to, help me in a way by giving me some a small payday, I'm not going to say no to that. At the end of the day, money is money. But I'm going to do my part, right? Have a clear conscience. I'm going to talk about it, tell you what fair market value should be so you don't get wrecked. But if you still decide to go to the, and go have your fun, hey, go do you. Because at the end of the day, there's freedom, right? Personal responsibility. It's you and your wife. It's like the people want to trade. Go trade. We'll talk about staking. They still want to hold it. Go trade. You want to go to casino? Go to casino. I told you the casino is no good. You still want to go? Go. That's you.
Whales was dreaming of a dip, and you guys let him down. How could you?
Yo, Whales, you here?
Yeah, I'm here, man. I'm just letting you guys hash that encapsulated stake stuff out, bro.
Yeah. Now, Maddie, if you have any other question, or ask anybody in the chat if they have any question, but I think we went pretty thorough.
There is more questions than answers. There's like the chat.
That's why I'm not talking about it. You guys are literally wasting your time. It's literally a waste of time, because nothing is finalized. Everything is pure speculation. What's the point? You guys are getting all worked up, talking about nothing. That's not. It doesn't even matter, because at the end of the day, I'm gonna repeat this one more time, because people are not listening. And chat, listen the fuck up, because you guys are again wasting your time speculating. We already know HEX works as is. What else is there to talk about? Seriously. If people want to waste their time selling stakes, if they want to sell diamonds, that's their problem. That's all you need to know. You don't need to know anything else. That's a fact. Have a nice day. That's why I'm not wasting my time talking about it. There's nothing to talk about. It's simple math. This shit is going to go up in value, period, ad infinitum. If you want to sell it, good luck to you.
Yeah, because what I think is a downside is you might end up selling for what you think it's worth, and then you're
gonna end up selling at a loss. Period. As soon as you sell, you lost. As soon as you sell HEX, you lose. I sent a little tweet out the other day with little Kermit getting ran over.
Hit, baby. Yep.
That's you every time you sell HEX. It's not a joke. Look, HEX is a money printer. If you own HEX and you got it staked and you're selling it, you're throwing money away because you own a money printer. This is why they say longer pays better. It's literally a simplistic math equation. That's it. So
it's my favorite hashtag every time I tweet.
I mean, it's very important you guys understand this. This is why I'm not wasting my time talking about encapsulating anything. It literally does not matter.
And just again, for the record,
that's really for people that don't understand the system. That's it.
And for the record, again, I'm only mentioning this because, again, I don't want people to panic, irrational for no reason.
It's optional. We already talked about it Saturday. It's optional. There's no need to talk about it 20 times. Once it's finalized, hey, that's the thing. It's already talked about. Once it's finalized, then we can readdress the topic. Until then, we're just really shooting blanks, man. We're getting everybody worked up. Everybody was good at the end of Saturday. If you really don't know what's going on, and you want to sit here and get worked up during this live stream, this isn't the time. Everybody was already worked up Saturday, so you're late to the party. Go catch up. Seriously, go catch up, because I'm reading through the chat, man, and I'm just seeing all the crap that I missed while I was knocked out. It's not worth the energy, guys. It's not. It's really not.
I appreciate getting some of my clarifications that I got, and
sure.
I enjoyed the Saturday stream that I listened to. And I also and so we'll be able to do like a test net with this probably by this time next week. And, but I agree with what you're saying, Whales.
Just understand the mission, it's nothing to play with the technology. There's nothing wrong with it. But understand, it's early stages. Nothing is on paper.
And it doesn't change any core function.
Yeah, basically nothing is on paper. Not even set in stone. Nothing is on paper because the code isn't even audited. So we have to take it one step at a time. Everybody just needs to calm down. It's not even important because Hex works as is. It's not even important to talk about. It's really not. Because until it's, again, on paper, it's pure speculation. That's it. Like, everybody needs to chill. It's really not that important to talk about today or tomorrow. It's really not. It was important on Saturday because everybody was really, really worked up about it. Because I really had no intention on talking about it. I care about it. It's literally zero value add. The only people that will benefit from this are the people that think they can game the system by buying a 555, by buying Hex, staking at 555, waiting a little bit, and getting out. They're not going to win. So it literally doesn't matter. I promise you. Because at the end of the day, it's just like Karim's been saying this whole time. It's math. Yeah, people will get out. Yeah, people will sell. But guess what? Who the fuck is going to be there to not pick it up? Who? Because everybody in the fucking community is literally sitting here waiting for a dip. So who isn't waiting to buy it? So everybody needs to calm down. Stop talking about this shit like it matters because I get it. Everybody wants to understand how it works. I get that and I can sympathize. But at the end of the day, it's really all speculation because the system works as is. And that part of the system is not really relevant because it's an add-on. So, once the add-on is finalized, we can talk about it in some further detail. But until then, we're really just speculating and really just getting worked up about, a whole lot of nothing. And that's really all I'm trying to say. So, everybody can just chill for a little bit. That's all.
Maddie, at least I'm happy to I've answered your question at least. So, we can move to another topic. I mean, unless somebody else, but yeah. And then we'll wait. And then when he shows up, and then we'll dissect.
Yeah, it's important to wait so that we can make a proper assessment because, this is important. It's very important. I don't want to see this become, the nonsense that I saw with fucking Bitcoin, bro. It was nonsense. It was nonsense, and the Hex community is better than that. I personally am not going to partake in nonsense. So, my line will always be my line. And I'm never going to deviate because I understand what's important and my message will stay consistent. And it's nothing to talk about technology, right? I don't mind talking about technology, but that's the thing. We're not even talking about technology right now. We're talking about what it might be. And that's why I really don't think it's, really worth further discussion. We really can't discuss something that we don't know what it's going to be or what is, we don't know. And that's like the problem. Even RG is making that pretty clear. Like, hey, guys, we don't really know what this is going to be yet. Let's chill out because at the end of the day, we really don't know.
And I think it's fun to disagree on something.
Of course it's fun, but the problem is everybody's getting upset about it, man.
Man, the problem is that when you get too emotionally charged,
it's a serious
not everybody can just be cool and
it's a serious topic.
Do what I'm good at, which is educating and explaining and answering questions to kind of like.
But that's the thing. How can we answer questions we don't have real answers to? We can't. So we need to be cognizant of that. That's a little lapse. You know what I'm saying? We need to be aware of that.
By modeling and talking about the theory, right?
No, but that's the reason why
that's the problem. People don't understand that. There's a difference in that. People are thinking that this is what it's going to be. You understand? Because we're talking about something that's not true yet.
What? Yeah, I mean, I've read the dev chats and stuff. So like,
but yeah, those are dev chats.
What is Matty? This is the point. It goes both ways. It's good to have an idea of game theory, the mechanics. But Matty, this goes back to what I was saying. We need to make sure what's being advertised or said is what the product actually does, right? So that's where we have to wait. So I'm okay to kind of entertain the high level view for you to get the mechanics, but you need to understand that this is like Well said. This is speculation simply because we have to wait for the final product to come out to say, okay, you said this. Now show me. Prove, right? Trust, verify, right? Show me that it does what it said that it does and nothing else. Show me that it only takes Hex and not any other whatever. Show me where the transaction happened and then the 10% is being taken out. Show me where the emergency end stake is happening and going to the staker class. Show me all of that shit. The same thing I did with Hex. I bought some Hex. I started a stake. I watched it for a couple of days. I ended the stake. I saw what was going on. I saw the interest come in, and I ran to the repeat 3 times before I got comfortable with the system. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. So we can talk a little bit about the whole thing, but understand this is all technically speculation simply because we have to wait for the funding to comes out so people can really do the final dive in.
I'm very impressed that Whales isn't fudding this whole thing to get cheap HEX, because I know he wants cheap HEX, and you should take this as an indication of his level of honesty, his level of dedication. Like, this is an honest streamer, okay?
Wow.
Because he had every opportunity.
Remember that.
Remember that.
Remember that.
You're so right though, because I'm really like sitting here waiting for a dip. Like,
yeah,
keep waiting, bro.
Yeah,
keep waiting.
It'd be so easy, but he doesn't do it because he's not trying to harm you.
You know what will be epic? Everybody's waiting for the 15, right? And then the whale stop pumping the price on the 12 and the 13.
Yeah,
everybody out of their fucking mind, and then end stake. Right, chop the fucking share price. People are so stupid sometimes. They don't know. Everybody's just waiting. Oh my goodness. Guys, pro tip, there's not enough liquidity to swallow that 1.5 billion X. Let me just leave it at that. Pro tip.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. You know, that's the funny thing.
Move accordingly.
That's the real funny thing, right? We're over here talking about encapsulated. This is why I'm like, I don't even care about encapsulated stakes, because people don't understand. This shit isn't even going to work as advertised because there's just not that much HEX floating around.
Yeah.
So good luck to whoever.
But there's also power showing that you're knowledgeable on the topic so that people understand that.
I mean, yeah, I get all that. I get all that. But sometimes too much knowledge is not good.
So the 15th is
I think you know
Monday.
What I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
That's right before we meet again on Tuesday is the 15th. The Tuesday's the 16th.
Perfect. And by the way, Maddie, back to our old discussion. Remember March 15th was the famous crash? So
last year.
Everything back together. Traditional market, DXY, bond yield, everything is connected. This is gonna be an awesome end of the month. Just be ready.
It is.
And by the way, it doesn't matter. Because you know how awesome HEX is? Up or down, you still get paid every day.
Yeah, I'm
going to be buying Friday. Yes, know about this shit because Karim buys every 2 weeks. That's it. That's it. And when I get to my number, 555, send that baby out. Move on. That's it. All you want.
It's so funny because you don't even care. I'll be over here sitting like a freaking sniper in a fucking nest, just waiting.
I'm literally just like, hey, T-shirt count. I'm very close to hit my one of my targets, so very excited about that.
Here we go. Another one with why isn't this guy must be new. Who's this guy asking why I'm not showing my face? I've never seen him before. Maybe that's why he's asking. Maybe you should watch more streams and pop up asking stupid questions. Like seriously. Nah, I'm not gonna be nice on that one. I've already even had a conversation with RG about that one. So I'm not letting that one slide anymore. That shit is
maybe that's a new guy, that's why.
Yeah, well, there you go. Not my problem, bro.
Coffee says we can chill about HEX Bay. Crypto coffee.
Well, you're welcome. All right. I'm kicking this guy.
There's consensus there. Consensus.
Yeah. Remove. Good day, guy.
Wait.
I don't know who you are, but you just got removed. You don't tell me to shut up, bro. What the hell is wrong with you?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not over here disrespecting anybody. Nobody's just gonna walk up in here and disrespect me. That's rule number one.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, let's just move on. But
moving on.
Next week's go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. Next week. Oh, it's looking good. It's looking good.
With all the macro stuff, it's gonna be epic, and obviously it's gonna start this week because I'm waiting. Wells, I'm waiting for like Powell to talk. He's gonna say some other stuff because if this DXY keeps popping up. Some fake narrative is gonna come out, Maddie. They're gonna be like, "Yeah, the economy is coming." Bullshit. When the chart already told you what's coming, and then by the time the average
somebody sneezed, I think, and the weather is also reasons you listed earlier for the narrative. So all you narrative creators out there, I hope you're taking notes because Karim is literally giving you what you're going to be giving everybody else. He's doing your job for you. Creating the narratives that people are going to use, and they're all BS, aren't they?
Pretty much.
but we've heard it
because
so many times. It's just
here's
like
the thing about
it's so
narrative or whatever. It's all too convenient, Manny. They're always fucking late. They always talk after the fact, and then they're trying to connect some fake dots. Like, oh, the price went up. Oh, let me tell you why. Price went down. Oh, let me tell you what. And even as much as fucking convincing you can fucking be, it doesn't fucking matter. It's always after the fact. I only look at things that are like relevant, that has, again, supporting evidence. The same way a couple of weeks back when I started bringing back the shenanigans with after pool unloading, which makes fucking sense. Those motherfuckers will probably looking at the DXY, see the change of trend, because those miners are old school. They've been at this shit many, many years. They know all the cycles. They're like, everything makes sense. They were unloading thousands and thousands of Bitcoin around 50K because they're like, oh, this might be the top. So let's just unload the clip when everybody is still pretending that this is going to continue to go up. So when it drops, we're going to buy back all those hundreds of thousands of Bitcoin that we sold at 55K or 58K or whatever. And they just need to buy it back at 40 or 35. That's all they need to fucking do. Meanwhile, people are being dumped on. So, and then I learned from that guy that I watch occasionally because the topic was good, because I see them as a notification, but if it's like a waste of time, I just like, but this guy, George, which I mentioned, and then he provided supported evidence. That's when I learned about the crypto quant. And then the next day, I went to do my own research. Like, okay, let me sign in. Let me see what's going on. Let me see what's in the end. Oh, wow, he's right. Boom. And then the next day, same thing. So it's like you fact check the evidence being provided to make sure it actually makes sense. It's not just a narrative play. And then as soon as I could confirm it, guess what? I went on the show and I told everybody, right? It's the same thing. The same way when I learn about important indicators or what's going on with the DXY, there's one old school trader that I follow that looks at those traditional markets. That's what I realized. Oh, wait a minute. Look at this. Look at the correlation. And boom, next thing you know, I see patterns. So it's the same thing. Yes or no or whatever. Listen to people that provide evidence, right? Supporting evidence. Don't just talk. Where's your evidence? Like, it's like in a debate. You know what I mean? Don't get emotionally charged. Just stay rational. Understand that also a lot of smart people in the community are looking into this, and for whatever it's worth, those people also OG Hexagon, and they're not trying to harm the project. For whatever it's worth, never forget that mindset. Never forget that we're all a team of one. Wells already told you guys we're not like the Bitcoin people. So let's show that we are actually different. Let's not crucify people for no reason. Let's do the research, and then if it sucks, we're gonna throw it to the side. We've done it many times. We're good at it. So it's no big deal. Just chill. Enjoy the stream. You know what I'm saying? Like, dream about your game. You know what I'm saying?
People rather worry about nonsense.
Right, Matty?
That's right. I mean, it looks like the audience is appreciating the quality of the talk today. And as always, I mean, I've learned a lot from you guys today. And so, I mean, it's a good day all around. I think we all got paid trustless interest today. Mm-hmm. I think we all, got caught up with the news and Bitcoin and the Bitcoin Clubhouse. I'm like, people have been asking just to do like a Twitter Spaces, so I could launch one of those like after we're done here, just so people can check it out for a few minutes, and see what the Clubhouse of Twitter is looking like.
Amen. And I think this is one of the greatest value we can bring to the community. So again, Mexicans are my people. So, especially take a class, right? 555. So I feel like, those are the people I serve. So we just need to be cool, because if we play this right, we're about to get paid. That's a fact. And if this thing is wrong, we're going to toss that shit to the curb. And that's it. Because I'm telling you, again, Maddie, I love that it's recorded. I'm telling you right now, if this thing goes well and we're going paid and people go over there and get wrecked, don't come back to me and cry. I'm going to be like, thank you for the penalty. See you later. Bye. Because you knew what you were doing. You want to go play this thing. Because I know that I will be talking about it. Wells will be talking about it at the time. Again, when the thing is out and we do the verification, whatever. So that way everybody's warned. Then you have no excuse. That's it. Because I'm going to keep doing my regular stakes, do my thing, whatever. And then the rest, again, right? It's, like I said, free country, right? Or like a personal responsibility. So that's the key. So, and Maddie, let's not forget too, it also protects an attack vector, because again, that's the power of decentralization. Somebody else that's not part of the community could have also done that and trying to create harm. So because of the potential transfer ownership deed that we're talking about, or like, inheritance and stuff like that, there's a use case there that somebody sooner or later will potentially do. So the better we have something that potentially is good, the more we're protected for that eventuality. So when that shit barely or try to come out, we're gonna be like, no. We have our own, which works better. So that's another thing why I'm again remaining open-minded, no conclusion. They'll submit the evidence, we'll do the research. That's it. End of story. So, but yeah, I'm excited for Friday, Maddie. That's all I'm gonna say. Depending on what the price is, then you know what I'm saying. I'm definitely trying to do another.
Friday is the day that you buy. Is
exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
Yes.
No, to add to the position because I like to do big stakes, so it's just like because again I'm gonna put it 5-5-5, so I want to make sure it's like because again I'm planning the future as it becomes like a staking ladder 5-5-5. So I'm just gonna just buy stake for the next 15 years, and then by the time it clicks, then paydays are coming in. That's it. It gets very simple.
You don't even look at the price.
No, I don't do the get rich quick scheme. I do the get rich for sure. That's what I do. This is my new 401k. Again, staying consistent. You heard me say this over and over and over. People, it's so funny. I'm 31, right? 15 years from now, I'll be 46. Dude, that's nothing. Like one of my friends, 46. So it's just like, what? So it's just like, you know what I mean? I'll probably, again, put into perspective for people who never heard it before. If you're my age or lower, you can do 2 15-year stake before you're supposedly 401k. Nobody know what worth is going to be then. It's coming out. That's insane. That is insane. And if you look at the return that a 401k does or whatever on an annualized basis, which is a joke compared to what HEX giving you per month, it's a no fucking brainer. That's it. So when people talk, oh, you want to sell your HEX, I mean, sell for what? That's the first question people ask.
Sell for what?
Understand that. There's 3 important questions you got to ask yourself. I'm going to start with a little, again, it's not financial advice, but it's just math advice. Because the dollar is going to be in a forever long-term bear market. It can do a little pump, relief rallies, but we know where this thing is going. We don't even know if it's going to be here 15 years from now, but let's hope. So the 3 questions you ask yourself before you sell is like, number 1, sell for fucking what, right? So that's so important because it's like, if not, then you're just wasting your time because every day you're getting paid. So you better have just restaking, right? Because that's what I plan on doing. If my stake comes finish, and there's no systemic risk and I don't have an emergency or whatever, I'm just going to restake most of it, if not all of it, because probably by then I'll have new money coming in because I don't plan on stop working. So again, that's another fallacy. People think that, oh, you just stake and you just rely on that. This is why you get so polarized, so triggered and this and that, because you're just wanting the price to go up tomorrow. You're not understanding that HEX is blockchain CD. There's still the word CD in there. It's you sit, you do nothing, and time pays you, right? Other people who trade gets wrecked, always stays liquid and pays everybody. It's as simple as that. You got to play the game the way it's played. People talk about, understanding HEX trivial, but do what HEX is designed for. Stake that shit, get your yield, get paid, sell the interest, restake. That's it. If everybody just do what it's supposed to be doing, the price could be 10x higher just literally tomorrow. This is literally as simple as that. Because we take away liquidity, you do your time, you get paid, and that's that. So again, number 1 is sell for fucking what? Number 2, what are the tax implications? Super fucking important. Because a lot of people don't realize that until they get wrecked. Okay? The new guy from the SEC or whatever his name is, he got confirmed. He's a pro Ethereum guy. They're coming up with rules. There's going to be some type of Fed coin on Ethereum or some type of ERC. It's definitely coming. Or the dollar's going to go there. That's cute and all. More liquidity. But make no fucking mistake. Blockchain chain analysis is about to go to the next level. Right now, you can kind of chill, do your stuff, think nobody knows what you're doing. Guess what? It's coming. The same way Bitcoin people 10 years ago, they're doing whatever. And then today, IRS is chasing them. So understand, 5-10 years from now, that could be you. Understand, HEX bring mad gains, but know also what that means. Good accounting is there for a reason. It's not just for fun. But make sure you understand how that works. So again,
I love it.
The tax implication when you end stake. And then number 3, related to that, realize and understand where you're going to be. It's important jurisdiction-wise when that stake ends, right? If hypothetically 15 years from now, which I kind of know the law change or crypto is more, mainstream, whatever. Ideally, this is my dream. Never go back to fucking fiat. They just accept crypto and that's just that. So there's no taxable event in the sense of like going back to fiat. I just pay everything in crypto and I become a crypto nomad. We have somebody in the community, her name is Crypto Nomad. That's a cute name. So, really nice lady. So again, it's as simple as that. So understand where you're going to be. There's a reason why some people went to Puerto Rico and this and that, which is smart. So those are the three things. Simple. That's it. That's all you got to worry about. Sell for what? What's the tax implication? Prepare for that. And then where I'm going to be. There's a reason why when I say, hey, I do 6 months long-term stakes, and then it's literally January 1st, June 1st, when I usually flip them. Because like kind of Trace Mayer does, which is great. You sell what you need for the whole year. You take care of the taxes. Very simple. And then you keep it moving. And then maybe I have something epic that I got to do, and halfway through the year, maybe I need another 2 mil, and then it comes out, and that's great. But that way, no matter how I slice it, bear market, bull market, it doesn't matter. If I stake every 6 months, I'm going to catch one of them. Again, keep it simple. KISS, keep it simple, stupid. Don't overthink it. That's how you get wrecked. There's power in simplicity. The same when those are able to explain things in simple terms, understand it the best. Because that's the key. You remove all this complexity, bullshit stuff. You just keep it simple. This is what it does. This is the mechanism. You put it in, you get that. That's it. So you don't give away gains. You always pay long-term capital gain. You're safe. You're secure. You have plenty of time to think about the strategy or where you're going to be, what potentially you're going to be needing to buy at the time. Again, I got some of my friends thinking about buying a house for their family or some of the other things. It's part of the plan that they do. And that's it. And they do it based on worst case scenario. They do it based on how many HEX they need today based on today's market value. Because again, there's no guarantee that, right? I strongly believe the price will go up, but there's no guarantee. But if you already convince yourself based on the worst case scenario, just based on APY, which is fucking amazing, it's a done deal. It's a done fucking deal. Maddie, if everything goes well by 15 years from now, stakes could have like easily some stupid number, like, you know, like a billion HEX in there or some shit. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, so what is there to worry about? What is there to trade when you understand that at any time price can do a 10x, 100x move? Because it's not just share rate. When the price goes up a lot, I hate to say, but you need to be well aware of that. All the people that don't have a lot of money or dispensational income to buy HEX or crypto, you need to be understanding that your HEX is 3 times more valuable than you think. Because if the price pumps too hard, that's great, price goes up, but you just got priced out, which means your T-share is basically the only thing you have. Because you used to buy 100 T-shares like it was no big deal. Now you'd be lucky to buy one when the T-share costs over $1,000, because that's what it means. When we are $200 and we just do a quick 5x move, that's what it means. That means the T-share is over $1,000. And not a lot of people have $1,000. They can just say, hey, I'm going to go buy a T-share. That's why we're not going to be talking about T-shares anymore. We're going to be talking about B shares and lower. Because the T-shares are 1 trillion shares. So understand that. You're out there
about to be 1,000 shares.
Yeah. You're out there gambling, over trading, wasting that HEX, not understanding that that's the Bitcoin. That could be like 100 million Satoshis, which are the hearts, right? So understand that. If you got a lot of money and you can just F around, that's one thing. But if you're out there trying to build wealth, every single HEX you have matters. And actually in the best case scenario, and you never care about price because you're trying to increase your T-share count. Any dip, you're there just to buy the dip to add to your stack. That's it. It's literally that simple. And then have long-term horizon, and it gives you peace of mind. You know out there overstressing. You're like, okay, it's 15 years. Like I look at it, okay, it's fun, it's cute. I might show it on stream every now and then when haters want to talk shit, just to let them know that this guy actually preach what he says and do what he says, right? But then at the end of the day, it's fucking stake. So again, average stake length is 12.5. So once I do my other stake, it's going to go up again, which is great. So that's it. On the Dream account, of course, which is the main one anyway. So because the other ones, they just accumulate HEX to get ready to dump on the Dream account. It's just literally that simple. Stakes. Again, Maddie, basic strategy. I like a certain amount of HEX. It gets to that threshold. Send that baby on the wall. 555. That's it. Keep it moving. So with all this action, I might get lucky and get something in before the 6 months, because I'm FOMOing on a T-share right now because we have a big event coming next week. So it's like, to me, again, 10% is a big deal, because 10% for me is 30%, because I only do 555. So it's like when share goes up 10% for me, it's like I lost 30%. That's the way I look at it. So whenever they do all their other shit, whatever, encapsulate, it doesn't fucking matter. If you stake 555, you always get the best APY in the business. Period. Full stop. End of story. Keep it moving. You never lose. They do their shenanigans. They get wrecked. Yes, we share the cut with the OA, but hey, that percentage can turn into a lot of money years from now. You never know. So if you increase your share in the pool, that's a hidden pumpamental. Let me break it down right here. If this thing turns out to be potentially good, that's a hidden pumpamental to stake, because when the people get wrecked, you get a piece. So again, my conscience
is clear. You got to compete with everybody else. So longer pays better.
Well, again, this is where you got to be careful about this, avoid the fallacy, because the long-term holder will always do the long-term thing. The same way the non-trader will not trade. He will buy his HEX and he will stay. That philosophy will never change. Look at this thing as trading. It's literally like that, because you're speculating on what to sell at what price, this and that. This is basically what trading is. You buy low and you're trying to sell high. It's the same shit. The difference is this time around, when you transact that shit, we get a cut. I'll take the cut. Shit, money's money. But at least I'll first educate people not to do it. But if they want to do it, let them do it. The same way the buyer that buys low is winning, and the seller that thinks he's going to sell high is winning. But let them be. You know what I mean? So let the HEX contract and the sticker class be the middleman getting paid. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. That's it.
I love being time locked for 15 years.
You can still do that. You don't need to ever go into that site. Period.
Thank you.
That's a fact. Like I said, I like my 5555 stakes too, because again, I get more HEX that way for me, because again, I have economic energy that I can bring in and do my stakes. So to me, it's the path of least resistance. And again, it's guaranteed. Yes, I said that word, guarantee, because I'm talking in HEX. I get paid in HEX. So when I look at my stuff, it's guaranteed. Pays me every day. That's it. I'm just trying to increase the money printer, like Wells says. That's it. Even if APY go down over time, if I increase my money printers, I always win. Always. That's it. Case closed. 4 hours, 10 minutes. Which is awesome.
I'm just still like so excited about like how many smart people we have in the chat, how many like rich Hexicans we have that like responded to the survey. I mean, I don't know what the math is, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to see what like the average net worth is of like the viewer. It's like, and then whenever HEX goes up 10x, like it's just like, oh, you know, like a bunch of millionaires and billionaires are watching. Like that's it. It's cool. Like,
yeah. You don't make people get targets on their back.
Well, I mean, the survey doesn't show who you are. I can't even see it.
No, but it
just
funny.
shows me the raw numbers.
There's definitely money in HEX. I'll leave it at that. That's for sure. So, because again, product's that good. That's it. That's why I'm not stressed. It's the real money knows where to bring the money. That's it. So that's all it is. End of story. So this is just a potential additional network effect, and if you can bring more money in, then that's that. You know what I mean? It's like, again, traders going to trade. They get wrecked, but hey, if price goes up, then that's their prerogative. They decided to trade. We didn't tell them to trade. So. Yeah. That's awesome. Yeah, I think we covered pretty much everything. I mean, even the chart already. So I mean,
we covered everything for today.
I mean, unless there's something else that you want to cover, or Wells, I don't know. But I've pretty much covered everything that I thought was important today. I mean, ask the chat, is there something else they want us to cover? Then yeah. I know we usually do 7 hours, right, Maddie? So it's like, 4 is like.
Yeah, I mean.
But yeah, I mean, I guess to go, but what else? I think the good news is the main points that we need to talk about, we talked about today. So unless it's something else, I think we pretty much covered everything.
Whales, what else do you have to cover today?
I just got the charts if you guys want to go over that real quick.
Hell yeah.
Besides that, I got nothing.
Please do. Ooh, look juicy.
Sure. You got your screen up.
Give me a second. Let me get the chart up. All right. Again, disclaimer, the information displayed in this broadcast is known to cause increased amounts of FOMO. WhalesOnly and his guests are not responsible for any losses you may accrue for having weak hands. You have been warned.
Amen.
All right. Chart 1. first 449 days of HEX. So far, we're at 169% post big payday. T shares are at 6,812%, rounding up. And this is the pink line with the yellow hue. HEX index is at 4,072%, rounding up. And this is the pink line with the white hue. And the Ethereum index is 868%, rounding up. And this is the orange line with the orange hue. Now, keep in mind again that this chart is comparing the first 449 days of each respective cryptocurrency's existence. Those cryptocurrencies being Bitcoin, Ethereum, and HEX. And the Bitcoin index is right here, the line going horizontally across the chart at 0.
Poor Bitcoin.
Yeah, still got about 120 days or 110 days, 113 days roundabouts before it actually becomes live. On to the next one. This is my favorite chart, the HEX post big payday chart. We're 112 days in, sorry. And we're looking at the first halving currently at 417% rounding up with respect to the same age as HEX big payday, which is at 169% rounding down, which is the pink line with the, I guess, subdued orange hue. Looks like.
I love how that line starts to curve back up. Literally, it's amazing.
Yeah. You see how the slope is slightly positive, right?
And once you break out,
very important to catch that.
Yep.
Then right below the HEX post big payday index, you have the third halving index, which is the green line with the blue hue at 132% rounding up. And then you have the second halving index all the way at the bottom, which is the green line with the yellow hue at 105% rounding down. And I mean, again, like I always say in this chart, the best thing that I like to keep an eye on is the fact that HEX is in between the first and third big halvings for Bitcoin. And the reason being is because those were pretty much the whole time frame where the majority of the inflation came out for Bitcoin. And I like to just think of all of Big Payday as that all at once. So that's my rationale and logic behind that. On to the next chart. T shares versus Ethereum and Bitcoin as a percentage of value. Ethereum is on the left-hand scale and Bitcoin is on the right-hand scale with the days live on the x-axis. And we have the minimum for the T shares, the ETH at 46 basis points. And we have the minimum of T shares of Bitcoin at 1 basis point and the maximum for Bitcoin at 1.12%. And the maximum for T shares to Ethereum at basically 40% rounding up. Currently, for T shares to Ethereum, we're at 8% rounding down, and T share to Bitcoin, we're at 28 basis points. And again, as I like to highlight this chart, we're just showing how we're maintaining our value with respect to the cryptocurrency ecosystem. And that's basically how I look at this chart. Because given all of the gyrations we're seeing in Bitcoin and Ethereum in terms of up and down, and more up than down, right? HEX is still holding its own, going sideways, even though those two respective currencies were in parabolic mode. We're not sure where they're at right now at this moment in time, but that was what it was during the past 30 to 45 days. So this is what we've been seeing here. And I mean, I just want to highlight how Bitcoin is just not really dominating HEX, right, in terms of value. Because again, this is just showing basically wallet share, right? And that's kind of the way I like to look at it, because that's ultimately what it's going to end up becoming. I mean, I know it's hard to imagine now, but that's basically what it's going to be. So we'll keep it moving. All right, here are the HEX paid out metrics. Today we had 63.1 million HEX paid out. The per T-shirt was basically 5.825 HEX. And the total T-shirts are at 10.836 trillion. We'll move on to the next chart. And this is index return metrics. So here the payout per T-shirt, some index is letting you know how much HEX you've received in terms of return relative to the quantity you've gotten. Sorry about that. Just outright in terms of just HEX by itself. So if you've been staked with one T-share since inception, nice. Your rate of return in HEX, basically, in terms of the payout, right, is 146,000%. I mean, that's just insane. It's insane. Yeah, it's insane, and it only goes up every day, right?
You see, Manny, just with this chart alone, as well, just keep posting that. That's it. You know where to go. You know which.
This is, I mean, again, this is just one T-share. Okay.
Exactly.
This is just one T-share.
Chugging along.
This is just one T-share. This is why it's insane. All right, we're gonna keep going. Yeah. Daily payout index is 11,408%, rounding down. And this is just representing everything that the system's done since inception. And that's that. The total T-shares is 2,161%. And yeah, that's it. So here's a close-up of the payout per T-share, 5.825. And the total shares are still pretty much flat, but somewhat slightly down, right, overall. Because it really just doesn't pick up. Like you can see right here, if you look closely.
To zoom in. You'll see from the, because we were at 10.9, almost 11, and then we've been slowly trending down.
Yeah.
But again, in a month, if a lot more stage shows out to be different. But again, this is where it's doing right now, which is amazing.
Right.
Inflationary. Yeah.
All right. Now this is my other favorite chart. This one is showing the orange line, which is payout T-share sum, and this is just letting you know how many HEX you've received per T-share since inception. So today we're at 1,616 HEX per T-share, rounding down, if you've been staked this whole time, while the HEX index is at 3,921%. And again, the line typically gyrates around this, as that's been the history that's just been the history of the price action with HEX. So I mean, I guess it's fair to guesstimate or to presume that this is probably going to eventually roll back up and touch this line at some point, or traverse it or something, because it's just typically what it does. And the payout per T-share index is at 557%. And the important thing to note is exactly, if you were staked since inception, that's been what the system has done in terms of paying out per T-share, right? It started off at 1 and it's gone up 5 times. So that's basically what that's saying. Just pretty sick. And here we have a T-share rate and the APY. T-share rate is the yellow line, and right now, and with respect to the dollar value of HEX at the time of me creating this chart, which was right around 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 1900 hours Eastern Standard Time, it was at that value, 16,745 HEX per T-share. So what this chart is basically saying is that at that point in time, you can get a little bit more HEX for your T-share than you normally would at any other point in time. That's really all it's saying, because when you go stake your HEX, the T-share rate is still the same. It doesn't change with respect to the dollar value of HEX. So it's important to understand what this chart is saying, because it's showing you really when you can buy dips. It's really what this chart is showing you, and stake them, right? Because that's kind of the key. That's the whole point of HEX. The whole point of HEX is to make free money. It's not really to do anything else. Anything else is really just a waste of your time and energy. So good luck to you if you're doing that. But the math speaks for itself. This is not my opinion. The APY lets you know what the returns are. These returns are the returns that professional asset managers that are in history books on Wall Street do not make, FYI. So you keep trading and all that cool stuff that you think makes sense. I'm just letting you know, because I just came from over there. So, you know, you can go over there and look if you like. I just came from over there. So there you go. T-share dollar value, $148.22. And that's basically telling you how much a T-share costs you in dollar terms. And here we have the T-share rate, right, with respect to HEX, right? So here's the difference in this versus that. The T-share rate is reflecting the dollar cost of acquiring a T-share right now, right? So if you take the delta, right, of the actual T-share rate, which I think is 17,003 or around there. Yeah, versus this, that means you can acquire a T-share for 240 less hex than you normally would, basically. Right? Because you're taking that difference. That delta is your cheapness, right? When you're staking that hex. And that's what this chart is showing. It might not be clear, but when you're sitting there and you're buying hex, that's what's happening. You might not realize it, but when you're buying hex, the whole objective is to pick up as much hex as possible so you can stake it for as many T-shares as possible so you can make as much returns as possible. And that's why you get this crazy APY if you surpass the average staking length, because this is what this APY represents. And right now, that average staking length, just to be clear, is at 5.11 years. So if you stake at 5.12, you're pretty much almost sure to make this or something around there, depending on payout penalties and whatnot. So this is the whole importance of understanding the T-share rate, a T-share, its importance, and why we look at the T-share and why we treat T-shares more better than hex in reality, right? Because the T-shares are what pay us in hex, and hex is really the conduit to get to that T-share, right? And if you really want to be smart about it, and you want to be, very analytical and very thought forward, right? Not following everybody else. The way you want to look at hex is as a business, because that's what it is, right? You let me know what business is out there that has essentially zero startup costs and guarantees you a 40% APY, period. Because I don't know about you, but any business that I look to get into, it's a long-term endeavor. So 15 years shouldn't even be a long period of time. So the next time you guys think about staking, think about value, think about wealth generation, think about making money, think about things like that, because this is what real life is about. It's about making money forever, not today, not to pay your bills next week, because that's why you have a job. And if you don't have a job, maybe get one. And if you're trading and making money that way, that's great. Keep doing that, but think about your future, because that's what I wasn't doing. Put some capital aside, get you some T-shares, start you up a business, because hex allows you to do that at no cost. And that's something that I realize, and this is why I'm only staking for about 5 now. No time for anything else.
Amen.
Right? And again, I do as I preach. Right? You don't got to take my advice, but the math is pretty clear. So I suggest you look at the math and take the mathematical advice, because those are the facts. Everything else is really just hearsay and speculation. Look at the math. It's gonna make everything clear for you. Math provides clarity. And that's why my message is always strictly related to that. I really don't have, you guys heard me during the, the speculated, the encapsulated stake situation. Not much for me to say. Nothing to talk about. This is what we got to talk about. What are the numbers saying? The numbers saying, fuck you paying. That's what they're saying. And this is what the chart is saying. And that's the whole point. Right? Like, I'm very deliberate in my message. Speculation is cool, but we have to realize that it's speculation. That's not what this is about. This is about math and math only. Speculation can happen at any other point in time. And that's why we need to focus on the message at hand. And the matter at hand is always, what are the T-shares going to do? Because that's what's going to pay us. That's our business. That's our focus. Right? That's why everybody's always buzzing about the T-shares. That's why everybody's losing their shit about encapsulated stakes, right? Because it's all about the T-shares, and this affects the T-shares more than anything else. So again, it's important to realize what's really the key here, right? And as we go through all of these charts, I didn't fix this, but it's okay. What this is saying is that the correlation is still 0 to Bitcoin, but it's 0.0000004, or maybe one less 0 and a 4. But point is, correlation is 0. And again, as I like to highlight, hex returns on the x-axis, Bitcoin returns on the y-axis. And as I like to always point out, hex returns on the right side primarily relative to the left side of the 0, meaning hex is primarily a buy the dip instrument, never sell the rip. Again, why would you sell a constantly productive cash flow producing asset? I have no idea. You let me know when you find out, because I've never found a good reason to sell one unless you need a cash bad. That's really the only reason. Serious. That's the only reason. So those are the only permissible, that's really the only permissible excuse. And if you need the cash, then of course, by all means, because it is yours, right? But again, you have to understand what you're doing, what your mission is, and act in accordance with that. Let the math be your guide, because that is what's going to allow you to make the right decision at the end of the day. Because again, you have an uncorrelated asset to the presently primary crypto asset. Presently primary is a key term there, because this is going to change in the future. Why? Because Bitcoin is not a store of value. That's the biggest lie I ever sold. So once you understand that, your decision becomes so much more easier. And when we look at Ethereum, it becomes even more easier, because the fact of the matter is that HEX stands out versus both of them. Correlation is 0 to both of them. The returns are positive with respect to both of them at all times relative to each other, right? Because when you're looking at Bitcoin and Ethereum versus HEX, what you're seeing is that the scatter plot for Ethereum and for Bitcoin is exactly that. It's a scatter plot. Relative to HEX, where it's more of a grouping on the positive side of the x-axis, whereas the scatter plot for Bitcoin and Ethereum is very spread out, right? And it's very not tightly grouped, unlike HEX, right? But you have to realize that you have to change your vantage point. When you're looking at Ethereum and Bitcoin, right, you have to realize that you have to look at Ethereum and Bitcoin sideways, right? Up and down versus right to left when you're looking at HEX with these charts. And that's how you can see the grouping in HEX versus the sporadicity, right? Just just how wide the return spectrum is in Bitcoin, the dispersion, and Ethereum and their return sets, right? It's very important to understand, because asset managers are not looking for that shit. That's volatility. Okay? That's volatility in your face. This is what people are talking about when they say, oh, Bitcoin's too volatile. Yeah, this is what they mean. It means that the returns are up and down a lot, and they don't like that. But guess what? HEX doesn't have that problem. And here's the graphical proof, so you're welcome. And we're going to keep it moving. Now, this is a chart I laid out the other day. This is the treat I've been holding back for a while, because people just don't know how to act, and they don't even know. They just like to talk. So this chart here is going to help you guys understand what it is I'm talking about. Because again, it's fun to talk about stuff, but you need to understand what you're talking about. And what you're talking about is selling a positive cash flow generating asset. And if you don't know what that is, Google it. Don't take my word for it, but it's something you don't want to sell. And this is what you need to understand. Now, what we have on this chart is the payout per t-shirt, which is the pink line, magenta, whatever you want to call it, in dollars. Okay. Since inception, with respect to what we've had paid out per t-share since day one. Okay, right now we're at 5.1 cents. All right, fair enough. HEX price 8.78 cents when I took this, and this was about 7 o'clock. Adjusted HEX. What does this mean? Very simple. If you own a t-share and you're staked, clearly you're getting paid out X amount of HEX, right? But the question is, well, what is HEX worth with respect to that payout? That's the question, because again, this is a staking coin, right? In crypto terms. In real terms, this is a positive cash flow generating asset. And if you don't know what that means, in layman's terms, that means this shit is a business. So today, if you had 1,000 T-shares, that 1,000 T-shares plus 0.051 cents is what you made today. Not this week, but today.
Facts.
Okay. So this is something that's very important to understand, because when a big pile of money comes looking in crypto, because they're gonna come, because guess what? There's only $1.5 trillion in this market, and the next time there's a washout, they're gonna be very aware of that. Because the next time a washout happens, it's going to go down to 750 trillion or maybe 800 trillion or 800 billion, because there's always a 50% reduction. And you guys will come to learn that over time. And what that means is these players are going to come in and they're going to step in and they're going to be looking for assets that produce cash flows, because guess what? Crypto is the only market that has it now. Hold on, let me restate that. Crypto is the only market that has it now. Let me say this again, in case you don't understand what I'm saying. Crypto is the only market that has it now. The only other market is cannabis. But guess what? Government's already fucked that up. So again, crypto, god damn it, my weed. Crypto is the only market left. Yo, this shit is very important. I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking. This is very important.
Same thing way back when with the alcohol and tobacco and whatever. They let it go.
It's
like,
wash, rinse, repeat. Wash, rinse, repeat.
We want the money, so we're going to get the stream. They're going to come for this too.
Hey, that's why I'm giving it to y'all now, because this isn't going to be up here forever. So, you know, you guys take the math to heart. It's real talk. There's a reason they made owning gold illegal in 1933. And if you don't know about that, do your research. There's a reason they took the dollar off the gold standard in 1971. We're a few months away from the 50th anniversary of that destructive day. Everybody do your research. Don't just listen to us talk up here. It's fun, it's cool, and I get it, but it means nothing if you're not doing your own research and you're not understanding what we're talking about.
Well, what you just say is so powerful. That 50-year thing, Mark, that's a big deal.
Because guess what? Just like Rona masks, that bullshit was supposed to be temporary too. So you guys have fun with that. Because I don't play those games that everybody else plays. So you guys have fun with that. But so understand what this chart is saying. Every hex, if you own hex and you own a T-share, your hex is worth 6 cents, not 1 cent.
Boom. Preach.
Okay. Now let me speak on something else, because you know people just don't understand hex even when they own it, and this is something that really bothers me. So I'm gonna say this again, because I have to sit here and see a lot of stupid shit written. And I'm not a rude guy, so I'm just gonna say what I have to say, and I'm not gonna call anybody out. But I'm gonna say this again: hex is a cash flow positive generating asset. It produces positive cash flows. This is a machine. This is a business. So I don't know why you guys are so hell bent on selling something that makes money every day, but good luck to you with that endeavor. And the last chart is a PE chart. As always, you guys know it's free. Go ahead, have fun selling it. I'll be there to buy it. And this is your comparison. And once again, just in case you guys forgot, we are not even close to the lowest point in history, which was over 100 years ago. So please go ahead and sell in 15. I will be there buying gracefully. And if you do it sooner, even better. Please have fun. I know I will. And that's my public service announcement with regards to encapsulated stakes.
Well on fire.
Congratulations to Robert. You just got engaged 3 weeks ago.
Oh,
you married Hex on day 43.
Oh boy!
Oh wow!
Oh boy! Does she know about it?
Wow! Congratulations, brother.
That's it. That's
Welcome to the family.
Yeah.
Make that commitment. Let her know, baby. It's staying for 15 years. So you better be here.
Yeah, it's a 15-year minimum commitment, right?
That's right.
That ring. 50 years.
That's too funny. But seriously, guys, you guys need to look at this as that. This is a what other business out there generates 40% a year on year, guaranteed. Let me know, because I'm ready to invest in that yesterday. That's the way you need to be thinking. That's the way you need to be thinking about Hex. Seriously, I'm not even joking with anybody. I'm very, very serious as cancer right now.
Right. Well, I told you, I don't look up price. I just buy a stake. That's
you're better than me, because I don't even do that. But this is why I'm saying what I'm saying, right? I'm being very deliberate in my message. I'm not missing any words.
When I sat down, shit.
Yeah, I get the whole encapsulated stakes deal. I get it. But again, we need to understand what the reality of Hex is.
Yep. That's why I tell Maddie not to worry, honestly.
Yeah.
The main product is so good, it doesn't even matter.
It doesn't matter.
I just don't want to be scared for no reason. That's all.
It's so irrelevant. It's not even funny. Like, that's really an optionality that people will probably use. once in a blue because it's there like as a backup.
Yeah. For like, you got to do it, big money, low liquidity, whatever. And then, that's it. You know what's funny? It's almost like for those people that could potentially help, they'll just pay what I call entrance fee, 10%. That's it.
That's it.
That's it. Fact.
Because if you use that, it's going to cost you. It's not going to be free.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's like there's more downsides to encapsulated stakes for those that use them than there are upside. Period. Exactly. And I know it doesn't seem that way, but unless you have people coming into the market that are like little kids, I just don't see anybody overpaying for an encapsulated stake. I don't see it. Because again, the seller needs to get out.
Yep.
That's why they're selling.
That's why I remember the first thing we got on Stream Friday. First thing I broke down to say, hey, people, relax. Let me teach you how this works. I'm in sale.
That's very important to understand. It doesn't work any other way. It does not work any other way. Unless they just want to magically change the way things work, and I don't think they can.
They can.
Well, hold on, because it's only been a few hundred years, right?
Yeah.
It's not just going to change, guys. Like, everybody needs to calm down. Like, it's so irrelevant, it's not even funny. This is why I'm just like, what's wrong with you people? It's irrelevant. Like, things have worked like this for hundreds of years. They're not just going to change because crypto said so. Not the way it works. Because guess what? The trillions of dollars are not in crypto. Crypto's trying to attract them. So guess what crypto has to do? It has to adopt in order to be able to onboard. So this is what that's about, right? Because in reality, nobody wins from selling a stake. And if you understand that shit, what are we talking about, right?
Well, Robert's talking about making his fiance a great stake in case it doesn't work out. She can't say that he never gave her anything.
Oh my goodness!
Well, you gave
he
her too much.
Sounds very
brother.
committed to HEX.
I know.
You gave her too much.
I'm not going to compare the commitments, but I like it. I like it a lot.
Is that a version, like a prenup version to style? Like, hey, his stake. That's funny. That's epic. Well, hey, congratulations on finding your woman.
Yeah, for real, man.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
because that is not easy.
Amen. No, I like it. I like that chart too, man. This is great. Just put it in perspective. Honestly, it gets to a point where for me, I'm just gonna keep buying, even if the P goes to like, let's say many years from now, it goes to like 10. It doesn't even matter. Because
that's the thing, bro. I thought I was gonna stop at one point. I really thought I was gonna stop accumulating at one point, but that's because I didn't understand HEX.
Yep.
Straight up.
because it's also kind of like a dividend stock. Because what people don't understand is like PE just kind of go with almost any company, even those who don't pay dividends, so to speak. Not only HEX is undervalued, but on top of that, you get paid every day. So it's just like, yo, that's crazy. It's like buying something, you know what I mean? Because the value is so high. So you can buy something that's pricey, but if the value is so high and you're still getting paid every day, it will still make sense. It's like buying expensive real estate. It's expensive, but if the value is so high, you have guaranteed, tenants coming in, this and that. Like in Boston and some other popular place, like things like parking garage are very popular. Like if you
New York too. I wish.
Own a fucking parking garage. Yo.
Oh my God!
Easy fucking money.
If you own a parking garage, we can talk about this. I
gotta
stop, Karim, because this is gonna turn into another 4-hour stream.
Okay. I need to stop.
Let's not do this.
Like
we're at 4 hours and 41 minutes, by the way.
Those things, the moment they go on sale, if ever, it gets sold like this.
Hey, that might be the only asset that's better than a T-share.
Stop it.
Listen,
Stop.
I like that. Let's take that analogy. Literally, the T-shirt is like the parking garage. You extra step for another car.
Yo, parking garages make money, Maddie. Don't sleep on them.
Oh shit.
They make money.
Maddie. You don't need to provide any service, just space. That's it.
Yo, in fact, the worse the service, the more you make.
Yeah. And you can automate that shit, and then they just come with their card. And
you gotta go to a city.
It's just you set it.
You gotta go to a city. It's such a ripoff. It's crazy.
So I'm glad that analogy hit. Yep.
Parking garages is such a ripoff. It's crazy.
Oh, I love that. Buying hexes. You like my analogy? I told you, I'm good with those. You get it because in NYC it's crazy out there. Maddie,
man. Look,
average house is like $2 million.
Parking garages
like
can
$5
issue.
grand a month.
Check this out. In New York, I don't know about Boston, but in New York, parking garages can issue municipal bonds.
Yeah.
In Boston too.
The audacity, right? Because you so. Why would you ever want to sell it?
That's so disgusting, isn't it? Just like I don't know if people know this, but anytime they build a new stadium, guess who pays for it? You. You pay for it, dumb fuckers. I bet you didn't know that. Most people don't know that. They're out here being sports fans, not even knowing they're getting swindled left and right by their own team. Ain't that about a bitch? You're welcome. Put your money in Hex. It'll make you money. Stop wasting it. Amen. It's incredible.
It's crazy because like parking garage, like right now, well, I mean, COVID or not, but like in Boston's like, 25, 25, almost 30. In some places, like 40, like in New York. And then if you get the pass,
let's not talk about
this. Get this. If you're a recurring customer, get this, right? You can buy the monthly pass, and those dude, they can go like $350 to $600 a month.
Oh man, it's such a rip.
And by the way, you have no guaranteed spot. You just have access to the garage. You feel me? Yeah. So again, a t-shirt like that. Understand? I'm building a parking garage right now. I'm adding layers. I'm adding level. You feel me?
Word up. Yo, let's talk about t-shirts. Let's talk about t-shirts, right? Because people don't, just to make it simple. So let's say you got 1,000 t-shirts, right? Let's say the payout is 6 t-shirts a day, right? Right now. That means you're getting 6,000 hex if you're staked, right? The duration doesn't matter. All you need to understand is that the longer you stay staked, the more days you're making them 6,000 hex, regardless of whether the rate is up or down. Let's assume it's a constant rate, right?
Well said.
Let's assume it's a constant rate. If you own 1,000 T-shares, you're making 6,000 hex a day. If that hex is a cent, how much are you making it? That's $600 a day. Are we paying attention? That's $600 a day. That's a great job for anybody.
Well,
period. Period. I don't make that much a day. I don't know about you guys, but I don't. I would like to. I'm close, but not quite.
How many parking spots could you rent with that kind of
that's not enough parking spots. You
30 parking spots a month.
Matty, all I'm going to say is this. I'm building a skyscraper. That's what I'm going to say.
Karim's going to charge Hex to park in his parking garage.
And if my engineer tells me, Karim, you can't go too high due to city limits, I'm going to go underground. Get it?
Man. They got to.
Been locking those babies out. Anyway.
Oh, man.
No, this is funny, man. No, this is the best analogy of the night. I'm so glad it came to my head. Yeah.
Guys.
Case closed. I mean, shit. It's amazing.
My message is pretty constant, man. Understand what t-shirts are. I didn't understand them for a long time. It's important everybody understand t-shirts. Don't worry about encapsulated stakes. They're really not going to affect Hex and how it works at all because Hex is going to still stay Hex. It's the protocols that are being added on that have to modify themselves for Hex. So that's something that we also have to be cognizant of. And, everybody just cool out, man, because at the end of the day, we're a community. We all have a voice here, and we all have a voice that needs to be heard with respect to this. And I know my voice is going to be heard, and you guys know I'm not interested in this at all. But again, it's going to happen. We need to be adults about it because humans are going to human. So let's not forget that. And let's just address it accordingly because, we got a lot of smart people in Hex, just like Maddie said, to start off the whole show. So a whole lot of smart people here. So I know we can get this done in a fashion that benefits everybody. And, if you're a staker, you're already good anyway. So you really don't have anything to worry about. Pretty simple.
Awesome.
Man. Booyah. Amen. Well said. Beautiful chart too. Great with end.
I mean, hey man, just a reminder.
I like staring at it.
1917.
Just a reminder.
All-time low, Matty. It's crazy.
Yup.
It's crazy. It's so crazy. It's just almost unreal.
I love watching Matty just sit there and think, because he's like trying to think of something. Like, what am I gonna like? This is
Matty.
insane.
We can do a 30. We can do a 30x move right now, and then we'll barely just catch up to that low.
I don't even think even with a 30x move, bro, because it's still gonna be
at zero. Because right now it's at 0.1.
Yeah, it's so cheap. It's so cheap.
That's what I'm saying. But it's 0.17 right now. 10x move brings it at 1.7. 30x move will bring it right around that 4 point.
Close enough.
Close enough. So it's like you can do a 30x move and still be lower than this, roughly, or barely catching up to it, which is the all-time low in 1917 or whatever. That's insane. That just tells you now is not the time for you to squander your hex. I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Pretty much.
Amen. Again, Matty, I'm sleep like a baby. My conscience is clear. I do my part.
I mean,
people listen. They don't listen. That's them. That's it.
Got the best price to earnings in 200 years by a factor of 30.
Amen.
I'd say you sleep pretty well.
So people say, "Oh, dude, now you understand why we say severely undervalued." Now you understand why. That's it.
It's an understatement.
Exactly. Amen. Amen. That's awesome. Let's take a minute of silence staring at this chart.
You have to let it sink in for people, you know?
It's a crazy chart. It's a lot
to handle.
Amen. You know what's crazy on this chart that I just realized? You see that green line that says technically fair market value? That's the joke. That's the joke. Right around, based on the scale, it's right above 10. Fair market value, Matty, which means, see when it's so below, it says stocks are undervalued.
I think that number is 13. 12 or 13 is like the average.
And
the fair value.
And then the red below where the all-time low is, it says stocks are extremely undervalued.
So, Matty, hold on, Karim. Hold on, Karim, because
what happens when you stare at a chart, Matty? You see things.
You start seeing things. It's like the Sixth Sense. Yo, so did you hear Matty? Karim, did you hear Matty say he was like, so 13 years to get your money back? Exactly. Exactly. So HEX has a P of 0, meaning you get your money back within the day. I mean, I'm clearly being hyperbolic, but it's something like that. It's not going to be years, is my point.
No, when he says 0.1, so you can literally do the math, right?
Yeah, you can literally do the math.
You just like 365 days, and then you divide by that
0.017 or whatever.
Yeah. So it's like a little bit under like a little bit under
like a month.
Yeah, month.
Almost 2, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
You want to wait 13 years or you want to wait a month?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, T-Bird, I can't zoom in on the chart. I'm sorry. That's just what it is. I'll give you the link. I put the link in the description so you can go check it out, though. Oh, I'm not in the description, in the chat message. I'm sorry. In the description.
That's why when you see something like that, Matty, you just buy and stake and never look at the price. Just keep it moving. So, no, amazing, man. Thanks for sharing. Well, as always.
Oh, man, it's my pleasure, man. You know, it's stuff like this that really helps people put things in perspective. So I like to always bring these charts out because people really just need to keep the right frame of mind, man, because it's too easy to get brought in by bullshit, you know, and everything you see everywhere else in crypto is just really bullshit, man. The motherfuckers is going to come and go with the tide. HEX is still going to be here, period. You know, and it's really just that simple, man. Yeah. And it's really just that simple. So, you know, don't get swept. Don't get caught up in the green candles. Everywhere else, you know, they're cute, but they're not long term. You know, and that's what people got to understand. They're not long term. They're just cute green candles, and they come and go.
But you know what's even more crazy? People don't realize, because I've seen that psychology so much. It's like the price will pump, right? They will get excited, and then they will realize later on, kind of like to form like, fuck, I wish I bought more. And the same bullshit. When it's like, dude, the time is now because it will most likely happen, and then you don't want to have to regret that later because as you want to buy more because you want more money printed, they start to cost more money instead of having that contrarian mindset, right? Buying the dip. And then this is literally one of those things where it's like if you I'm gonna preface this very specifically. If your time preference is long enough, it's almost never a bad time to buy HEX. Period. I don't care when somebody's a little bear market. No, if you turn that thing into a T-share for a long period of time, and then because again we do all-time high every roughly 3 months or whatever. So it's just like, and even if we didn't, just the daily payout, it's just because it just behaves differently. You see what I'm saying? So it's just like, dude, it's a no-brainer. No-brainer. That's why I also focus just on onboarding, and it's so easy with the no coiners because they just get it right away. Set it, forget it. They go about their work. Like you said, you got to be able to work. You got to let time do its thing. You got to let the equity to build, right? So if you stake today, you don't want to stay out of the truck an hour later. Like, go do something else. Go work. Go generate more money so you can keep buying more money prints before the price skyrocket again. Because sooner or later, more eyes gonna get on this, and this thing is gonna go. So just like it done before. Simple as that.
I feel like we can dissect HEX in a million ways, and the end result is always going to be the same.
Amen.
Yeah.
I think that's what makes it so powerful, because it's simple to the point, and then almost kind of like boring in a good way. Like it just do what it says it's going to do, and that's it.
Yo, that's
but
why
they don't understand. Like I said earlier, there's power, almost magic. There's power in simplicity. There's
simplicity is elegance.
Right? There's no puffing and cuffing and this and that and trying to like sales pitch you. No, it's just this is what it does. Look how amazing it is. Nothing else beats that in his field. Product market fit, especially in this crazy environment. Again, to kind of wrap it up again, talking about that DXY. It's important because this is going to be even more important because forget about how insane the yield is, which is already great. But when everything, again, like a cycle, when the bear market shows up again, everything is dying left and right. You're going to wish, number one, you're in HEX stable. And number two, you're going to wish even if you were getting, even 10, 15% on your money because you're getting decimated elsewhere. So again, it's very, very important. And making money while you sleep, right? Just like the movie, right? It's the same thing. That's it.
Boom.
In the story.
Mad money.
We can just do another quick 5 minute, wrap it up on hour 5.
I know, yeah. We gotta.
Only we doing without content, But that's what's awesome. It's just like hang out, which is cool. So, and that chart is just, I loved it. I literally just said, stare at the chart, start staring at it. And I read the This is awesome.
It's crazy, bro, to know you at the start of something so good, huh?
Right? And it's funny on the opposite side. It says when it's way over there, stocks are in the bubble, right? And jokes. So it's like we're so undervalued. It's like we don't even qualify as a bubble.
We're not even we don't even qualify as a depression, like nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so okay. So Franklin saying HEX actually wants us to talk about something real quick. He's like, let's talk about Unipump and why people think that they should have held instead of selling for HEX. And he's trying to explain to his friend that the short-term perspective is a wrong mentality. Right? And that's clearly correct because I'm pretty sure somebody did math and HEX has probably made more during that time.
Yeah, it's very close. I have a friend who got the uni and only did a 10-year stake and immediately into HEX, and it's doing, I mean, I would say about the same, even without the interest.
Yeah, but it's such a joke because even all that, they're not even looking at it properly because to make it a real investment differential, you go based on when the person staked, which means technically he staked for 10 years. And I promise you, and I would love for Uniswap to still be here 10 years from now. When we do the math, it's going to dwarf it by so much, it's not even funny.
Yeah, exactly. People just don't get it, man.
People play, but and by the way, number one, you're right. But number two, people only play this narrative until the next pump shows up, and then they're going to look like really stupid because what people don't understand, and anybody that didn't understand this loud and clear, The secret move, which I did also right away, the secret move was locking in T-shares. That was a secret move.
ASAP.
You got it at such a lower price in terms of T-share. And if you remember, and Wells can go back to the chart, there was a little bit of a dip. Okay? So multiple factors. You were buying it during the dip phase. And number two, even here. You see that little W before? No, go one more up. Yeah, right here. So it was a big dip, and the caviar, it was before big payday. So you got even big payday bonus too. So it doesn't even make sense. So make that very, very clear. Big payday bonus plus interest accrue plus what it's going to do 10 years from now because of the share rate the person was able to get. Because let's not forget that during that time, HEX per T-share was about 11,000 and change, not 17,000 that it is now. So you don't even understand how valuable those T-shares are. They're Genesis T-shirts. And you got big payday bonus on top of that. So it's just like, it's a joke to even entertain. It's a waste of time.
Pretty much.
That's it. So HEX clip.
I might be able to get the actual number for you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Hope that answers your question, Frank.
You know what you can do also, Maddie? Let's keep tracking that year over year. We'll see how this age.
Yeah, I mean, look, like people just don't get it. Like this shit isn't a protocol. Like there's nothing to talk about. Like it's just gonna pay you.
I want to make something very clear. The number one value is the solidification of the T-shirt creation at the time because you were winning on time. That's why I didn't even waste the time. As soon as I realized what it was, somebody showed me how to claim it. I claim it, transfer, T-shirt, done. Next day, I was getting paid.
Man, I wish, man. I wish I could go back in time so bad. You got no idea.
In a funny way, it's the only airdrop that I got, and that's cool because I didn't want to take any risks. I didn't want to collect.
What you mean? We get airdrops every day.
But in T-shirt, of course. No, what I mean by that,
I'm joking, brother. I'm joking.
No, what I'm trying to say is that, especially for the Dream account, I didn't want to take any risks. I didn't want to connect my wallet with some random stuff. It doesn't matter if you end up paying or whatever.
Yeah, I'm not out here chasing airdrops and shit either. Like it's cool if you're strategically using exchanges. You know what I mean? Because you think there might be airdrops. You should not do that
with your Dream account. Period. Full stop.
Yeah, I'm not out there chasing airdrops, man. Like I'm not. Like it's cool if you think it's a good exchange and if it's a decent exchange that people are using and it seems to be safe. That's why I want to be clear.
I'm talking about the Dream account. I don't connect
that shit. No way.
Yep. So when I spoke about it, I don't know, like a week or two ago, it was about the same, but now Uni's pulled ahead a little bit because it's up for 400 Uni tokens, it's $12,000, and for the HEX stake, it's 7.9K of free money. And the number of T-shares is 114.
Yeah, but again, you're talking about
That's awesome.
You're talking about it based on current price. We can change at any second. We can pump.
Which right I mean, it's been. So it was higher. So it was around 11K back.
Another thing.
Right before, like at the beginning of February. So how
many T-shares did you say was the thing?
114.
114 T-shares? Okay, hold on. Wells, do me a favor. Can you go to that other screen that shows the price of a T-share right now?
You want to go where? The GraphX or?
No, on your chart. Just go to that.
The chart?
Yeah, quick math here right now, real quick. You have the chart.
148. There you go, 148.22.
All right, watch this, Maddie. 114 times 148.22, right? Value of the equipment. The T-share is worth 16,897. End of story. Let's keep it moving.
Nice.
Wait, what? I didn't even hear that long ass number.
Waste time. Nobody's gonna come and tell me X, Y. So
I'm gonna have to rewind this stream just to hear
Franklin,
this long ass
use
number.
that, educate. Done. End of story. And this is based on today's price. If price goes up, because again, very slow. Share rate went up almost 70%. And I'm not counting interest. I'm not even counting big payday. I'm just showing you the value of those T shares, which was created, again, opportunity cost. It was created because you swap it then. Have you had not done it then? This is what the price would have been. And this is how you calculate true valuation. It's the value of your equipment. That's it.
So hold on. What was that number again, Karim?
I'm sorry?
What was that number again? Sorry.
Very simple. 114, which is the number of T shares that Maddie gave me. Multiplied by the T share price. Right now, in dollar, that's the value of the equipment. That's the value of the money printer.
Exactly how it works.
And by the way,
I think people need to understand that.
And one more thing. That's very fucking nice because Maddie the friend only did a 10-year stake. I did 555. Imagine 5 more years of interest at that share rate. It's not even a discussion. It's a waste of time. That's it. but for Franklin, because that's my boy, so he can tell the people, no, you're calculating it wrong. Income generating asset. That's the value you're tracking. Because again, you cannot take away the stake anyway, because it's locked. It's the value of the equipment. That's the real opportunity cost. Because have you had not done it at that point, you wouldn't have got that share rate. You wouldn't have got you do the same money right now and trying to buy T-shares. See how much he showed up. It's gonna be a fucking joke. It's gonna be 70% less.
So let me ask you guys a question.
Yeah. Take that $3,400 right now, whatever, and trying to buy T-shares with it. See how many you get. And then call. You'll be lucky if you get 20.
Let me ask you guys a question because I don't know. I wasn't around.
Yeah, go ahead.
When was the uni airdrop back in the day?
Right around that place, like I showed you, like whenever that W
September, mid-September.
Mid-September. Oh, so this happened like a couple months, like a few months right before Big Payday.
You see the W pattern before the run-up? Yeah. That was then. So perfect double. Dude, it was all-time low on the chart for me compared to before the pump in April.
Right.
This is literally, you couldn't get it any better.
That's crazy.
The fucking dip. I was there, dude. I was lucky because I had 2 accounts that I got it for because I randomly used another one because I wasn't looking for that, and I helped my brother get his and my sister, so they had it too. And then literally it's like tack, call, swap, done. Keep it moving.
What?
Never look back.
Yeah, I've only gotten one. I got the 1 inch. That was it.
I got the uni swap, but because I had 2 accounts, I mean, some people got like 8, 9 accounts. So because at the time I had 2 that I was using, so that's why I got it for because I swapped it over there too. So and that's how it became like a popular thing, so whatever. But yeah, no, it makes sense. Like one of my other friends, he just consolidated all the other shit coin. It was a waste of time. Converted to ETH, push it over there, stake, done. Like my other friend too, he had all this other stuff. We're talking about Doge. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. No, we just move all the money, the 80K, boom, done. Create a stake, boom, day one, $100 a day. Let's go. That's it. It's simple. Again, don't complicate. Stop looking at the bullshit shiny object. People don't realize that behavior is the fucking shining object. Before you start complaining even about the hex-based stuff, you should stop that kind of behavior because that's how you get wrecked. Because opportunity cost is against you when you're on a regular coin because you're waiting for fucking price to go up. That's why traders can be frustrated right now, but the true Hexicans are chilling because every day, 7 p.m. Eastern time until a month from now, we're getting fucking paid. That's it.
Every day.
End of story.
Every day.
Some serious money before price appreciation. Get the money printers.
Get them because they not free and they only get more valuable every day.
And as they get more valuable because they're yielding something that's becoming more valuable, their price will go up. Maddie, I can't wait after the next pump. We'll redo this math again on the 114 and then we'll see. We'll see where the swap is. Yeah. And then we'll wait when the bear market comes. We'll also see where unit swap is. All those people talking smack, we'll see.
Yeah, so let me say this, guys, just to say this. If you sold uni at 3, for Hex, don't feel bad because the fact of the matter is that was the right long-term decision. Period.
It was. I literally just did the math. It's more valuable.
That was literally the right long-term decision.
Dude, at that time, we were like near 0.002 and change.
And this is, the one I'm basing it on. The one I'm basing it on didn't happen until 10/1, so that's October 1st. So there was like a week or two there where like the price of Hex just ran up because everybody was converting from uni to Hex. So it would probably be even higher if you did it right away, like Richard said.
Which is what most people did.
Yeah.
We created that move up
definitely.
too. Because we bought that fucking dip like it was amazing. And then I was there. Saw it live. It was amazing. Within 2 days, because we communicated. And then soon after that, the trader showed up for big payday trying to do their thing, right? And then by the time the second dip came in after big payday, that's when the other airdrop came in. I mean, man, X's just getting paid. It's a no-brainer. Get your money, printer. Natty, this is the perfect example again, like I was talking about earlier about the GXY. All this shit is just narrative. It's just noise. And then when the bear market comes, all those people that was talking about, they're gonna just throw back to a hole somewhere, and then like nothing. So again, it's the same thing.
Oh yeah, all these crypto fools will be disappearing soon.
But just for the record, to be clear, if you calculate on the real value of T shares, it's actually still at this current price more valuable. Period. Full stop. Let's keep it moving.
And keep in mind that's a daily valuation.
Yeah.
Not annual.
Mm-hmm. If the price change all of a sudden, boom.
Yep.
Because your money printer is like, again, know what you hold. We call the diamond hands for a reason, right? You know what I mean? The diamond hands hold diamonds, baby. That's it. And then again, very important. If you need help, I'm gonna reiterate that again. Very important. Like some of the people that reach out and shout out to them. Anybody that is serious, friends, family, neighbors, I don't care. Near a Staker app, holla at your boy. I'll help you out. That's it. Let's onboard. Let's focus on what really matters also at the end of the day, right? Continue the word. And then this big shout out, what I mean? I don't want to say names, but there's people, again, referred 4 or 5 people each. All got turned on, ready to go. Happy as hell. Love the app. Full functionality is just next level. And especially the multi-stakes for those who are wanting to kind of spread things out and just have fun with it. And you have, again, the safety of your transaction not failing. That is huge. People still discount that. Sometimes MetaMask plays some bullshit and then your gas fee is gone, $20, transaction failed. That sucks. You don't get that stuff with Staker app. It's guaranteed. It's going to go through. That's very important.
I read a little bit about that. That's really cool.
Because you're doing that to protect them. For the new coiners, just like the guy that went on Discord Syndicate, bless his heart, I feel bad, that got fished on the fake MetaMask site because he wasn't paying full attention.
Yeah.
That's very important. And again, it's very sophisticated because the spelling is very close. They just changed like one letter. They buy some fucking ads. They're the first one to pop up. So you're avoiding all of that fucking nonsense. You have no idea. Somebody like me, because I care about my friends so much, I'm so paranoid that imagine, man, my friend, his family, his kids, and then he tried to do this and he got skipped. You know what I mean? Like, I will be so fucking pissed. So I was like, nope, I'm gonna drive there. I'm gonna walk you through it. I'm gonna, again, treat your onboard like that with the respect that they deserve. And then they see the app. It's really nice. It's sleek. They feel like it's professional. Like they're not gonna call you name. They'll be like, man, he's involved in something great. You know what I mean? Like you get that sense of pride. You know what I'm saying? Like we're the Hexicans, like we're better than no offense, but we're not the crazy negative stuff that some of crypto has. We're trying to show that, hey, we're real people, we're a real community. We're trying to help you, and look what we have built. There was the hard way to get on board. Now there's an easy way to get on board, and I want you to get the best experience. That's it. You lay out the value, they're happy, they do their long-term stake, so they're not going to be trading a bunch. The fee is minimum, especially when you don't trade a lot. And then, you get your referral ID out there, which helps you out too. It's a win-win-win. It's a done deal. Easy peasy, and they have it all on their phone. And then, of course, they secure the key. So that's all you have to teach them, how to secure the key and never look that, put it away. Done. And then you just do everything from your phone.
That's really the hard part, and that's not even hard.
Exactly.
That's the crazy thing, right?
Karim, do you ever get any pushback when you're onboarding? Biffness has the question.
Yeah, do they ever tell you are full of shit? And if so, what do you say to them? Often people don't believe me when I tell them. Okay, Biffness, this is, again, no financial advice or anything, but I'm just going to tell you what I do, right? Which is key. I'm all about validity, and I'm not afraid to show people, especially if I personally onboard them. And some of them, I onboard them through the chat and Telegram. So, again, I stay to my core, and I believe and I do what I say. So I share with them. I show them my dream account. I got no shame. And it's not to brag. Again, I said that before. It's to show validity. wherever you are. You don't have to be like, crazy as me or whatever, but I show 3 powerful things. Number 1, I show commitment. I've invested my personal money in it. That's important. Anybody you're going to onboard, friends, family members, you got to show them commitment that you're in it also. Number 2, I show them how long the stake is. It's very important. Staking average is powerful. That you're not just like, hey, you're shilling this week. Because remember, your friends, they also think like that too in a good way. You know what I mean? They just want to say, wait, hold on a minute. Are you just recommending this thing because you're getting a cut or this or that or whatever? No, you're showing that, listen, this is what I'm doing. And I'm just sharing with you because you're my friend, you're my loved one, and I want you to benefit from it too, right? So there needs to be a little bit of first financial education. You can't just go and be like, hey, buy this, take that. No, you go over the financial education like we've done earlier today. Talk about the DXY just to say, hey, the worthless of the dollar. You're working hard. You want to be able to retire one day. You want to make sure you don't just rely on this stupid 401k, which is a waste of time. So you spend 5-10 minutes just getting that education to show the value of something that pays yield without you doing anything. Because that's the value. Just like I talk with my customers, especially the older folks. Sir, you're not losing anything. We're not reinventing the wheel. Yes, it's solar panels, but it's just electricity. You pay a bill just like you've done before. The difference is it's 30 to 40% cheaper, right? I use analogies. I literally tell my customer, it's like Mr. Allin, it's like going to your favorite grocery store, right? You just bag your grocery the way you've been doing every month. And then when you come to the cashier, you use Karim's green coupon, you get 30% off. That's it. Make them visualize.
Yeah.
Boom. And that's how I literally summarize solar as that basic stupid because there's no delivery charge. So you pay electricity at a lower rate that said you qualify, we pay for everything. So keep it simple, stupid. Hey, you have a CD. Hey, you have a savings account. How much does that pay you? Well, look at what HEX does. And then you can literally just show the global stats directly from the Staker app. So you don't have to feel cornered like, oh my God, I got to talk about APY or this or that. Literally, you just pull out Staker app. Staker app said 13%. Sometimes that's all you need. That's all you fucking need. Just in the global stat. Boom. So you're showing validity, number 1. You show commitment, number 2. So validity shows that I got my money invested too. A lot of it. Dream account. Commitment is the direction of the state. How long it is. I'm here for the long run. I'm not just recommending this shit today and then, hey, tomorrow I'm going to leave you and bounce. No, I'm in there too. I'm staked. And then number 3, which is very, very important, and this is where the selfless sacrifice comes in a good way because the system is so good that the network effect will help you. I tell my friend, that's me, that I'm going to pay for the wallet. I'm going to help them. Actually, sometimes I don't even tell them. I say, hey, I'm going to talk with my friend. We're going to get you turned on and this and that. And that's all you need to fucking do. I remove all the barrier. Okay. You can literally just tell your friend, don't worry. I know somebody. We're going to get you turned on. Just download the Staker app, blah, blah, blah. Be ready. Then you DM me. Make sure you don't get scammed, right? At HEX Dream account. Find me from the main Telegram. Make sure it's me, not some random idiots. Little hint. If you talk to me and you see a bunch of emojis, you know you're talking to me. If it's not them, then you know it's not Karim, right? Because you know how I text pattern. So very important. You talk to me on the DM. You send me the email that they use to do the Staker app and everything. Boom, you holler at me. I'll work something out. I'm gonna get you and your friend turned on. I don't care if it's your ref link or they click my ref link. It doesn't matter. If you're serious, all I ask is that you don't waste the money. It costs money. Can't stress that enough. It's not free. That's why some of you guys are asking sometimes, oh, I've requested it for weeks and this and that. Yes, because it costs money. Yes, I'm willing to help. I'm willing to get you turned on. But just like the other people who are very, very cool, they actually made sure they used the wallet, which was awesome to see. Some people even sent me a screenshot. They didn't have to, but they wanted to make sure, hey, Karim, I'm not wasting your money. Look, my friend did a stake. I don't care what the amount is, as long as the wallet is being used. So we're not wasting money. We don't want people just click a bunch of fucking links, download Staker apps everywhere, and then shit is not being used, and then we're just wasting money. That's dumb. You're wasting community resources. That's not what you want to do, okay? So hypothetically, you do it right. You get your friend in. You show them, again, third commitment that I'm going to walk you through the steps. Easy. So now they're not in fear. You're there. You're walking them through it. You're committed. You're there as well. I help you with the onboarding. It's easy. Like I said, last week, 2 people. One guy referred 5. Another guy referred 4 people. His own link. His own ref link. No big deal. Send me the email. That's what I ask. And make sure they request the Staker wallet ready to go. Boom, boom, boom. Some of you guys are in the chat right now. You know who you are. So again, we do this all the time. That's it. No excuses. On board, on board, on board. If we do that, you will never worry about any fucking thing else. You're never worried about people talk about fucking Uniswap shit. You're never gonna worry about encapsulated whatever. All that is irrelevant. Token gets buy, shit gets staked, everybody get APY, price goes up. That's it. The system is beautifully designed.
Deal.
We're gonna get there. I'm just trying to expedite the process of something that I believe is gonna be inevitable over the next 5, 10, 15 years. So anything that I can do to help accelerate, that's it. So this is my selfless way to help, which I know via mathematical network effect will pay me and everybody else. That's it. That's it. Everybody brings his value. That's what a network is. Everybody has a value. The same way some are good with math, some are good with charts, some are good with memes, some are good with multiple other things, some are good with streams, some are good with text, like how to do even claiming and stuff. Some are good with coding. I mean, we need everybody. That's the whole point.
Yes.
That's what works. Leveraging everybody's best suit, just like a unit, like a teamwork. That's what it is. You know,
teamwork makes the dream work.
Exactly. You're right. You're right. Another one that I like is called One Team, One Dream #. So that's it. That's all we need to do. We align. You know what I'm saying? It's a partnership. Just like in a relationship, right? Male and female. Everybody know what they're good at and they're on board of that. Yeah, let's go. Yeah. Mitchell, you're right. It's on board. Boom. There you go. Word of mouth is so powerful. People don't realize it's so underrated. I used to do door to door. People don't understand. It's so powerful. I made more money going door to door, talking to people than literally just sitting, waiting, and ads and this. That shit doesn't work, especially in the beginning when you're trying to catch traction, because certain product needs personalization. We're talking about real money, savings and stuff. We're not talking about buying just one thing for today and throw it away tomorrow. So the more personalized you can be, even online, walking people through the process, sometime over the phone or whatever, or DMs, you know, it's very important. Show that you care. People will want to come in. That is important, right? When I was going door to door, yes, all the fear talking to people, no, I overcame that, which was great. And it's direct to consultant. They say you want to shorten the distance between you and the money. You go directly to the people. You're talking to them. You're breaking things down. You know what I mean? You practice on your tonality and how to deliver the message. You don't get angry. You don't raise your tone. If people asking you a question in sales, that's a buying signal. Because guess what? If somebody doesn't give a fuck, they don't ask you a question. They just walk away. If they ask you a question, it's because they are interested. You don't need to like the question. You need to answer the question. Not deviate. No, because when you do those other random shit, then you become like the salespeople that they don't like. You become the sleazy person that's dodgy. Answer the fucking question. That's it. And then explain why, you know, because at this point, we probably heard it all. I mean, like I said, we've been doing it for a long time. All the potential rebuttal, this and that. And then soon, awesome, cool as you're Richard, we're going to even have a rebuttal list. Literally, you can just fucking download it. Again, everything that we do is potentially scalable. That's what I like to do. I like to create systems, right? Oh, Karim, boom. I do the fucking live stream. I break shit down. Share that shit to your friend. Hex Clip is clipping some stuff. Use that. Oh, Karim, I can't afford to take a wallet. Don't worry about it. Onboard a friend. Hit me up. I'll help you. We'll turn him on. Oh, Karim, dude, show the people. Go face to face. Sit down with them. Do a Zoom if you have to. Zoom meeting. Everything you can do to just break it down. Say, hey, like a consultation. Can I have 30 minutes of your time? I just want to break it down about this very important thing that I'm involved in. It's a great product. I think it can solve some of your needs. That's it. People like, even if somebody tells you, oh, I'm busy, this, that. Okay, when can we schedule a consultation? As simple as that. Just ask, oh, next week, next month. It doesn't matter. Put it on a calendar. That becomes a commitment. Then you talk to them. Then you break it down. Then they ask you a question. Then you answer the question. Some of my friends, it was a long-term follow-up. It took a couple of weeks. But then by the time they were done, they put 10K in, and that's it. And then next thing you know, a week later, Maddie, they're like, hey, how do I get my family in this? It just comes. And then when the next pump shows up, it's even better, because now they're like, oh my God, they look at the app, and then again, it creates that natural network effect. Now they want to buy more and they understand what it is. Because everybody is naturally skeptical at the beginning. That's fine. That's why they ask questions.
That's natural.
It's a natural human reaction.
Yeah, right? That's a good sign, actually.
Then we break it down, and then it's a no-brainer. That's why I'm not panicking. That's why when I hit Capsule, I said, just calm down. We're going to figure this out. We're not going anywhere. Again, a lot of smart brains are in this thing. We're not going to allow any shenanigans. You have my word on that, period. But let's not forget what's important. We got to keep the main thing the main thing. Obscurity is our biggest enemy, period, full stop. If people don't know us, they can't transact with us. They can't know how great HEX is. I personally believe HEX is going to be the next bond market. I know it sounds crazy, but I can see it happen. It makes so much sense because crypto is going to be the new stock market, and we're literally mimicking the bond market. This is the only reason why, the second reason why I wanted to show you guys that chart and the correlation, because it literally mimics what the bond market does. When stock crash and bond market goes up, it's like when Bitcoin, Ethereum chill, HEX pumps. It's the same fucking mechanism. Same. It sounds crazy. We're just 20 years ahead. Maddie, this live stream is going to age well. Tell you that.
I hope so.
Yeah. So
but also, again, I know so.
Yeah, but again, and I only say this to say this. The bond market also has multiple products, and Wells can confirm that. That's why it's so fucking big. That's why it has hundreds and hundreds of trillions. Because, yes.
It's the biggest market on the planet.
Yeah, they have fucking different maturity. Again, you don't need to like it, but you need to understand that it exists.
Yeah, maturities literally go from overnight all the way out to like 100 years.
So hint, right? Wink, wink, hint. When you hear about, hey, HEX solved the same thing on the traditional market, the CD and this and that. And when you hear about encapsulated state, they're basically kind of like potentially being bonds. So again, we're going to make sure it works the way it's supposed to work. But understand that that's another product that the bond market does.
Guys, I'm very serious when I say Hexicans are going to be the richest people on the planet.
Man.
Take care of yourself.
Can't wait. Yeah, exactly. Be healthy. And then another thing crypto nomads was used to do, which I think is really cool. Start really and it sounds crazy, but start thinking about it now. What you're going to do when you stake ends and you're getting all this money. Shit happens. Let's say your wish comes through, right? What are you going to do? This is important. And I already have plans. I mean, people think I'm kidding when I talk about Golden Yacht and all this other stuff, and all this plan. But that's important because if you don't, and then it happens, you're just gonna panic, you're gonna go crazy. Like again, we heard it before. People that couldn't handle money, and then oh my god, and then they went crazy. So stop thinking about it. Start having a plan. So when it happens, you're like, fuck yeah, of course. You're confident. You're like, yeah. Of course it was supposed to happen because I expect that shit. Let's go. So it's the same thing. So stop thinking about it. And it adds you to your dream and what you want to build it for. And then it just removes the stress, right? You're delaying that instant gratification. You have another reason to keep working, to just watch the stack grow. And then by the time maturity comes in, you just execute the plan. Again, every Hexican knows it. No Hexican is going to be mad at somebody that did his time, collect his interest, and sold. You know, that's what the product does. So again, start thinking about that. That's awesome. Start coming. We got this. That's it.
That's what I say every HEX therapy stream.
You're right. So this is awesome. Yeah, Maddie. No, this was great. This was definitely great. So I hope this paint a picture for people to realize we are going to replace. I mean, again, that's my humble opinion. We are going to replace the bond market, and that's better than fucking Bitcoin, all this other useless stuff. No offense.
100,000,000%. Period.
Yeah. That's it. And then I believe Ethereum will scale. And then if Ethereum goes deflationary, oh man, with the VIP, oh shit, Maddie, forget about it, right? I can say, World, how do you say that?
Forget about it.
Forget about it. It's game over, baby. It's game over.
Do with ourselves.
Look, I'm not the smartest guy in the world, but I know what the fuck fixed income markets are.
Mm-hmm.
That's something I know. And let me say this again, just in case there's any confusion. HEX solves a lot of the world's problems.
Say it again.
HEX solves a lot of the world's, let me reiterate, financial problems. Do you understand what that means? If you don't, please keep selling. I will keep buying. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you.
Like, it's so simple.
That's a great way to end right there. Literally. I don't know what else to say. That's it. That's what dropped the mic. So yeah, no, it's amazing. Can't wait, man. 2021 is gonna be epic.
Oh,
thanks.
Man.
Yeah, thanks everybody for tuning in. We appreciate your time and attention.
I love you all, my Mexican, as always.
Sure. Thank you guys for sticking around.
As always, man. 5 hours straight, man. That's love right there, man. See that? That's commitment.
See? Yeah, but you know what's crazy? All the people that are gonna watch it after this.
I know.
Oh yeah.
That's one of the beauty of being staked. You know, you got all the free time. You know, you free your time to do the things you love, ponder about what you want to do next. And then it's great. You're building your nest egg, and then you get your confidence. You know, it feels good when you're like, you're working hard, and then you know that worst case scenario, if you can, you know, barely pay your bills or whatever, that you have something that's working day and night, generating your yield for you. That's amazing.
Yo, people don't understand. Son, you literally don't have to do anything but own T-shares. There's no reason.
That's it.
The business pays you 40% year on year right now. Why? You got
Maddie,
15 years to figure it out.
Yeah. Remember my joke when people say Hex equals a maximalist? I say, no, I swap my Hex for T-shirts.
That's it. They don't get it, baby. They missing the big picture.
T-shirt
Too busy looking at the wrong thing.
Yep. Oh, man, I can't wait for Friday. That's all I'm going to say. Amazing. Amazing.
That's right.
Well, thanks everybody for watching. We'll see you again next week. Take care. Stick wisely, my friends.
Mwah. Much love.